All right, welcome again, everyone. This is day two of the Creation Summit 2025. We have a great lineup for you today, a bunch of great presenters. And to start it off, we're going to be um, introducing Doug Sharp. He's the director of the Revolution Against Evolution organization. Also, just for anybody watching, if you would like to donate to the summit, all the presenters offered their time freely and graciously, and we thank them for that. You can go to creationsummit.com, and there is a link there. But without further ado, here is Doug Sharp.
Welcome to the Creation Summit. I was part of the very first Creation Summit conference that was held at Michigan State University in 2011. And that was kind of an interesting time because apparently some of the professors on campus got wind of what we were doing, and they spread the rumor that the whole conference was canceled. And so we probably didn't have the participants that we would have liked at that conference, but we had several good presenters at that conference, and I'm happy to be part of this one online. We do a TV show in Lansing, Michigan, and also in Grand Rapids called Revolution Against Evolution. We're on public access cable channels in 5 different cities, and Lansing, Jackson, Hastings, and Grand Rapids. And so we are just trying to spread the word of God's creation. We're sort of like the Wayne's World of creationism. So I have a PowerPoint presentation I'm going to start here in a second. And so let me see here. Let's get that started. And I'm going to share my screen. All right, yeah, that's better. Okay, this is my presentation. My presentation is called Don't Let Your Geology Mess Up Your Theology. Now, our TV show deals with all kinds of different subjects. Geology is just one of them, but this is a title of my latest book. And this is a little bit of who we are and what we do. Our website is rae.org. It's very simple. We have what I call a TLA. A TLA is a 3-letter acronym. And so we got our website in 1995. And so it was a little bit early in the whole internet domain names. And so we happened to get the little one. And so it's been kind of a nice little honor that we've been able to have that website. We answer the tough questions concerning science and the Bible. And I want to tell you a little bit about how I got into the creation evolution issue first off. My background was I started out as the chemistry major, and I had investigated the whole Miller-Urey experiment, which purports to have created the building blocks of life in the test tube. And so I investigated this in high school and college, and this was back in 1967, and I tried to create life in the test tube. And in 1977, after I graduated from college, I published an article in the Creation Research Society Quarterly, which was all the different kinds of things I found when I was doing my chemistry experiments. And this is something that Dr. James Tour is going to talk about today at the end of things. So I'm not going to take much of his thunder. But my first, our publication was called Interdependence in Macromolecule Synthesis, Evidence for Design. Now, if I were to publish this today, I would use a lot simpler words. I would say, zapping amino acids creates a lot of brown sticky goo. And so what I had found was that I had to my availability, 4 different amino acids that were part laboratory created amino acids that I could use in my experiments. I had the simple amino acids, alanine and glycine, and also tryptophan and tyrosine. And these, the experiments that I did on these were in solution in water. I added a electrical spark that went into this vessel that had these amino acids in it. With alanine and glycine, it did nothing to them. But tryptophan and tyrosine, I got some. It started all to turn brown while I was doing all this electrical spark. I had a 50,000 volt neon sign transformer that created the spark, and I thought I was getting something with the brown solution that was appearing in the test tube. Well, what I found was that I was really creating I was destroying the side chains on the amino acids. And so what it really did was show me that not only the tryptophan and tyrosine were those complex amino acids ended up being something that could not wasn't really produced by the Miller-Urey experiment. My experiment was destroying these amino acids, and it was not getting me anywhere near life. The second problem was that I had the amino acids in solution in the little prebiotic soup that they were supposed to be uh, producing all the components of life. And so when I found that out, it showed me that in order to make the peptide bond, I would have had to remove a water molecule. Well, it isn't possible to do that when you have the amino acids in solution, and because it goes the opposite way of what you want your experiment to do. So I had an experiment that was doomed to fail. So that was a little bit my background, and that was my first publication in the Creation Research Society quarterly. I I ended up with a degree in physical science. I had a bunch of chemistry, biology, physics, mathematics, and all that part of my degree. And over the years, I published several books. My first book was called Revolution Against Evolution. It was first published in 1986, and the second edition was in 1993, and now it's in its fifth edition. It's really a straightforward, simple presentation of the major evidences against evolution. And later on, we had a discussion on the Creation Research Society network about producing a book that had testimonies of people who were persuaded by the evidence of creation. And so that resulted in the book called Persuaded by the Evidence. A follow-up book to that was called Transformed by the Evidence, where we had people who actually tells how that actually changed their lives. Later on, during COVID, I published a book that I found in my grandmother's attic. It was a doctor's handbook that was written between 1844 and 1863. Since I'm interested in history, I volunteer at some museums in Lansing and in Grand Rapids. I published this book, and it's all of his doctor's recipes that he put together during that time and it shows the difference, the different ways that medicine was done back 150 years ago. My wife passed away in about 4 years ago, and I published a book about her. It's called No Worries in Heaven. And then now today I have a book that I've had this title for a number of years, And I had another one called Rocks Are Not Clocks. Well, I shared that with on the Creation Research Society network, and Dr. John Reed uh, decided that he wanted to use that title, so he used made a book called Rocks Aren't Clocks. But this title I've had in the back of my mind for a number of years, and this is what the results of it. It's sort of like a picture book, a coffee table book that tells a little bit about geology and uh, why we are in the situation today where this evolutionary theory is taught exclusively in the public schools and in our colleges, and yet there's quite a history behind it. Now, we believe that the biblical flood of Noah explains the geology of the of the earth, but the question is, why was this explanation abandoned? Originally, Christianity dominated science. Science emerged from the belief that God created the world in an orderly fashion where it could be studied to reveal truth. And back then, the scientists sought to discover God's laws, and based their ideas on the truth of Scripture. Newton was a good example of this. Also, Nicholas Steno, but uh, uh, but today, uh, but at that time, we had it was dominated by William Paley's natural theology argument. You could logically come to the conclusion that this world was created, and he used the idea that if you go find a watch on the beach and come up to it and look at its mechanisms and everything, you would not argue that it was something that came about by natural events. And so, actually, Charles Darwin studied this back in the early 1800s. And so he originally, Darwin admired what Paley had to talk about, but later on, his life changed as a result of a number of different things. Nicholas Steno was another person who wrote about the universal flood through in his uh, treatises that he wrote about years before the evolutionary theory took place. Now, we have two different people here that were sort of like the founders of the long age theories of evolution. Evolutionary geologist William Smith, on the left, was the first person to produce a geologic map of England. And then later on, we have James Hutton, who wrote a ponderous work called The Theory of the Earth, and he proposed a deistic view of the origin of the Earth over long ages. Later on, in the 1830, Charles Lyell, who's the fellow on the left, he proposed, he wrote a book called Principles of Geology in 1830. And it was really an indirect attack on the Bible as authority for the, and what they were trying to do back then was to get rid of the idea of the divine right of kings to rule. You know, it was very popular with the revolutions going on to depose the king's authority and challenge the king's authority to rule. And they thought that by debunking the Bible, they could do that. Well, really, divine right of kings is really not a biblical concept. In fact, when the Israelites decided that they wanted a king, God allowed it, but he wasn't very happy with it. And so uh, Charles Darwin, the fellow on the right, he read Lyell's work on his Beagle voyage, and he caused him to question the Bible and come up with the theory of evolution. And so this has dominated our thinking over many years, and it started with these fellows who came up with the idea that the geological time scale represents long ages over millions of years. Sedimentary rock covers the continents. It's about an average of a mile and a half of sedimentary rock. And there's a difference between philosophical naturalism. It demands that things the buildup of rocks took place over millions of years. Catastrophic stratigraphy predicts rapid deposition, and over a year-long series of catastrophe, which is known as flood. And so what the evolutionary geologists have done is that they have different layers of rock with time periods buried of the fossils buried in the rocks, and they correlate the progression of evolution over millions of years. Now, the only problem is that you don't find this out in the rocks. You find it only in textbooks. And so and this is built by correlation. Because we cannot find sedimentary rocks representing all of Earth time neatly in one convenient area, you must piece together rock sequence from locality to locality. This process of tying one rock sequence in one place to another in some other place is called correlation. The end product of correlation is a mental abstraction called the geologic column. And so this is what is expected to be found if you go out into the geologic world. But what you find different, it's a little bit different. And I'm going to show some examples of where the geologic layers do not fit this particular geological time scale. Now, I talk about a concept that was introduced by Charles Lyell called uniformitarianism. It means that the present is the key to the past. So what the type of things that you're having occur in the geologic history of the Earth, what you see now is the way that you should expect it to have happened in the past. So really what they have done is ruled out the biblical Noah's flood as a possible explanation. And what I'm going to do is to bring that back into the world view and take a look at it and see if that actually has a better explanation. I call the uniformitarianism uninformed-itarianism. Now, here's an example of what I talk about in geological and scientific endeavors. This particular restaurant, if you go into the parking lot of this restaurant and the complex behind it, and just do a geological study and dig up the rocks and maybe bore a hole into the pavement and into the rocks below, are you going to be able to find out what the picture of what this looked like 120 years ago? Now, I can tell you what it looked like 120 years ago because this is my great-great-grandmother. This is my great-grandfather and his half-brother, and this was the house that they built on that particular property. And so this is the difference between historical geology, actually having historic records written down, and the empirical science where you go out and dig in the rocks and do an experiment and figure out what it looks like, because you have it's the difference between empirical science and forensic science. Forensics, you take a look at the evidence and piece together what might have happened, and make up a story about what had happened based upon what you find in the present. But that's not very accurate in terms of this particular case, where if you look at what evidence that I have, which is from his historical records, you can actually know what it looked like. It cannot be denied that geologists are arguing in a circle. The succession of organisms that is determined by a study of the remains embedded in the rocks. A rock that had an early form of an organism was clearly older than rocks containing later forms. Further, all rocks had their early form, no matter how far apart these rocks were geographically, they would have to be the same age. Now, what's the problem with the geologic column is that this shows mostly vertebrates. It's skewed because what you actually find is that the fossil record shows 90%, 95% is marine invertebrates, then 4.5% the plants and algae, and then 0.0125% is vertebrates, including fish, mostly fish. So the fossil record corresponds with what we would expect to find from the worldwide flood of Noah. And so you expect to find hard-shelled organisms like trilobites on the bottom, and then you find the fish near the top. And it's a burial sequence that you find rather than a long periods of evolution. Now here's a test. Do we find topsy-turvy fossils? Now, Stephen M. Stanley of Johns Hopkins University said, if you find them, it would disprove evolution. It force them to rethink our theory. Now, here's an idea. You find topsy fossils, which are supposed to be down in the bottom, is found up at the top. And here's an example of one. This is the Meister print. Now, this is a picture that I took at the Creation Evidence Museum in Glen Rose, Texas. They have this fossil in their archives, and there's a trilobite who was crushed, and it was living when the moccasin stepped on it. This is a moccasin print that it was found, and William Mabel Meister was looking for trilobites near Antelope Springs, Utah, and then June 1st, 1968, he cracked open the human moccasin track, and it had a crushed trilobite in it, and so the heel down here shows where, and the stitching of the moccasin it can be seen along the side. It's evident at the bottom. So you have turvy fossils. They're the ones that's supposed to be up. It's found down. And so here's an example of one. At the Creation Evidence Museum, this is the Willett track. This was carved out by O.W. Willett and while fishing at the Biloxi River. He cut it out of the rock of the riverbank and was part of a sequence of tracks. You can go there now and see the sequence of tracks. This is a human footprint with a dimetrodon footprint on the top of it. Now, this is one of those flying reptiles, but this is it's got a hallux spur on the end, and so this shows that humans and the dinosaurs are together. This is another track that you find at the Creation Evidence Museum. The Delk track, you have a human footprint that the dinosaur stepped into. Now, we there's a couple of ways to interpret this. One is that this was post-flood, and these dinosaurs actually were alive after the flood for some time, or that these were buried in the flood, and they're actually part of the retreating waters of the flood. And I can't go back in time and tell you what had happened here. All I know is that we have human tracks and dinosaur tracks together. Here's some dinosaur tracks nearby where those were found. And this is the sequence of tracks. This is the one of the trackways that led from the Willet track. And here's another one that shows the big toe of the footprint. And here's another one. This is a little bit better track. And here you can tell this is the track that I just showed you before by the Willet track. And then these were several tracks that were found on the park ledge. Now, if you go to the Paluxy River, the Dinosaur Valley State Park, there's a little trail of stepping stones that take you across the river, and it takes you to this spot. This is about the spot where Willett took his sample out, and the trackway is right here someplace. Now, this is Carl Baugh. He tells us that the Delp track was found up on this riverbank, but it was likely during a flood. It was pushed up out of this spot here, removed and dumped up on the top of the riverbank. This is a side creek that was near the Paluxy River. This is kind of funny. I wrote about these tracks in my book, Revolution Against Evolution, in 1986. And my brother-in-law drew this little cartoon in the book with showing the tracks made by a dinosaur. It's kind of a little parody of it. And so I found it interesting that one of the signs in the park acknowledges that they find these tracks, but they say that these were deliberate fakes. In other words, they're smudged dinosaur tracks that vaguely resemble human tracks. Well, I tend to differ. I think that the evidence is pretty interesting. Here's another interesting case. This is a petroglyph that's found at Natural Bridges National Monument. We went there in 1999, and we looked for this. This is underneath the middle bridge of the three bridges at Natural Bridges National Monument. This is the Kachina Bridge, and it's sort of way up on the side of the wall. Now, in this case, we were pretty close to it, and we didn't have any trouble seeing it, although it took us a little while to find it. But in 2016, we went back there, and you can see here is the dinosaur footprint up here. I mean, the petroglyph. This is carved by the Indians, and I maintain that there's actually two of them here in this thing. There's the second one right here. And so I sort of drew around where the petroglyph is. It's a little bit kind of hard to track it, I mean, to photograph it and get the real detail of the petroglyph. And it was interesting to me that between 1999 and 2016, the whole canyon underneath the bridges had eroded out maybe about 15 feet. And so where it was easy to view in 1999, this is a real challenge to climb up on the side of the rock wall to get a picture. In Lake Superior Provincial Park, there's this little petroglyph. it's a pictograph actually, where it depicts the natives in Lake Superior hunting the Mishipishu, which is this creature. It looks like a Allosaurus or something like that. And there was also some large snake-like creatures that lived in the lake, according to the legend that Native Americans talk about. It's actually what the Mississippi River was named after, was the Mishipishi. So we need to develop a geology theology. Speculations about the evidence found in the present regarding its past. The outcome of these speculations are dependent upon some assumptions and interpretation of that evidence. John Woodmoraphy did a nice little article in Creation Research Society quarterlies, several different articles where he published his maps of where the complete Paleozoic record was present or absent. And so we see that in a few places, there are places where you can see complete Paleozoic. There's complete Mesozoic present and absent. But complete geologic column, there's only a few places in the world that you can claim possibly that there's one in North Dakota near Theodore Roosevelt National Park that they claim it shows the complete geologic column, but it really doesn't show it at all. So from Precambrian up through the tertiary is missing. So we claim that the geologic column that we are taught in the public schools doesn't exist. We have missing type of periods, out of order strata, fossils in unexpected places, and evidence for catastrophe. Here's one. If you go to Glacier National Park and take the road that goes up to Alberta, Canada, there is a mountain called Chief Mountain. And this is a problem because the Chief Mountain is Precambrian, but the layers below it are Cretaceous. That's out of order what they really think about it. It's a rootless monolith of Precambrian rock separated by erosion from the rest of the mountains. And so the explanation the evolutionists give is that Chief Mountain moved there and from the west. And so this is called the Lewis Overthrust Fault. Now, if you actually dig out this fault, it's like a knife edge. It's like there's no breccia or slickensides or evidence of a fault gouge that could have shown that it actually did the movement. And so did it go uphill or downhill? The idea presented in this book, it says that it sort of slid down a slope. Well, the problem is that you have a 350-mile wide, 350 miles by 50 miles section of mountains that you're trying to move, and these trillions of tons of rock just don't tend to move anywhere unless there's really some kind of upheaval. And you'd expect to find a lot of messy layers of rock in between. And so this is the Chief Mountain sequence here. So the top layer is Precambrian, bottom layer is Cretaceous. How did it get here? It's a mystery to evolutionists, and their explanation is pretty tough. And you notice this section here it's thin in comparison with what kind of force would have forced it over 50 miles? It would have been kind of a interesting geologic event that would have done that. I want to show you also here, we visited Mendenhall Glacier in Juneau, Alaska in 2011. And the day that we visited was the day after a glacial outburst flood took place. It's called a Jökulhlaup. This is an Icelandic term for the glacial outburst flood. And this was the very first time that it happened at this particular glacier. You can see that underneath here, there's all this water pouring out from underneath the glacier. There is actually a lake that was built up behind the glacier called, and then there is a cliff here where the glacier went over a cliff into this lake, and then the lake water gradually built up, and then it tunneled under the rock and came out the bottom here. And so what happened was that the lake rose 6 feet, and we have all of this these icebergs created by this this lake. Now, earlier this year, I went back there, and you can see that the glacier has actually retreated quite a bit, and so it's a little bit different from what you expect. You have a lot of retreating of the glaciers. Now, the glaciers retreat, go back and forth. We know that the history of glaciers is that you have cycles, and we're actually emerging from a little ice age right now. And so, I'm not going to talk about climate change and global warming in this talk, but that has been addressed by other creationists. Now, this is one of my favorite spots in the world to talk about geology that doesn't match the evolutionary geology. The top rock, this is Turtle Head Mountain and Red Rock Canyon in Nevada. This is 25 miles west of Las Vegas, Nevada. All this colorful rock is out of order. The top layer is Cambrian, which is supposed to be the next to the oldest rock in the geologic sequence. But underneath it, the red rock is Jurassic, Triassic, and Permian. And so the rocks are not in the right order. I hiked up to a spot called the Keystone Thrust, and you can see the red rock. There's a contact here, red rock, where it's, and then the gray rock above it is the Cambrian. I also found in the sequence of the sandstone rocks that are in the Jurassic that there's a lot of interbedding of the rocks that are between the layers. And so you have yellow layer here, and then the red layer, and another yellow layer. And so why you have the different layers of rock, I believe that this is all laid down in one event rather than over millions of years. And here's another picture of the area, Turtlehead Mountain up in the back. There's a very large mountain in the back, 11,000 feet, Mount Charleston, which is way off in the distance. Part of that whole sequence where it's out of order. And then you have these Jurassic, Triassic, and Permian layers underneath. And so they talk about this as a thrust fault. It says the Paleozoic limestone is gray, the younger Aztec sandstone is red and tan. Can you see the places in the Red Rock Canyon where the older rock lies on top? Without the layer of hard limestone to protect them, the sandstone cliffs would have eroded away long ago. But they have to propose that it came from about 16 miles away. And then they say, they make up a story. 15 to 20 million years ago, geologic conditions in the southwest U.S. changed once again. Instead of colliding, the two plates now begin to bump alongside each other laterally. As they did, pressure holding up the mountains eased, and once continuous North American Andes were dissected into numerous smaller parallel ranges, that one geologist quipped, looked like an army of giant caterpillars marching north from Mexico. Called basin and range extension, this event exposed long buried rock layers and subjected to the rapid erosion into cliffs and peaks, creating the modern red rock landscape. And here you can see there's a spot here where you can see the different layers of rock. The red rocks being the younger rocks, and you have the gray rocks, which is up above this, the older. Here's the problem, and here's what you expect for the geologic column. You have the Cambrian layer, which is supposed to be down here, well, actually up on top. Then you have Jurassic, Triassic, and Permian. These other layers, which is supposed to represent all the different time periods of geologic history, were missing. Now, when you go to a Red Rock Canyon, you can take this scenic route, which sort of winds around here. And there's a spot where you can go up to this White Rock Canyon Trail, mountain road, and park here at the Keystone Thrust trailhead. Then you can take this little trail that goes up here and goes over here, and you can see go over the top of the mountain and then go come down, and you can see where the rocks change colors, and you can find and I found that there is about a foot of breccia between them. So maybe there was a little bit of movement, but I can't justify 60 miles overthrust. Now, the problem is that here's Red Rock Canyon west of Las Vegas, in the Valley of Fire State Park, which is to the north and east of Las Vegas, is the Valley of Fire State Park. And curiously enough, the rock sequence in Valley of Fire is the same as what you find in Red Rock Canyon. And here you see again the Keystone Thrust, where you have the layers showing up a little bit, you know, the older rock on top of the younger rock. Valley of Fire State Park, you have you come in from the U.S. Interstate 15. There's a nice little bumpy road that takes you into the state park, and you come up to this spot here where you can see the Muddy Mountains. These are the Cambrian rocks in the Valley of Fire State Park. But you can, as you go down the hill, you will see that the rocks change color, and you have the Jurassic, Triassic, Permian rocks underneath it. Now, you would have to argue that the same event produced both of these layers of rock, and it's kind of interesting. And in the red rock, you have a lot of different wonderful formations that you can see at the in the little trails that you can take in this rock. This is a wonderful spot to explore. And this little arch I call the Eye of the Eagle Arch. And I'd like to have you guess in your mind how high this arch is. And I sort of get a lot of different answers. Maybe it's 10 feet, maybe it's 50 feet, and it's actually 10 inches tall. This gives you a little bit better view of it. You know, I took this picture just recently, but it's the same arch, but it just shows you that if you don't have the proper perspective, you really can get some different results based upon what your point of view is. This is what you find at the visitor center at the state park, the Muddy Mountain Thrust. The mountains across the valley are evidence of major movement of the Earth's crust. During the Paleozoic era, an oceanic plate slid eastward beneath the western edge of North America along the coast of California. Resulting of compression in western North America caused thin slabs of gray Paleozoic rock to be shoved many miles eastward over the young red rocks. And it says here, the Muddy Mountains thrust fault shown here in cross section reveals the reaction of local geologic deposits, powerful pressure placed at the edge of the continent hundreds of miles to the west. Geologists now know this thrust is a continuation of the Keystone Thrust espoused in the Red Rock Canyon area west of Las Vegas. So they correlate these two different parks as being part of the same event. There's only a problem with that. Here's another picture of the Muddy Mountains, and then the red rocks of the Jurassic, Triassic, Permian. The only problem with this is that these are separated by about 75 miles. And so this is supposed to be actually come from about 60 miles from the west. And so you're talking about 150-mile overthrust where older rocks were pushed over on top of younger rocks, supposedly. And then there's a kind of a curious problem over here, just over here in the middle, there's a mountain called Frenchman Mountain. And Frenchman Mountain has a whole different geology than that. You have the entire geology of the Grand Canyon tipped on its side. So it exposes the Tapete sandstone, the Precambrian granite and schist down here at the bottom. So the Precambrian to the Triassic is all exposed here. So it looks like a major upheaval. Even east of this, the Frenchman Mountain is a volcano that was split in half. So I think that a biblical model based upon the Noah's flood, doing this rapidly with the movement of continents, and we have a couple of models like the catastrophic plate tectonics and the hydroplate model to explaining how the continents would have moved, and you would have had all kinds of upheaval that happened during the flood because the whole entire surface of the earth was split and had release of fountains of the deep. Now, many theories fit the biblical model. There's quite a number of it. We don't have all the answers. We can't go back in time and verify it. We can only guess based upon the evidence that we find in the present. We can't experiment on it. We can't interpret the past based upon present processes. So, but if we have historical records from those who were there to testify, which is the biblical record, it trumps forensic science. Here's a few models that are proposed: catastrophic plate tectonics, vertical tectonics, the hydroplate model, collapse tectonics, and another one proposed by John Woodmorphy, tectonic associated biological provinces. And there's some additional factors. What was the firmament? We had in the past, suppose there was a canopy around the earth that protected the life on the earth. I think there's still some merit to think about that, but it's not the source of the flood. Was there an asteroid or meteorite impact that caused it? We don't know. The post-flood ice age, That's something proposed by Michael Ord. It explains ice age formations. We have the mid-Atlantic ridge and cracks in the ocean floor, which you can see here. This is the Pacific Ocean. There's all these cracks that you see through the Pacific Ocean. And then here's the mid-Atlantic ridge, where we believe that that's where the continents moved from. And this pushed the continents to form the flood. Here's another example of outdoors strata. You go to the Great Smoky Mountains, and these pink areas are windows. They're sort of the opposite of the mountain that you find that's out of order. This is the surrounding mountains are older than the valley that's below it. And so, and then you have this shows you a little bit of the geology of Smoky Mountains. I find this curious. You look in on Google Earth over the state of Nebraska, you find all these ripple marks, huge ripple marks that form the Nebraska sandhills. And this shows a little bit about the bedrock geology in Michigan. And the geologist that works for ICR really has a good explanation for this. And I'll often say rocks are not clocks. Well, here's one. In Michigan, we have Aquioc Falls, and it's actually falls that go over the Petoskey Stone. Petoskey Stone is a rock that's found here in Michigan. And we have the pictured rocks in the Upper Peninsula. This is Cambrian rocks with the recent rocks on the top of it. You know, a whole bunch of strata missing. In my hometown of Grand Ledge, there's you can see all this cross bedding in the Grand Ledge sandstone. And this shows rapid burial of sand. Similar thing in the Checkerboard Mesa in Zion National Park. You can see that. So let me see. I may be running out of time here. We have Joggins Fossil Cliffs. This is 18,000 feet of layers of rock that you have piled up on top of each other, and you find polystrate fossils in these rocks. I went there in 2007 with Ian Juby. And you can see here, here's some fossil trees that extended up between the sandstone. Empire Mountains, you have Permian over on top of Cretaceous, yet the rock layer is sort of like it was set there, just formed there by water action. South Mountain in Phoenix, Arizona, you have Precambrian on top of Tertiary. And so I say that your geology determines your theology determines your geology. Genesis 7:20-21, the waters prevails exceedingly upon the earth, all the high hills that were under the whole heaven were covered. 15 cubits upward did the waters prevail, and the mountains were covered. Psalm 104, 5-9. Who laid the foundations of the earth that will not be removed forever? Thou coverest with the deep as a garment. The waters stood above the mountains. At thy rebuke they fled. At the voice of the thunder, they hastened away. They go up by the mountains, they go down by the valleys, unto the place where thou hast founded for them. Thou hast set a bound that they might not pass over, that may not turn again to cover the earth. Now, here are some of the people that I relied upon to retrieve some of this information. Don Patton, Michael Ord, John Baumgartner, Walt Brown, Ian Juby, David Overpearler, Carl Baugh, John Woodmorphy, David Vonderheide, and Guy Forsyth. These are all the creation scientists who I've interviewed and worked with over the past number of years. I also wanted to show you the website. It's called Debunked. And so I don't know if I've got time, but how are we doing on time? Are we ready for the next speaker pretty soon?
You got 3 minutes there, Doug.
Okay, well, that might be just good enough time to do a little debunked video. Okay.
How to take a freezing 43-degree room and turn it into a comfortable 73 degrees in under 5 minutes. This aerospace engineer just figured out how to heat homes for practically zero cost, and it's already
Let's get this going here.
We've unearthed millions of fossils around the world. So with all this evidence, so to speak, it's clear that the fossil record proves evolution, right? Well, actually, no. Didn't when Darwin was alive and hasn't since he's been gone. In fact, Chucky D himself knew this when he wrote the following. Geology assuredly does not reveal any such finely graduated organic chain. And this, perhaps, is the most obvious and gravest objection which can be urged against my theory. The explanation lies, as I believe, in the extreme imperfection of the geological record. Okay, but surely after all the time since Darwin, digging and discovering fossil after fossil, we have a more perfect geological record that supports evolution, right? Not even close, bud. Listen to how two renowned evolutionary biologists summarize the truth. Instead of finding the slow, smooth, and progressive changes, they saw in the fossil record rapid bursts of change, new species appearing seemingly out of nowhere and then remaining unchanged for millions of years, patterns hauntingly reminiscent of creation. The fossil record doesn't show gradual change, and every paleontologist has known that ever since Cuvier, or however you pronounce that. Okay, I could go on, but there's always going to be opposing views because on both sides of the debate, the same evidence is interpreted through different worldviews. You got to remember that, people. Facts don't say anything. People say things based on their interpretation of facts influenced by their worldview. But that's a whole other subject, and I don't want to get into it right now. Instead, hey, let's have a little fun and take a look at some popular secular articles and charts on the fossil record and see if we can learn to separate facts from interpretation of facts by asking a few simple questions. Question 1, did the artiste take any artistic license with what I'm looking at here? Check this out because this happens all the time. Look, isn't that sweet? So cute and fluffy. Okay, why do you think the artist made these creatures appear more human-like by throwing in an affectionate smile and depicting them hanging out like a human family going to a picnic or something? Why did he draw them walking upright? Why make the shapes and colors of their eyes more human than ape? Is any of it based on actual fossil evidence? Of course not. But if you want the story of evolution to appear more convincing, you just might fill in missing gaps with your presuppositional imagination. Just saying. Question 2, is the attention-grabbing headline or title supported by actual facts? For instance, take a look at this popular book called Why Evolution is True. We don't even have to go any further than the jacket on this one, because on it you got a dino evolving into a bird in 3 simple steps. There you go. But then on the inside, this is written, and I kid you not. The jacket depicts a chronological sequence of fossils showing the evolution of birds. We do not know whether the actual line of descent included, now wait for it, the first 3. Say what now? Doesn't that mean these 3 shouldn't be on the cover then? Which means all you got is a modern bird, right? No evolution, just a bird. Talk about worldview filling in gaps. On to question 3. What do the graphics on evolutionary charts indicate? I mean, they sure do look convincing. For instance, on this one from the dinosaur book, you got solid red columns and white columns showing gradual progression over time. But let's read the almost imperceptible 2-point font over here. It reads, tinted areas indicate solid fossil evidence, which means the white areas represent no solid fossil evidence, right? Okay, then take them away. Uh-oh, looks like patterns haunting and reminiscent of creation, I'd say, right from their own charts. And the same thing goes for the dotted lines on this one. Look at all of them. Just so we're clear, dotted lines indicate zero evidence. Remove them, and what do you get? No transitional forms or evidence of gradual progression. A bat is a bat, a kangaroo is a kangaroo, and a horse is a horse. Of course, unless, of course, the horse is Mr. Ed. Look, people, all I'm saying here is if you got facts, put them in there. If you don't, leave them out. Don't draw downright dubious, daft, dare I declare, dunderheaded dotted lines of deliberate deception, dogmatically and dastardly doodle to disguise definitive data. No, just admit what you actually see. Overwhelming evidence of living things according to their kinds suddenly appearing, which, as a reminder, is exactly what the Bible teaches. Now, I don't even have time to get into TV, movies, and documentaries. All I ask is that you use the same line of questioning when you watch them. And in summary, we agree with Mr. D. Geology assuredly does not reveal any such finely graduated organic chain. Not then, not now, not ever. And that means the whole idea that the fossil record proves evolution has been debunked. Adios.
Okay, that ends my presentation.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Doug. We hope to see you out at 7:30 EST for our Q&A panel discussion if possible.
Okay, well, hopefully we'll be able to do that. Today's my wife's birthday, and so we have a little dinner we're going to, and then we'll try to make it back. But
Awesome. That's lovely. Don't rush for us. You enjoy your time with your wife.
all right,
Awesome. Have a good day. Thanks again.
thank you.
All right. So at this time, I'd like to welcome Dr. Rob Stadler. Rob is the author of The Scientific Approach to Evolution, What They Didn't Teach You in Biology. He received a PhD in medical engineering from the Harvard MIT Division of Health Sciences and Technology. He has 20 peer-reviewed publications. As a scientist in the medical device industry over 20 years, he has obtained more than 160 US patents, has been elected fellow of the American Institute of Medical and Biomedical Engineers, and has contributed to medical devices that are implanted in millions of patients worldwide. So thank you for coming and welcome, Dr. Stadler.
I hope today to present something that's very captivating for everyone. The topic is evolution good science? But I have in mind a more broader application here of just being able to determine on your own what is science that you can trust and what is science that's rather poor quality. I'd like to start off by depicting this picture of surviving the information age. This is kind of a negative view of it, but we are in the information age now, and each of us is facing a daily deluge of information just coming at us from all sources. I'm sure you're all familiar with it as it comes through your phone mostly, but we all need to survive this information age and not drown in the information that is thrust upon us. And so each of us, as a survival instinct, is developing and tuning their own filter. And your filter tells you what evidence you trust and what you want to retain versus what information you don't trust and you throw it away. So surviving in this information age is all about what is your filter and how to build up the best filter. And that's part of what I'm going to talk about today, with focus on science and scientific evidence. What scientific evidence do we put our trust in? And what scientific evidence should we push aside or deprioritize? And today, of course, the focus is going to be on evolution. And when I speak of evolution, I'm talking about the grand version of evolution, whereby a single microscopic cell started things and evolved over the course of billions of years through the tree of life to give us all of life that we know today. And that is in rather sharp contrast to what the Bible describes. A clear, simple reading of the Bible shows us, as God says here in Genesis chapter 1, God said, "Let the land produce living creatures according to their kinds, the livestock, the creatures that move upon the ground, the wild animals, each according to its kind." And that word kind appears about 10 times there in Genesis 1. And it's clearly instead of a tree of life, it's showing us a forest of life. And we saw some of this in the little video that Doug just presented as well. So we have a different tree for each kind of life, and you're probably familiar with the dog or canine kind. And we've actually observed as humans how wolves can diversify over time to produce all the breeds of dogs that we know and love today. But they're all dogs and they're all part of the canine
Dr. Stadler,
tree.
I'm sorry to
Yes.
interrupt you for a second. Do you want to just check your mic? Because you're a little bit tinny and you're coming in and out a little bit.
Thank you for that.
Just make sure your connection is good there.
How was that? Is that better?
Oh, goodness, that sounds wonderful.
Wonderful. Well, I hope it stays that way. Please tell me if it's not. Sorry
No
about that.
problem.
Technical issues. Okay, so I don't know how much we lost, but evolution presents this single tree of life, whereas the Bible, with a clear reading of Genesis, presents a forest of life. And in that forest, each tree is a different kind of life, such as the canine kind that produces all the breeds of dogs that we have today. So as a scientist, I'll start with a really cursory view of this, that science is based on observation, and we go around observing things, and through that we learn about how natural laws work. If we look at this tree of life where humans are basically the only life form that's capable of making those kind of observations and passing along what they've learned about natural laws to the next generations, so we all become smarter and we know how nature works, how natural processes work. The problem is that humans in this tree of life have only been around for a small amount of time. And before that time, there was nothing capable of observing and learning and teaching the next generation. So we essentially have here no direct observations of things going on beyond or before that time. It's not to say that science has no role in trying to figure out what happened in the deep past, but you have to take it with a bit of a grain of salt. It has less confidence. It's a little more tenuous to speak of what happens in the deep past. But as you can see, if you compare what humans have actually observed and what we've seen with our own eyes, the tree of life for what we have observed looks a whole lot like the forest of life. In fact, it's the same thing. And that's direct observation. And that gives you a hint of how science is supportive of what the Bible says. But we're going to go a lot deeper in that direction now and dig deeper into what science says here. So according to science, which one of these is correct? We have two hypotheses, the tree of life, the forest of life. Simply said, which one does science support? And if you're a good scientist, what you do is you make your observations, you gather data, you gather the evidence, and you stack it up, and you weigh it out, and you go along with what hypothesis has the best evidential support. And of course, you have to be open-minded, because in the future, maybe evidence will change, and you have to be open-minded to change, according to following the evidence wherever it leads. That's how the process should go. So as I had mentioned in the beginning, we all have to develop these filters to know what evidence we can really trust and what evidence we can't put our confidence in. Now, most scientists will say that the evidence is just overwhelming in favor of the tree of life, grand evolution. So respected scientists, biology books, media will all say the evidence is overwhelmingly in support of evolution, and only a fool could disagree with that. This is my son's high school AP biology textbook. But there's two problems here. The first problem is that books like this, and much of what we see out in popular media, only talk about evidence that they think supports evolution. The opposing view, the other hypothesis, is not allowed to be mentioned. You can't even talk about it. They block it out. They don't mention it. So you get a one-sided kind of sales pitch argument. And that's what's in each of our high school biology textbooks. The second problem is a bit more subtle, and that's where my book focuses. And that is that in doing so, they're also prioritizing the weak evidence, or what I call lower confidence evidence. And they prioritize that over strong evidence or higher confidence evidence. And I look forward to explaining that over the next few slides, because I think this is a subtle thing that not many people appreciate. My own field of science is medicine, and I've practiced for 30 years as a scientist in the world of medicine. And medicine is so important to us because it is life and death. I would argue that medicine is the most important, valuable application of science because it determines life and death. And because of that, each of us take it pretty seriously. When we take a pill or when we undergo some kind of procedure, we kind of demand that there's good science behind it because our life is at stake, right? And that kind of pressure, that natural pressure, has led medicine, and I'm talking about all doctors, all areas of medicine, to establish levels of evidence, levels of confidence in evidence, where they've all agreed that some kinds of evidence are better than other kinds of evidence. You can use this to prioritize the evidence and to know how much support there is for that pill that you're taking, or a vaccine, or a procedure that you're undergoing. Now, we don't need to go into all the details here. It's not so important. Just to say that they all have agreed upon this stratification. And I really applaud that. And I wish all of science, all the different fields of science, would also have similar kind of stratification of how much confidence you can put in evidence. The highest level of evidence up here is the kind of thing that I'm held to as I produce a medical product, and the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, they come and they say, well, do you have this top level of evidence? And if so, and it's positive, then yes, your product can be available for use in the United States. Now, notice the lowest level of evidence shown here is the consensus of expert opinion. You might find that kind of shocking. So just because someone has a lot of letters behind their name and they're known as an expert does not mean that their opinion is the truth and should be treated as, God's word, so to speak. I find that very interesting. Now, I wish that all kinds of science, every form of science, could have scales like this. This scale does not apply to other kinds of science like chemistry, material science, astronomy, so forth. But any field of science can produce this kind of scale, and I believe they should. This one has been produced, as I said, because society kind of pressured medicine into doing that because it's life and death. So how is the average person supposed to determine what evidence they can trust and what evidence you really shouldn't trust? And this gets back to developing that filter, right? We all have these filters. And my hope here in the talk today is to help everyone as you receive that deluge of information tomorrow morning. And some of it is scientific evidence. They'll talk about some discovery, something on Mars, whatever it is, that you can use these criteria to determine how much do I trust what I'm hearing? How confident am I in this? And this is in my book, The Scientific Approach to Evolution. And there's 6 criteria that help you to determine if something gives you low confidence or something gives you very high confidence. And I'd like to say these criteria, you see how it's written, drawn here as a spectrum of different colors. It's not sort of black and white, but these criteria help you to know where roughly on the scale things are. You could be in the medium or high or low, so forth. So let's go through these 6 criteria. And I will say that whatever criticism I've received about this book, no one has actually criticized these criteria because I think they're universally accepted by all fields of science as determining that you have good, confident results. The first of the 6 criteria is that the results should be repeatable. This one seems pretty obvious, right? If I do an experiment and get a result, you might have a little bit of confidence. But if someone else repeats it and they get the exact same result, someone in Japan repeats it and they get the same result, now you can see confidence is building, building, building. And this is becoming something that you can trust. That one's pretty obvious, right? The second criteria to give you high confidence is something that is directly measurable. So with your own eyes, even with some piece of equipment that you're looking at, you can see the results and they're not so abstract, so to speak. Let me give you an example. When I was a kid, of course, sometimes you end up feeling kind of ill and you'd go to your mom and say, "Mom, I don't feel so well." And typically my mom would use a very indirect way to determine if I had a fever, right? She'd put her hand on my head and say, "You feel hot," or "You don't feel hot." And that's how she knew. That's very indirect. And of course, that gives you lower confidence in deciding if you actually have a fever or not. The more direct approach, of course, is to measure the body temperature with an accurate instrument. And you can trust this as being higher confidence. To give you another example of this, if let's say you're a scientist who is studying black holes in outer space, right? Black holes don't produce anything. You really can't measure anything from them. And you can't even bring them into the laboratory and kind of poke them and prod them and study them. And so studying black holes is inherently very indirect. So unfortunately, even the best of scientists doing the best of science on black holes, you're only going to get rather indirect results. And that unfortunately gives you lower confidence. It's just a fact. Not that I'm picking on astronomers, it's just a simple fact. So that's number 2 of the 6 criteria, directly measurable. Number 3, you get more confidence in science when you study things prospectively. Prospectively meaning that you plan ahead the experiment that you're going to conduct, and then you do that experiment and you learn from what you found. This is much more valuable. It gives much more confidence than a retrospective study where you're looking back into the past and trying to discern what happened. The strength of a prospective study is that in designing the experiment in advance, you can design the experiment to remove or block out any kind of confounding factors, things that get in the way and you lose control over the study because of them. So let me give you an example. Let's say I want to measure how fast an object falls, right? Just take a bowling ball and drop it and see how fast that object falls. Confounding factor could be the air in the room. Maybe it's a windy day. Just having air at all is going to interfere with the speed of the object falling. So to design a study prospectively, I would find a room where I can suck all the air out of the room, create a vacuum, and then conduct my study. And you see, I have blocked out then the confounding factors. So a prospective study gives you more confidence than something historical, something in the past. You know, what if I went on YouTube and watched videos of people dropping bowling balls and tried to determine how fast a bowling ball falls from that retrospective data? Well, of course, I would have lower confidence. That's number 3. Number 4 in the criteria is to avoid bias. We all have bias. We're all guilty of bias. Bias is kind of like the sunglasses, like glasses that you look through, where everything you perceive through those glasses, and that's your bias. And we need to get rid of bias. Bias is kind of the arch enemy of good, confident science. So when I write a clinical study protocol in my job as a scientist, I actually am required to have a section in there where I describe the active steps that I'm taking to get rid of bias, to block bias out of the experiment. And I think that's a really good practice that everyone should do, because we're all biased. And it's not good enough to say, I'm trying not to be biased. I think you have to take active steps in research to block out the bias. Number 5 in the list of 6 criteria is to avoid assumptions. Assumptions are kind of like shortcuts. We all like to make assumptions and to take shortcuts because it's good to save money and to save time in getting your result. And this is very tempting for scientists. So let me give you an example again. We go back to the experiment of dropping a bowling ball. Well, what if I told you that pulling all the air out of this room is going to cost $1 million and it's going to take 6 months? So the people who are interested in getting this scientific result would be very frustrated by that. And they'd say, look, can't we just assume that the air in the room really doesn't matter? And of course, scientists are always pressured to take these assumptions, and you can't avoid any kind of assumption. But if you do make an assumption, you have to openly state it, be candid about it, and then try to justify it by explaining why it doesn't really make a difference, or it only makes this 1% difference, as we already understand. You know, something like air in the room dropping a bowling ball, maybe that's a 1% error or less. So watch out for assumptions, because they will ruin the confidence in your science. And then we get to the last one, number 6, in the list of 6 criteria. And this is about making reasonable claims about your results. So this part actually happens when the science is done, when the experiment is done, or whatever you've learned. And this is how you summarize what you've learned. And you have to make reasonable claims. And for that, I use this example, which is a can of nuts. And you can buy this can of nuts in your grocery store today. The people who make these would love you to buy more nuts, right? That's how marketing works. And so trying to market this, they put these stamps on here. These are heart healthy, and the American Heart Association certifies that this is good for you, to try to get you to buy more nuts. Well, someone came in and said, well, you can't make these statements too strong. Maybe that was the Food and Drug Administration, but they ended up putting this little disclaimer right here. And it says, scientific evidence suggests, but does not prove, that eating nuts may reduce the risk of heart disease. So it's a bit of an awkward thing to put on your can of nuts. But let me tell you, I really applaud this, because this is appropriate. They're saying we have some suggested evidence, but it's not all that strong. And we're being very candid, very open in telling you the level of confidence that we have from our data. I totally applaud this. I think it's fantastic. And much of science, all of science, should do similar kinds of things. And let me show you why that's important by contrasting this. I'm going to contrast it with a quote taken out of my son's high school AP biology textbook. In here, it says, direct quote, for example, organisms as dissimilar as humans and bacteria share genes inherited from a very distant common ancestor. So hopefully you note, when I read a statement like this, I have little red flags going off in my head already, because my filter has been tuned to pick up a false confident statement like this. This statement, unlike the one over here, this statement has no hedging terms at all. It doesn't say we think, we suspect, or maybe, possibly, right? This statement is exuding false confidence. It's almost like someone slamming their fist on the desk saying, I am absolutely certain this is true. And that's what makes me very uncertain about what it's saying here. They're making unreasonable claims. And we'll dig more into this in the next couple of slides to get a feel for this. But I also want to ask a rather interesting question here is, why does our society more concerned with claims made about nuts than with claims made about evolution? You know, this one had to be posted this way with hedging terms so that you can't fake people into buying too many nuts. And this one is being taught to all of our children in every high school and being kind of forced upon them with no hedging terms whatsoever and a false sense of confidence here. Okay, so let's bring this together. We want to only keep high confidence data, or to prioritize high confidence results, and we want to de-emphasize low confidence results. And I gave you an example. Let's do a simple science experiment. We're trying to answer the question, how fast does an object fall? Well, science can answer this question, and if you do it right, you can just knock this one out of the park, right? This is a type of question that science can just absolutely nail it, right? Because you can do this in a repeatable fashion, directly observable results, prospective study. You can avoid bias, avoid assumptions, and make reasonable claims about what you have found, and you have yourself a super high confidence result. And so it's over here on this side of the spectrum. Remember, this is a spectrum, not just black and white. And then we look at the statement that I just posted from my son's AP biology textbook. For example, organisms as dissimilar as humans and bacteria share genes inherited from a very distant common ancestor. That statement is speaking to this question. Science always starts with a question. You ask a question, you try to answer it. The question here is, do humans and bacteria share genes from a common ancestor? That's a very fine question. It's a question we'd like to answer, and we'd like science to answer that question. So the question I have for you is, can you answer this question in ways that are repeatable? Meaning, can you go into a laboratory and again, you can take a bacteria in the laboratory and wait for a little while and out comes a human being? That would be a repeatable experiment. Well, of course, you can't. It's never been repeated. You can't repeat it. It's the opposite of repeatable. So it's over here in the low confidence category. How about directly observable? Has anyone directly observed a bacteria becoming a human being? Nope. No one's ever witnessed that event. Can you study it prospectively? Can you design an experiment up front and then conduct your experiment? Not close. Can't even do that. This is extremely retrospective, trying to relate the genes of a human to the genes of bacteria. What about bias? Do you think there's any bias involved in trying to answer this question? Do people come in with something at stake, something they're really passionate about? And that's actually true on both sides of the equation here. I'm not just picking on one worldview, but there's clear opportunities for bias here, just huge amount of bias. In fact, you could say that the bias is overpowering what the evidence is actually speaking to us about. How about avoiding assumptions? Are there any assumptions built into this? Well, if you look at this statement here, I would argue that the entire statement is an assumption, right? In other words, assuming that evolution through common descent has occurred, then humans and bacteria share genes from their common ancestor. So basically, it's a circular argument. So you assume common ancestry, and then the results support common ancestry. So the entire thing is an assumption, making it very low confidence. And then finally, number 6, do they make reasonable claims? I would say this claim here is dramatically overstated with no hedging terms, no honesty in portraying the amount of confidence we have about it. So this statement belongs way down here in the very low confidence bin, which makes you wonder why our children are being taught this in high school. So hopefully everyone who's listening can now put this into practice tomorrow morning when you hear the news, some kind of science news comes up. Use these terms, use these 6 criteria to determine how much you can trust what you're hearing. And that will be your filter in this age of information. Okay, so we've gone through those 6 criteria, and I don't want to lose our place here. Our goal here is we've got these 2 hypotheses, the tree of life and the forest of life. We got to ask which one is correct according to science, right? And we're going to gather evidence, we're going to pile up the evidence, and that's going to tell us which one we can trust, okay? And we're going to use those 6 criteria to weigh the evidence, giving preference to higher confidence evidence and kind of pushing aside, deprioritizing the lower confidence evidence, okay? So what evidence do we actually have for this tree of life? What's the best evidence we got to support common ancestry of all life coming from a single cell? Well, it turns out when you look at any biology textbook and most arguments made about this tree of life, including Darwin himself, they bucket the evidence into 4 categories. And those 4 categories probably are familiar to you. The fossil record, they claim, is strong evidence for this tree of life. Geographic distribution, which is biogeography. It's basically saying, like, why don't we have penguins here in Minnesota, right? And that they're saying is supporting this tree of life? What about vestigial organs like your appendix, the way the eyeball, the retina is formed, and so forth? And number 4 is comparison of different life forms. And that can be anatomically, like my arm has 1 long bone, and then it has 2 smaller bones, and then 5 fingers. And it turns out that lizards and dogs and bats have that same kind of morphology of their limb. And this can also apply to genes. In other words, I have some genes that are very similar to genes you find in bacteria. So this comparison of life forms is one of the 4 buckets of evidence to support this tree of life. And I'd like to bring up, phone a friend here. This is Richard Dawkins, who I have a 1-minute video where he's going to tell you his summary of this. Okay, and I certainly hope the sound works for you all here. Please tell me if the sound doesn't work.
Out of all the evidence used to support the theory of evolution, what would you say is the strongest, most irrefutable single piece of evidence in support of the theory?
There's an enormous amount of evidence from all sorts of places, and it's hard to pick one strand which is more important than any other. There's fossils, there's the evidence from geographical distribution, there's the evidence from vestigial organs. I think, to me, perhaps the most compelling evidence is comparative evidence from modern animals, particularly biochemical comparative evidence, genetic, molecular evidence.
Okay, so you just heard that from Richard Dawkins. He actually pulled out these 4 buckets of evidence that are strongly supporting this tree of life, the macroevolution. And you also heard him say that his most compelling evidence, what's the best evidence you got? Well, the most compelling evidence is comparison of life forms, particularly genetic comparison of life forms. That's the best that he's got. Well, I ask you to step back a few minutes in my presentation here then. Remember this statement coming out of my son's biology textbook. This statement is about comparison of life forms. It's comparing genes from humans and genes from bacteria and saying, well, look, they're similar. And Richard, and we concluded when we looked at this statement 2 slides back, we concluded that this was an extremely low confidence conclusion. It was kind of off the scale almost in how low the confidence was. And yet Richard Dawkins says, that's the best I got. That's the best data I got to support this tree of life idea. So I hope that resonates with you. I hope that hits home. These 6 criteria for high confidence science are failed. Each one of the 6 criteria are failed by statements like this and by use of comparison of life forms to support macroevolution. So all of this, in fact, everything in my son's high school biology textbook is low confidence evidence. And that's why I decided to write my book, because in my field in medicine, and I'm held to a certain level of evidence when I go to the FDA, and I looked at my son's biology textbook and I said, this doesn't meet any of the criteria that I'm held to as a scientist in medical research. And that's why I wrote the book. So we're left with a question then, is there any high confidence evidence for evolution? Is there anything out there? Well, it'll surprise you to hear me say, yes, there is. And let's go through that. So here's an experiment run by Professor Richard Lenski. He has run this for over 30 years, and he has gone through 80,000 generations of the bacteria E. coli in his laboratory. And I'm telling you, this can meet all 6 of the criteria for high confidence science, right? He has done this prospectively. He's done it repeatably. They actually freeze samples of the bacteria and they can bring them back to life and then see if it evolved in a similar way again and again and again. He directly observes the results through genetic screening to see what the genes have changed into. The topics of bias, you'll have to consider that for yourself. Certainly, Richard Lenski has bias. We all have bias, and we have to try to push that aside. And then the assumptions and the way the data is presented, again, that depends on how you do your science. But I can tell you that this can be done with complete high confidence. So what's interesting in what he found here, just summarizing the results, after 33,000 generations of bacteria, so he went through 10 trillion organisms in his lab, the E. coli bacteria suddenly developed the ability to eat a molecule in the bath that they were in that they weren't able to eat previously. So they had a new source of food. And of course, they were very productive after that. They could double in size faster and produce many more bacteria. And those ones overtook the population. And they call that exciting evolution. Our friend Richard Dawkins, this is it from the book, The Greatest Show on Earth. Richard Dawkins, The Greatest Show on Earth. He wrote about this experiment, and he concluded it was a beautiful demonstration of evolution in action, new information entering genomes and combinations of new genes. Well, unfortunately, he made this conclusion, and his book came out before Richard Lenski's lab actually published the genetic changes that had occurred. See, Richard Lenski, in this high confidence study, he can actually look at the genome, the sequence of nucleotides in the genome, and see what exactly has changed. And he reported that here. These are two papers where he reported that in. And these came out after Richard Dawkins made this strong conclusion of his hopeful interpretation of the results. And it turns out, actually, when you look at the genome, what changed is simply one gene, which existed already in the bacteria, was duplicated. So an existing gene was duplicated. That's no new information in my book. And then a second gene lost control over its ability it lost control over its regulation. So there's actually a loss of information there. The ability to regulate a gene takes information, and it lost the ability to regulate its production. And those two changes, two mutations, if you will, gave the bacteria the ability to eat citrate. And so I think Richard Dawkins' interpretation was quite misled. It was a hopeful thinking on his part. In fact, not much actually changed. And that's in 80,000 generations, and that is high confidence. Another example, this is the second example of high confidence evidence applied to evolution. And I love this paper. Here's the reference. These guys, they took, well, let me go back. All of life needs this amino acid called tryptophan. We all need it to survive. E. coli and other kind of organisms are able to manufacture their own tryptophan, which is kind of a nice trick because humans can't do that. But E. coli produce this enzyme, tryptophan synthase. It's 4 proteins. And from that, they're able to manufacture their own tryptophan. So these researchers had a pretty smart idea. They said, hey, let's intentionally put some errors into the enzyme and just see if evolution can figure out the solution to get back to functional tryptophan synthase. It's kind of a cool design, I think. So all they did was they changed one letter in the DNA in the genes that make this tryptophan synthase. So one nucleotide changed, which means one amino acid had changed here. And that made this enzyme less functional. It wasn't completely useless, but it was less functional. And then they took that, put it back into living bacteria, and put them into a solution that had a limited amount of tryptophan. So there's a selective pressure here to please get back to being able to produce tryptophan if you want to thrive. And guess what happened? Well, after about 100 million E. coli were grown in this laboratory situation, that single point mutation was repaired. So a random mutation, you might say, had repaired that nucleotide of DNA to what it should have been and came back to being able to produce good quality tryptophan. And the E. coli with this repaired gene just rapidly reproduced and took over the population because they had a nice survival benefit. So that, you could say, is evolution in action with the ability to repair one bad nucleotide. Well, they said, let's try it again. And this time they changed a different single letter. And that one was pretty important because the enzyme now had no function at all. And they said, okay, now let's try the experiment with this mutation and see if evolution can fix that problem. And the result is it's very similar. After about 100 million E. coli were grown, that single mutation was fixed. You could say it was fixed by microevolution. And E. coli with the repair gene was able to take over the population because it could now make its own tryptophan. Pretty cool. So this defines some things that evolution is capable of doing. Now it gets more interesting because they took those two different mutations and put them together into another experiment, a third experiment. So this now has two mutations and the enzyme has no function. And in this case, they went through 9,300 generations of E. coli grown in the same solution that has limited tryptophan. And so this is about 1 trillion organisms that were produced in this process. And what happened? What came out of it? Well, the function of tryptophan synthase was never restored. In fact, they looked at the DNA and found that the organisms either completely jettisoned the genes for producing tryptophan synthase, or they just suppressed them. Meaning basically it was a waste of energy for the bacteria to try to produce this because it takes tryptophan to produce tryptophan synthase. In other words, trying to explain this clearly here, they had a mutant bacteria with these two mutations, and it had basically two different pathways. It could have taken the easy route, just conserving energy, don't make tryptophan synthase, take life easy, and you'll be okay. Or it could have taken the more impressive route of evolving toward a better future by fixing the gene. And what they found in their experiment was that this mutated bug basically just sat on the couch and decided not to try. Evolution could not fix the problem. Evolution could not have advanced the creature back to its normal self, which leads to a really important summary question here. It was clear in this experiment, which is high confidence science, that evolution failed to repair an enzyme that was already 99.9% perfect. Only 0.1% was mutated. And I say that because it's about 2,000 letters of DNA to code for tryptophan synthase. And only 2 letters out of the 2,000 were incorrect. So 99.9% complete. And it couldn't fix the problem. So how could evolution ever have come up with this enzyme in the first place if even starting with 99.9% of the enzyme, evolution couldn't fix it? It couldn't get it to the finish line. Fascinating. And that's high confidence evidence. Okay, just a few more quickies here to show you that I'm not just cherry picking a few pieces of evidence. More high confidence evidence for evolution. Researchers have been mutating mice for like 95 years, changing everything, mutating everything in the mouse. And the result of the experiment is always that you get a mouse or you get a dead mouse. But somehow mice always stubbornly want to remain as mice. And the same is true for tons of experiments on fruit flies, zebrafish, domestic animals. We've been experimenting with dogs, with cows forever and ever, and we end up with dogs or cows, or maybe a dead dog or a dead cow, but you don't see anything that gets beyond the tree in the forest of that kind of life, as God describes it. And then I bring this one up because it's very recent. This is just a few months old. But they did 10 years of study on this little microcrustacean called Daphnia pulex. And they concluded with 10 years of studying it that natural selection and basically evidence out in the wild had an average effect close to 0, meaning that it's just nothing's changing here. Nothing much is going on. So when you summarize high confidence evidence and you prioritize high confidence evidence in these experiments here, we find out that evolution, it can do a few very, very minor things, but it overall gives you the picture that it's very weak, very constrained in what evolution can accomplish. So these experiments, just to summarize here, we take an organism and we subject it to some selective pressure where it either changes or it dies. That's kind of what evolution is about. You have to have selective pressure, and if it mutates and can survive, that's evolution, that's progress, right? And you keep doing that. Now with this high confidence version, you can now pull the genes out of what evolved versus what you started with, and you can compare the DNA and say, look at what I found here, look what changed. And that's what Richard Lenski did, and the experiment on the tryptophan. And so this has taught us then what evolution actually is capable of doing, and where there's sort of a wall there, a boundary that evolution can't surpass. And since we've learned that now, let's apply it. Let's apply this to one of the biggest questions of evolution, which is the question of, can the ancestor, do we have a common ancestor with apes, and can humans evolve from apes over time? And, you know, this is stated to be something like 6 million years. But of course, you know, humans and chimps don't reproduce all that quickly. So the number of generations that could happen between here and here is not that many more than what Richard Lenski has studied of bacteria, because bacteria can make 7 generations in one day. And so he's almost studied as many generations as this hypothetical process can be. And we know that his work shows what kind of limited genetic changes are possible in that many generations. So what's really different between humans and chimps? How are we so different? Well, part of the answer to that, the most important part of the answer, lies in what we call the orphan genes. The orphan genes, with this really bad joke down here. Orphan genes are genes that one type of life has, and other species have nothing similar to that. And I find this quote from New Scientist very interesting. So when biologists began sequencing genomes, they discovered that up to 1/3 of the genes in each species, in each type of life, seem to have no parents or family of any kind. In other words, you can't find any other species of life that has that gene or anything similar. So where do these genes come from? With no obvious ancestry, it was as if these genes had appeared from nowhere, but that couldn't be true. Why does she say that couldn't be true? That's because of the assumption that she already has of evolution and common ancestry. So everyone assumed that as we learned more, we would discover what happened to their families, what happened to these genes over time. But we haven't, quite the opposite, in fact. So in fact, between humans and chimps are a large number of orphan genes. This study suggests 1,418, or 6% of all of our genes, do not have anything similar in the chimp genome. And that's what makes us uniquely human. And in fact, I find this rather interesting. Jerry Coyne, in the book, Why Evolution is True, in this book, he's trying to convince everybody that evolution is true. He's presenting the best case he has that evolution is true. And it shocked me that he actually totally agreed with this statement. More than 6% of genes found in humans simply aren't found in any form in chimpanzees. So he agrees with this. He knows it's a problem. He knows that humans are set apart from chimpanzees and other life forms because we have some, not all, but some very different genes. So 1,400 genes is millions of base pairs of DNA. Millions of base pairs of DNA that are different. So given the study that Lenski did and others have done, seeing how much change can you force through evolution, which would be 1, maybe 2 little mutations, some point mutations. How do we apply it to this? Well, science makes it pretty clear that the difference in genome between us and our common ancestor with chimps is quite large, quite dramatically different compared to what we know that through high confidence evidence, what we know evolution is able to accomplish. Okay, so when we get back to our main goal here we have two hypotheses. Is there a tree of life with a single common ancestor, or is there a forest of life with one tree for each kind of life? The high confidence evidence is very much in favor of the forest of life. And only by trying to squeeze out something like Richard Dawkins is doing and wrongly prioritizing low confidence evidence, can you find any support at all for this tree of life? And I think in a way this shouldn't surprise us because God has warned us about this long in advance. We're in Romans chapter 1. For since the creation of the world, God's invisible qualities, his eternal power and his divine nature have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made. In other words, just with your own eyes, you can tell that there's a forest of life and not a tree, a single tree of life. So men are without excuse because you can see it with your own eyes. For although they knew God, they neither glorified him as God nor gave thanks to him, but their thinking became futile and their foolish hearts were darkened. So I'm just going to end with letting you know that these two books are available out on Amazon. I also have a series of YouTube videos that go through this second book. Now, Jim Tour later today is going to be speaking about abiogenesis, or the origin of the very first life. And that's what this book also touches upon. And this series of videos, which are much more entertaining and enjoyable to watch. And I'm happy to take any questions. I think we just have a few minutes left, but thanks for your attention.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation, Dr. Stadler. We just have a couple questions from the live stream audience. One had said that you had partially answered his question on bias, but I'll read his two related questions there. What role do you think bias has in not applying the criteria? And what other factors play a role? Peer pressure, blindly believing authority, previous training and theories contradicting the evidence, etc.
I'll try the first one. I'm going to have to repeat the second part, but I think I heard what role does bias play in not applying the criteria? I think that's very interesting. Yeah. I think that if people already have their worldview and they've already decided what they want to believe, that of course is a huge form of bias. They're not open to what the evidence is actually there to say. And that could lead people, in fact, to dismissing, disregarding these 6 criteria, kind of wishing them away in order to make the conclusion they want to make. That's the way I would answer it. And the second part again?
The second part was what other factors play a role? Peer pressure, blindly believing authority, previous training and theories contradicting the evidence, etc.
Yeah, that kind of speaks to the worldview. And everybody has bias, everybody has their worldview. I would say something I'll bring up that's particularly concerning to me is, it comes from philosophy. There's a term called methodological naturalism. It's a very fancy term, but it basically just means that when you practice science, you assume natural causes, right? You push the supernatural out of the picture, and you assume there's a natural explanation, and then you practice science to explain naturally what happened. I wouldn't say methodological naturalism is evil or completely misled, because in my work as a scientist, when I'm trying to cure heart failure through science, I'm looking for natural explanations for the heart failure and finding natural or scientific cure for the heart failure. So we all use methodological naturalism. But if you use that as an excuse to completely block out the possibility of God, that's an abuse, I would say, of the methodological naturalism. And some scientists use that as an excuse to, in answer to the question you just posed, is to block God out up front and be constrained to only consider natural causes and nothing else is allowed. And that in turn is the most serious form of bias. You know, you have hypothesis number one, hypothesis number two, but I'm going to block number two completely out, a priori, not allowed to be discussed. I would say there is no greater bias than that. And you get bad science.
All right, awesome. So our last question from the live stream audience is from George. He asked, is the repair of DNA a result of random mutation or of a previously existing repair system?
Yeah, that's a great question. Really, really good question. And I will admit that, you know, as I presented that, I kind of gave the assumption that it is a random mistake that happened to luckily fix the DNA, right? It could be also a somewhat directed, you know, or predefined repair mechanism. I totally agree with you. A lot of life's repair mechanisms, in fact, we made, you see the Origin of Life series of long story short here. There's one we made on repair mechanisms, and I would encourage everybody to watch that. It's quite fascinating how life repairs DNA. But often, you know, we all know that nucleotides can be changed in DNA and they can be permanently kept that way, which means that the change has evaded the repair mechanisms that are built into the system, or that the system intentionally made that change on its own because it wanted to make that change, right? But in talking about DNA repair mechanisms, meaning either during the copying, during the replication of DNA, there's a typo and there's a proofreading process that repairs that error, or even that damage to DNA happens later, like through radiation or a chemical attack or something that damages the DNA. And yes, the body, all of life, every single type of life has ways of repairing that. So long story short, to answer your question, I can't prove that it was truly a random mutation that fixed the original problem. But whether it's random or caused by life itself, I think the results stand that you can't fix, evolution isn't able to fix things that are beyond a few mutations going on at the same time.
Awesome. Well, thank you again, Dr. Stadler, for your presentation. It was an honor. And yeah, God bless you. Thank you for coming. And we hope if you're available at 7:30 EST tonight, if you could make the open discussion panel, but no pressure.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Awesome. I'm going to pass this over now to my co-host, Kurt Rushlow, to introduce the next speaker.
Well, I did have one more. I wanted to get your insight on something, Dr. Stadler. When you were talking about the nut analogy, I was thinking, well, what if it was a nut company who was paying the research scientists? Then might that affect the outcome of the results that they get?
For sure. Yeah, they might be able to come up with some very impressive results that if you eat those nuts, you'll never die. Right. And unfortunately, that kind of stuff does happen. And we all try to keep science straight and avoid that kind of corruption of it. But it can happen for sure.
Yeah, just for the audience awareness, I think, to just also consider that, considering all factors and everything, but just to keep things like that in mind. That was an awesome presentation. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thanks. I do want to say that, you know, I am a practicing scientist, and that's my career, that's my life. So in no way am I trying to knock science down or you know, discredit the concept of science. But we're all kind of fallible humans. We all have biases and people make mistakes. And so sometimes you will hear scientific evidence that's just not right. And we try to correct that. We're trying to do the right thing, but it's not perfect.
Amen. All right. Well, now we have our next presenter coming up, and just do a brief introduction here. So We have Fred Williams. Fred has a bachelor's in electrical engineering from Missouri S&T. He's a senior firmware engineer for Micron Technology. He also he was the firmware manager and lead engineer for Trimble's telematics division that developed Caterpillar's first high-precision GPS device for heavy highway vehicles. He's also the host of the radio and YouTube show Real Science Radio. And so, Fred, how are you doing?
Great, Kurt. How you doing?
This has been great.
Are you able to see my first slide?
Yeah, we could see it. And your
Okay.
sound check, you sound good.
Okay, great.
Go.
All right. Okay, so I'm speaking on the quantum imprint, information theory, and the fall of neo-Darwinism. Okay, so quickly, as you mentioned, I'm the co-host of Real Science Radio. We've been on the air, I don't know, over 16 years. We're on AM 670 in Denver every Friday at 3 p.m. And we've got you can go to rstar.org and listen to the audio, or also go to our YouTube channel at youtube.com /Real Science Radio. Okay, so when you search Google for what the universe is made of, this is what you're gonna get. It's made of matter and energy, and that's it. And then they break things down into a whole bunch of dark energy, which they use to explain the acceleration of the universe, and of course, dark matter for the standard cosmological model to explain the effects of gravity. So a famous physicist, John Wheeler, he coined the term black hole. He described his career and the universe in 3 phases of his career. First, he said everything is particles, then everything is fields. In the latter part of his career, he taught that everything is information. And it's his motto that he applied to, that he connected between quantum mechanics and information theory. Okay, Norbert Weiner, professor of mathematics, he said information is information, not matter or energy. And so we're going to be talking about what information is in this talk. It's a deep topic, and I'm really working to, keep this as simplified as possible. So let's consider a robot. It's, of course, made of matter, parts, etc. It's got an energy source. I'm sure it's got a battery, capacitors, and whatnot, but it doesn't run without software. And so there's this important component, which is information, that Dr. Wheeler, the late Dr. Wheeler, was speaking of. So, the question arises, how much does information weigh? And interestingly, there was a paper that came out in 2019 that was reported heavily on around, March, April timeframe in 2022. And this particular physicist says, yeah, I think we can measure information and it weighs something. In fact, a quote from his article is, he said, according to calculations made a few years ago by physicist Melvin Vobson, and this is a secular report on what he'd written about, this literal mass of visual imagery, along with 500 million tweets, countless texts, billions of WhatsApp messages, and every other bit and byte of information we've created, could be making our planet a touch heavier. In fact, in 350 years, some experts predict the weight of our digital bits could outweigh all the atoms on Earth. Okay, so I'm going to explain why that's baloney. And in order to do that, we have to talk about what information is. And so it leads to a couple of questions. Is information physical? So Vobson, along with pretty much most secular physicists, they operate under the assumption that information is physical, and it's largely believed because, that energy is required to erase information. This perspective, again, is rooted in materialist worldview. I don't intend to deeply dive into information as physical. Of course, I don't believe it is, but you can get into a really separate rabbit hole talking about dualism and a whole bunch of things like that. And then Vobson says that, well, this information then has mass, and I'll show you what the flaws of his argument are, and then we're going to talk about what information is. Okay, so in my current line of work, I've been heavily involved in NAND operation for the last 11 years, probably 8 years of that 11 years, I was heavily involved in this. And so what Vobson's referring to, and we're going to talk about Leonard's principle, is, how NAND stores data. And he's assuming that, he's looking at this as information. And basically, NAND flash, it stores data in memory cells using a floating gate transistors. There's later tech called charge trap flash. Of course, I'm not going to get into that, but essentially, zero, everything's bits, a 0 or a 1, a yes or no question. And so electrons, when they're in the charged state or 0, that's when it's programmed with some data. Or if you want to erase it, it's written with a 1. So erase state is always in a 1. So in NAND storage, erasing a bit means removing trapped electrons from the floating gate to reset it to a 1. And it's done by this process of Fowler-Norton tunneling, which applies a high voltage. So there's voltage involved, current involved. And so with thermodynamics, there's heat that's generated. And so Rolf Landier, he proposed that erasing 1 bit of information requires a minimum amount of storage, of energy. And he came up with this equation, pretty much similar to Boltzmann's energy. And, we don't need to get into the details here, but this is how he measured a minimum amount of energy. And this is pretty well established by evidence as far as when you look at, memory devices and NAND. But I would ask the question, if suddenly this conference ended or somebody hacked it and they went in and erased my PowerPoint presentation, did you really remove and destroy the information? Well, you may have on that medium, but you didn't destroy it, out of my brain and where I thought about it. So that's where you can get into the whole dualism debate and the mental aspect and the abstract part of information. So I'm not going to, again, go down that rabbit hole. So I want to show you what Bobson, how he arrived at his conclusion. So he looked at Landier's principle, which primarily deals with storing bits in memory. And he took Einstein's mass energy equivalence and he merged those two together. And at the bottom in number 3 on the slide, you can see that he substituted Landauer's energy into Einstein's equation. So then he says, oh, see, we have mass. Mass is part of information. And now there's a sleight of hand with this. And interestingly, a lot of these points I'm showing you here are not just creation scientists. There's a lot of physicists that dispute his claim that information has mass. Now, most of them would agree that it's physical, but a lot of them don't agree, even on the secular side, that it actually weighs something. So his principle speaks to the energy needed to process or erase information, not the intrinsic mass of the information stored. By applying E equals mc squared directly to the erasure energy, Bobson implies that the stored information carries mass, even though Landier's principle doesn't actually claim this. Whoops. So it's like saying if moving a book requires energy, then the information in the book must have mass. So that confuses the energy involved in an action with the inherent properties of the object. And something that's real important that this talk is going to dive into deeper is he confuses Shannon uncertainty, randomness with information. And we'll see that most people can make this confusion. They're mistaken on what Shannon information is. So Bobson even goes further and says, because he thinks that information weighs something, he says it's a solution to dark matter. He's basically saying that the dark matter is information. And again, he's coming from a materialist worldview, even though he is a Christian, by the way, but he comes from a materialist worldview. That's what he's taught under. And so he's trying to make this claim that dark matter is really just information. And again, I'm going to get out the baloney detector, and we're going to go through why these claims are wrong. And I hope in the meantime, you can also learn a little bit about what information actually is. So what is information? I'm going to say the top row, that conveys information. The bottom row does not convey information. Well, how do I know that? How can we establish that? Well, what is information? If you look at Webster's definition, it's the communication or reception of knowledge or intelligence. And Wikipedia describes it as information is the resolution of uncertainty. And I think both of those are good definitions. I want to give a quick history of what information theory is. So Claude Shannon, he wrote a paper, an engineering paper, and a lot of people, grabbed onto that and they made it information theory. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that. William Dembski came up with complex specified information. I think it's a good concept of describing it, and we'll get into more a little bit, just a tad on that. I'm going to share with you as an engineer what I view as the right approach or the best approach, not necessarily the only one. Werner Gitt proposed universal information, and we'll just briefly talk about that. And then Royal Truman, great friend of Real Science Radio, he has coded information systems. It's, I believe, it's a very robust approach, but it's one that I don't think will necessarily take hold, especially in the secular community. And so there's nothing wrong with these, but I just kind of want to give an overview of how people describe information. Dembski, he says that we need to show that it is improbably, i.e. complex, and suitably patterned. So as an example, if you look at Scrabble, you may see these words that you kind of pull out right away in your mind. Now that's specified, but it's not complex. The next slide shows that, hey, there's something more than just specified information. The one on the right, that's both specified and complex. And I'm not sure how well you can see it on your screens, but the 4 tiles LOVE were lined up in order. And so that conveys actual information, complex specified information. Another example would be a deck of cards. If you shuffle them randomly and you showed somebody your hand on the left, that's not information. It's just random. But on the right, that's obviously complex and specified information. So he built a pyramid of information. He claimed that statistics is at the bottom level, Shannon, and then there's syntax, semantics, pragmatics, and apobetics. This is all fine overall, but I disagree with him where he misunderstands on the statistics level. He equates uncertainty essentially to information, and that's not a correct approach. We're going to talk about that. I don't disagree with his overall approach, though, and his claim in some of his postulates. For example, this one here, universal information can only be produced by an intelligent sender. That's completely true. There's no examples against that. So, and Royal Truman, by the way, agrees with me that he wrote an article too that Gitt dismisses too much of this level of Shannon information. So I will say now, as an engineer, I believe when Shannon information is understood properly, it really encompasses most of Gitt's pyramid that you just saw on the previous slide. Also, note that evolutionists, they talk in terms of Shannon information. So when I discuss information with evolutionists, I like to speak on their same terms, and I think we can effectively do so with Shannon information. And so what is Shannon information? Again, he originally wrote a paper to deal with efficiency of a message, through a channel. And it was a great paper. It's very worthwhile. I was able to apply some of his principles in different projects I've worked on through the years. And so this is a schematic diagram of what he's talking about. And basically you've got an information source, a sender, and then something that encodes the information, a channel. And a channel, I mean, that could be whatever, how this Zoom is reaching you now. It could be a telegraph wire. It could be a book, a CD, a TV screen, a pipe you bang on. I mean, any kind of things could be the channel. Something decodes it, then you have a receiver. This is the basic overall view. And so what Shannon did, he wanted to measure the uncertainty or the entropy of the data that goes through this process. And so I'm just going to real quickly try to explain this. So imagine you've got 3 different buckets and you observe them putting 4 red balls in the bucket on the left, and in the middle one, 3 red balls and a green ball, and then finally, an even number of balls in the final bucket. So with great confidence, if you go to the bucket on the left and you grab out, you're going to have a red ball. You have high knowledge and you have low entropy. In the second bucket, you're pretty confident you're going to pull out a red ball, but you realize you might not. So you've got medium knowledge. And then finally, the last bucket, you have no idea what you're going to pull out, and you have low knowledge and high entropy. So randomness equates to entropy. Okay. So I just wanted to go through some simple math to illustrate, the basics of Shannon information. So basically, if you take his equation, first, in computers, we talk in binary systems, 0, 1, or yes or no. And so we use log base 2, and Shannon does, because it's the convenient way to determine the number of bits to describe or specify all possible outcomes. So if you have 2 possible outcomes of A or B, then when you use the log base 2, you put in the number of possible outcomes and you need 1 bit to describe it. And with 4 possible outcomes, you need 2 bits. And then finally 8, you need 3 bits, so on and on. And so what he does is he sums the probabilities of these events to come up with what he calls the H, or the uncertainty. And we're going to talk about H because it's important to make a distinction between H and what information actually is. So in this particular example, if you run it through his equation, then the entropy is 1.75. That's the H, the uncertainty. Okay, this slide just shows you can also do this another way, is like what's the average number of questions you would have to ask if, say, somebody starts pulling out a ball. You ask, hey, was it A? Yes. Okay, well, hey, you've got your answer. If it's not, then it could be B, C, or D. And there's a series of questions. What's the average number of questions to find out which bucket or ball was drawn from the bucket? It's the second bucket. So it's just a different way of trying to explain how that works. So Shannon entropy is, very similar to Gibbs energy, which is really, Boltzmann energy is a special case of Gibbs energy, when microstates have equal probability. So there is a connection with entropy. That's kind of the point of that slide. So here's points that I'd like to convey as we go through information. Many creationists and evolutionists confuse uncertainty with information. And so when Gibb, for example, does something similar and tries to say that Shannon information is just statistics, evolutionists have grabbed onto that and they say, oh, H uncertainty, the most information you can have is when something is random. And so it leads to confusing and contradictory arguments. As I mentioned, Shannon wrote an engineering paper on maximum throughput through a channel. He wasn't out to write a theory of information. So naturally, such mathematics would be agnostic to the message content, which he says in his paper, and to any engineer, that's going to make sense. I mean, what you design for your channel to whatever you're doing with the throughput of your channel, you may have certain things that you want, information you want to send from one side to the other. For example, we did a thing called the Sysplex timer, and we had a very short amount of time to do some important work. So we were able to come up with the most efficient things to do. Say a bit could actually do a large function of something. And so he was writing, what's the maximum throughput you can get? And you can use Shannon's equations to come up with a efficient scheme to transmit whatever you're looking to transmit as efficiently as possible. A year later, and I don't know what happened historically, if during that year people were saying, oh, you're claiming that randomness is the same as information. He co-authored a book with Warren Weaver, and he wrote that meaning, action, and purpose were implied in their work. And so if ever you're getting information via Shannon information, which we're going to talk about again here in a second, the very aspects that get talked about with syntax and meaning, they're part of Shannon information. It's implied in their work. So it contains all of this here: syntax, semantics, and purpose. Okay. So to convey this, I need to go through what information is, and it's not an uncertainty H. And again, so many people confuse these two, and I'm hoping to alleviate that. Okay, and in my career, every communication path it's fatal to the product if we don't deal with noise. You have to deal with noise, or else your product is going to be a disaster. Okay, so let's consider this example. Years ago, Bob and I did a promotion on our ape show over at Red Rocks. So if we look at information, if we've got a bunch of noise on the screen and you're observing the TV, you're not receiving any information. You have no idea what's going on. The measurement of uncertainty is the same before and after. You have zero information because of the noise. Years ago, for some of those who are older watching this, Marvin Hagler and Thomas Hearns had an epic boxing match. And a friend and I were trying to watch it. We couldn't get it. We couldn't afford the pay-per-view because it was pretty expensive. So we went to a bar and they had it for the moment. And then right after the fight started, it started blurring out. They started blurring things out. So right here, you'd have no information on this TV screen, but this is actually what we saw. We could see just a little bit, and was rooting for Thomas Hearns. The next thing I know, I see a guy on the mat with hair on his head. I'm like, okay, my guy lost. But I don't have perfect information because noise destroyed some of it. So there is some information because H after is a little less than H before. So now consider the case where noise starts out. Some people try to say that noise is information, but noise can't fix noise. And information in this case is always zero. It's amazing that you get some people to claim that this is information. And it's, again, because they're confusing H with information. So what am I getting at? Information is the reduction of uncertainty. And this is what Shannon even gets to in his paper, if you read his paper far enough in. It's H before minus H after. It's the reduction of uncertainty. And so let me give you some examples. So as a Broncos season ticket holder, they don't do this anymore, but they used to, on the big screen, they'd put a box like you can see here, and they'd ask you to guess who the player is. And then slowly over time, we're not too slow because, you know, it's during a commercial break, they start removing squares and people start shouting out names. So as you go along, if anyone listening or Broncos fans or even NFL fans, once you get to this point here, you see a zero. So now you're thinking, well, this could be probably one of two people. It could be Rod Smith, who's number 80, or it could be Terrell Davis, who's number 30. You're getting more information. There's a reduction of uncertainty, but you haven't actually gotten all the information. So then squares continue to be removed. You remove this bottom one, and you're still kind of uncertain, but this looks like it's going to be a 3, but hey, maybe it could be an 8. You don't really know for sure, but now you're starting to think it's Terrell Davis. And then when we release these top squares and everybody knows who it is, it's the reduction of uncertainty. Now information has been conveyed and received. Here's another fun example. So this is an actual Wheel of Fortune show, and hopefully this clip will play. We'll see how it goes. Let's try this.
P. There is a P. People, your time starts now. A group of pill pushers?
Fred, the sound isn't coming through.
A group of will wishers.
A group of well-wishers.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so as time went on, you know, more tiles were overturned, and once the proper answer was given, then the reduction of uncertainty was complete, and you know how much information you have. So I don't know how much we can actually interact on the Zoom meeting. I'm going to do a really quick quiz, and I don't know, Kurt, I don't know if we have time to actually get input from the live feed, and so I could probably just kind of show the questions and then see and then just give the answers, but maybe slightly go a little slower through this. So right now, is this image on Mars, is that information or is it noise? And so, okay, sorry, Kurt, I saw you go.
Yeah. The image on the screen, I would say it's noise.
Yeah, correct. Because that's what we found out eventually. Once we saw what was actually there with a better view, this is not information, it was noise. Here's another example. So this is a stoplight. Now, if you saw this stoplight with red and yellow, would you have a high certainty, you know what's going on, or would you have low certainty?
As in what it's telling me to do?
Yeah. I mean, what would you think if you saw that? Do you think you're receiving information?
No, I think it was broken.
Exactly. Well, guess what? In the US, it is noise, but it's information in Europe, because in Europe, red and yellow together means that the lights are about to turn green. So that's a particular case where, the information that's encoded and decoded It's like if I was giving this presentation in Chinese, if you don't speak Chinese, your level of uncertainty is going to be maximum. So there, in this case, there was information there, but only depending on who the receiver is. Okay, this is, I just showed this. This is, you can kind of make out what this is. My son and I were heading to Super Bowl 50 to watch the Broncos eventually beat Carolina, and I almost fell and hurt myself. I did fall because I was looking up at that and I tripped. I did one of those long old person falls where you take about 5 minutes to fall. So anyways, that's information. It's there's some noise involved in it, but you can make out that there is some reduction of uncertainty. There is a level of information. So what about this one? Is that information?
Yes.
Okay, so why is that information?
You can see something happening, and you don't have all the context, but clearly there's steam coming out of a pipe. So
yeah,
but we don't know what's causing it.
Yeah, so generally I would say it's not, but there is a case where it is information. Can you think of when this might be information? I mean, generally, if you just see smoke coming out of a pipe, there's not really any information being conveyed. Certainly no useful information. So I'll just give the answer. So, you know, signals of the Vatican, which by the way might be happening soon because I just heard on my way driving over that he's not in good shape. But anyways, that's that could be a signal, you know, depending on what the message is and what's being decoded. So information theory, I like to use this one as an engineer. I know I'm biased towards this, but I know that it can be used and argued, and we can defend information from a creationist, non-materialist point of view. And it's when information is rightly interpreted as a reduction of uncertainty. Okay, so again, we get back to these definitions. This is what I believe is a good representation of information. So now let's get back to Vobson's claim that information has mass. I want to emphasize that for years, not for years, but for quite a long time, Thomas Schneider and I would discuss information. He has his PhD in molecular biology from the University of Colorado, but he also, I don't know if he minored in information theory or it was some kind of dual major, but he has a huge knowledge of information theory. And he was a grudging ally of mine back in the day because you had evolutionists who were equating H with randomness, and again, plenty of creationists. And I have to give CU credit because their information theory department, and they're possibly tied to their computer engineering department, they taught information theory correctly. And he uses information theory. He invented a thing called sequence logos where you could use the principles of Shannon to find binding sites on the DNA and RNA. So he had this paper, and I found this, and it's it's buried on the internet because it's been years since he wrote this and put it on the internet. And he emphasizes that information is not uncertainty. As he says at the very bottom of this, information is always a measure of the decrease of uncertainty at a receiver, and in his case, in what he was working on, a molecular machine. I wanted to show this slide because Dr. Schneider, hopefully he's changed, but back in the day, he was a Marxist, committed evolutionist, materialist, and his work is on binding sites. So I thought it was interesting that a science paper came out from the very organization he works with, NIH, that they calculated it would take 100 million years to change just one binding site. And yet, evolutionists will claim that we evolved from a chimp-like ancestor 5 million years ago. Yet it takes 100 million years just to change a single docking station along our DNA or RNA. So, and when I get time, I need to try to reach out to him and just see what, and have him see if he'll comment on this. Okay, so we're now back to this slide. Information has no mass. It is not physical. And Vobson made some bad assumptions and to the faulty conclusion that information had mass. You've got large data centers. You could actually test this. Do large data centers change mass, daily because different information's being burned and stored on their CDs or NAND products? Okay. So now I want to talk about information's relation to quantum theory. And this is where John Wheeler, eventually in his career, again, he said information, everything is information. And quantum entanglement is just a super interesting topic that I've just found really fascinating. And so to try to explain it, you know, it's really, and it's not that complex as far as understanding it from the big picture. So just picture two identical coins that are perfectly connected. So they became entangled. And then you flip them in two separate rooms, even miles apart. When you check one coin and see heads, the other coin instantly shows tails. And this is every single time, every time. And here's the twist. The coins themselves didn't decide on heads or tails until you looked at it, until you observed it. It's kind of similar to the whole wave dual, light dual wave particle duality. So the result, so you observe, say the one on the left, you observe heads, you know with certainty that the coin that's entangled with it will be tails with 100% confidence, and it'll happen instantaneously. So I had actually wrote an article for Foundations magazine. It's produced by a really great guy that's the editor of for Rocky Mountain Creation Fellowship. And I gave the example of, two politicians becoming entangled. And, the one on the right's always, every time he says lower taxes, it's 100% guaranteed that the one on the left, and I'm saying that backwards because I'm thinking of this from, perspective of God, sitting on the left right hand. But let's say the one on our left, the right, the red, the Republican, if they say let's lower taxes, it's 100% guaranteed that the Democrats are going to say no, let's raise taxes. So it's almost like they're entangled in this, and they've got dramatically opposed issues. And it doesn't matter if you spread out these two different politicians across either side of the universe. They're always going to have opposing views. It's a guaranteed with certainty. And so Einstein, he hated this whole concept of quantum entanglement. He called it spooky at a distance. And so he proposed, I think it was 1935, someone correct me if I'm wrong, maybe 36, a paper that was called the EPR paradox paper. And he claimed, well, there must be hidden variables so that when they were first entangled, they know about each other, so that when they get separated across the universe, they know about the other's condition, and that's how they're able to, create this phenomenon that guarantees that the states are reciprocal when you observe them. And there's a reason for this. And this is pretty much not disputed what I'm going to tell everybody here. First of all, we know that special relativity, it made Einstein famous. And so that's why that was the number one reason that he opposed quantum entanglement, because part of an axiom, as many of us may know, is that, that nothing can travel faster than the speed of light. Yet here's a case with quantum entanglement where that was occurring. Now, I'm not intending this talk to be something against special relativity, but that does fall out of part of what I'm covering in this presentation. So then in the early 60s, a physicist named John Bell, he came up with a way to test for these hidden variables that Einstein proposed. And he showed that these variables didn't exist, but there were loopholes that other scientists identified in his test. And so they needed more testing. And they got it over the years, over several decades. And finally, in 2022, the Nobel Prize for Physics was awarded to 3 scientists who proved Einstein wrong, that this whole hidden variables thing is simply not true. It was disproven. These are the 3 guys who won the Nobel Prize for proving this, and they pretty much established the veracity of quantum entanglement. And the guy on the left, John Clauser, he said this: I was very sad to see that my own experiment had proven Einstein wrong. So entanglement, it shows that in quantum mechanics, at least, some things transcend space-time. I would just say space. We could go down a whole theological rabbit trail about whether or not time's relative. And then also, big thing said the basis of the universe may not be energy or matter, but information. And it's coming, all of this coming from this whole quantum entanglement. And, you know, again, not to get into a whole special relativity argument, I have dear friends that, you know, hold to special relativity. And, you know, I've asked them about this, and one friend, Rob Bracken, he's a physicist, he said that, well, special relativity works it works in general, but it doesn't work at the quantum level. We'll see. We'll let the physicists debate that in the coming years. I'm not a physicist. So let's apply information theory to this. So if you look at the information, there is some. If you just consider one state, and there could be, you know, multiple states, you know, spin, momentum, things like that. Well, let's just consider that, just say that for simplicity, there's only one state. Well, when you do the math, you do get one bit of information. So you do have information that travels faster than the speed of light. And that's what Einstein realized. This is actual information. Now you get guys like this Michael Kako. I'm not sure if I'm saying his name right, but he's a physicist who has his degree from Harvard. He said, quantum entanglement allows you to send information faster than light, which upset Einstein. But Einstein has the last laugh. The information you send on quantum entanglement is random, useless information, so Einstein still has the last laugh. And I don't know if this physicist realizes just how insulting this is to Einstein. If Einstein was alive, so you don't think Einstein would have thought of that? Oh, it's useless information. No. So this does not defend special relativity like this physicist was trying to do. It's still an open question, and this is frankly a weak approach at it. So, and this is what you can just Google search, even put in AI. So the idea that entanglement doesn't allow for useful or faster than light communication, this was introduced after Einstein, mainly by physicists trying to reconcile entanglement with special relativity. It's not a valid argument, yet this quote pops up all the time when you look at scientists trying to defend special relativity in light of quantum entanglement. So this here's from actual scientific journals or magazines. This non-local effect is not merely counterintuitive. It presents a serious problem to Einstein's special theory of relativity. And from Physics Today in 2022, how entanglement works without violating relativity's speed limit on the speed of information transfer is still not understood. Okay, so another thing I wanted to talk about is quantum tunneling, and we have experience with this at Micron. I'm going to just quickly bring you back to this slide that I showed earlier, at least the top part. So, you know, when you program a NAND device, a particular cell, you've got electrons that are in this floating gate, and then to erase it, you remove the electrons. Well, we have to do all kinds of error correction all the time, and it's because of, you know, the material wearing out over time is the biggest one. And, you know, the second law of thermodynamics, the insulation, gates get weaker, but we also, there's cosmic rays. You've probably heard of stories of like that election in Europe where they ultimately blamed it on a cosmic ray flipping a bit and giving somebody 1024 more votes. And it's partly due to quantum tunneling. So sometimes these particles just pop into another part of the transistor. And so classical mechanics, as you can see in this top image, is, you know, that the particle would go over a barrier. In quantum mechanics, it goes right through it. What's interesting is way back in 1962, a Texas Instruments engineer, he introduced theoretical evidence that this tunneling was faster than the speed of light. It wasn't experimental, but it was theoretical. And this was the Journal of Applied Physics back in '62. So now, after plenty of experiments, we now know that quantum tunnels show how particles can break the speed of light. This is from Quantum Magazine. Happens to be my personal favorite secular science magazine. So, you know, and there's a Nature paper that talks about this from 2020. There's other evidence for quantum tunnels traveling faster than the speed of light. So as Quantum Magazine said, tunneling seems to be incurably, robustly superluminal. In other words, faster than the speed of light. Okay, so by tying information to the speed of light, Einstein effectively relegated information within the confines of matter and energy. And we have to remember the worldview of these scientists comes from materialism. So what quantum mechanics and spooky to distance proves is that information transcends E equals mc squared. So if you consider Hebrews 11:3, by faith we understand that the worlds were framed by the word of God, so that things which are seen were not made of things which are visible. And, just think of our prayers. Our prayers, do you think our prayers are limited by the speed of light? Of course not. Our prayers transcend space. And like entanglement, they're instantaneous to God. He doesn't have to wait for our prayers to show up. And we see a glimmer into his creation in the universe. Just a glimmer with this whole quantum entanglement and this fascinating thing with the dual properties of light being a wave, or else if you observe it, it's a particle. It's really interesting stuff that, it's a great, to me, this is a fun rabbit trail to go down, especially for engineers. And, I think for anybody, I'd like physicists, hopefully on the creation side, to kind of spend more time digging into this, and maybe it provides a way to better understand why we can see distant starlight. Anyways, that's again, sorry, that's another rabbit trail we could go down. So I wanted to give a couple of practical examples of information to close out this presentation. I added this slide, literally 15 minutes before the presentation, because my son and I just recorded a Real Science Radio episode on the latest Creation magazine. And I just found this article just incredible. And here its title, as you can see, Astonishing Ant Amputations. And so ants apparently are the only individual, it's the only organism in the animal kingdom that appears to have this sophisticated system of amputation. And, as the article reads, this last paragraph, the upper leg injuries were first cleaned by the ant's mouse, then amputated by repeated biting, a procedure of around 40 minutes. The tibia wounds, lower leg, were just cleaned. In both cases, survival rates increased dramatically. Femur injury survival went from below 40% to over 90%. And while tibia injuries, that rose from 15% to 75%. And the researchers say this amazing behavior is innate, not learned, but programmed into their DNA. What an admission. So what a great example of information that has been programmed into these ants. It has nothing to do with matter or energy. And just try to put your mind in as an evolutionist and try to explain this by mistakes in the DNA and natural selection over time. How could it possibly lead to this, in a sense, kind of a symbiotic among themselves relationship where it's not really symbiosis, but just how this programmed information is in these ants to help each other when they have, when one of us with our magnifying glass burns off an ant's leg, hey, the ants actually, if you let that thing live, they'll cure that. They'll help fix any, mangled leg of a fellow ant. It's just remarkable. Another example, I love this one, and this is one Werner Gitt had in his presentation years ago. I saw him at Rocky Mountain Creation Fellowship maybe 20 years ago on his talk on Gitt information, and he provided this, and it's just a great, powerful example. So you consider the golden plover. It migrates from Alaska to Hawaii, and it's 2,500 miles, and it takes 88 hours, and which is 3 days, 4 nights, and it puts on an additional 50% of weight before they leave, before embarking. And it converts 0.6% of body weight per flight hour into motion and heat, which, by the way, helicopters' fuel consumption rate is 4% per hour and a jet is 12%. This is 0.6%. Obviously a very superior design. But here's the problem. At that rate, which they've determined, scientifically, all the fuel, the body fat would have been exhausted 500 miles short of Hawaii. You would need 82.2 grams of body weight in order to make it to Hawaii. But yet we know that they make it there. So there's got to be something more going on. You know, my brother did this artwork, so, you know, maybe they're actually on a plane. Okay, that's kind of silly. So how do they do it? Does anybody know? How are they able to make it to Hawaii? And so I'm going to give the answer, and hopefully people are thinking of something right now. It's like, how do these birds make it to Hawaii? Well, think of what you see when you look up at birds migrating south, you know, in the winter. They fly in a V formation, and it allows them to even get like 500 miles past Hawaii if they want to. And it's interesting that the weakest birds are allowed to fly towards the back, because then it just helps their ability. So there's a knowledge there, and this information had to be programmed in beforehand. And by the way, they don't teach their young in Alaska, hey, this is what you got to fly in a V formation to make it to Hawaii. It's programmed in. So it's just a remarkable example of information that God's provided. And, you know, as creation people in the creation movement, there's literally trillions of examples. I just love this one, but there's so many great examples. I know Sal Cordova will be coming up later, and he's got some really great material on this type of topic. So, and then finally, I did want to mention DNA. As a software engineer, I just love DNA and genetics. And it's easy, as you know, even Bill Gates said, DNA is like a computer program, and it really is. And it's far, far more advanced than any software we've ever created or ever could dream to create, because what they've discovered is that the DNA can code for different things, different tasks to perform just by reading it backwards. You know, you read it forward, you can form a protein. Read it backwards, it regulates the protein. And so scientists, this is an old article, but they're finding so much more out about the DNA, the genetic code, that, you know, I tell friends who are not believers, who are, you know, steeped in evolution, especially engineers, like, hey, can you write code that when you read it, when the programming counter reads the code out of memory one direction, when you run it the exact same on the exact same line of code backwards, it does another function, like how fast that particular code should run, or what some other characteristic. It's just remarkable. It's like reading a book and then reading it backwards, it tells a totally different story. And so here's an example of something that is written both ways. If you mutate one side of it, so here's an example of, you've got build antibody to fight infection, add more when it's cold outside, some regulatory thing. Well, when you mutate something in that strand, you've broken two different things. And that's what this article talks about. You're not just breaking one part, you're breaking both. And so here's what this genome scientist said, and I'm not going to even dare try to pronounce his name. The fact that the genetic code can simultaneously write two kinds of information means that many DNA changes that appear to alter protein sequences may actually cause disease by disrupting gene control programs, or even both mechanisms simultaneously. And now we've discovered that their DNA can encrypt 12 different ways of reading the code. And I like what this scientist said, Marcus Eberlin. As a biochemist, I became skeptical about Darwinism when I was confronted with the extreme intricacy of the genetic code and its many most intelligent strategies to code, decode, and protect its information. And, you know, the big verse that we all love to use, and rightly so, as I believe the prior speaker used, from Romans 1:18-20, for since the creation of the world, his invisible attributes are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse. You know, the dictionary, Webster's defines faith as a belief and trust in loyalty to God, okay? Belief in the traditional doctrines of religion, or firm belief in something for which there is no proof. And that's the way the world likes to sell what faith is. But faith, as Christians, we know that faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. And then it's after, in verse 11, Hebrews 11:3, that we read earlier about the invisible attributes of, you know, when you get into the whole concept of information. Finally, John the Baptist has sent us to you saying, are you the coming one, or do we look for another? So John the Baptist, he's seen Jesus. He baptized him. Even he apparently may have had some doubts, but how did Jesus respond to this? Did he say, "You have little faith"? No, he said, "Go and tell John the things you have seen and heard." Key, what we have seen. The invisible attributes of God are clearly seen. That the blind see, the lame walk, the lepers are cleansed, the deaf hear, the dead are raised, and the poor have the gospel preached to them. And blessed is he who is not offended because of me. Okay, so thank you for listening to this talk, and I hope I was able to provide at least some information on information. And if you'd like to ever catch any of our shows, there's a QR code on the screen. And thank you for your time.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Fred. We do have some questions from the audience. Can you take a few?
Sure.
All right. So we have from George. Well, okay. Solidify your faith first. He has how do blind chancers explain information if there's only matter and energy, and how do they explain information in DNA?
Okay, great question. So one of the things that I talked, and I touched on it earlier in the talk, they'll try to argue with Shannon information, and they'll look at H and they'll say, "Oh, look, H is the uncertainty," and it can be really big number if you've got like gibberish data. And they're like, "Oh, randomness, you get information because randomness is high in information content." And it's an incredibly naive argument. And that's where Dr. Tom Schneider became a begrudging ally of mine back in the day, where evolutionists were making this argument, because I was active on quite a few debate forums. And that was one of the arguments they bring up. The other one is, if you watch our video series where we did a series against Professor Dave, and he actually responded. And so then we did a response to him. He tries to argue that beneficial mutations occur, and then over time, natural selection builds that up into information. He's got a sequence he does on information that we refute. You can go to rsr.org/Dave or Professor/Dave, I believe. I think Dave will work. We've got all our answers to his positions, and one of them deals with the question of information and what he claimed on it. So on that page, rsr.org/Dave, we explain our position and a link to our video in the portion where we deal with Professor Dave's claims on that particular topic.
And I'll encourage anyone watching to tune in to Real Science Radio. So you can check that or check it out on YouTube. Really great stuff, really good interviews. Next question. I think you just answered it, but we have from George. What is H?
Yeah, H is what Shannon in his equation, it's the level of uncertainty. So it's the number of bits to describe an object that you want to transmit through a medium. So H is used to describe that content. It's the average number of bits needed.
All right.
And so they'll confuse that. You could just write any kind of gibberish and have it be H, but information is when you reduce H, when you reduce uncertainty, that's when you receive information. And that's where Dr. Thomas Snyder properly applies that. He's probably an atheist. He tried to get around it by writing a program that where he actually programmed into his program the creation of information, which was the summary of his argument was that information wasn't created because it was already there from the beginning. Dr. Royal Truman wrote a really fine rebuttal to Dr. Schneider's attempt at trying to explain how you can get information from a naturalistic mechanism.
All right. Then we have also from George. Do you think the innate amputation possibly transcends DNA, perhaps involving some of Rupert Sheldrake's ideas?
Oh, that's a great question. So Rupert Sheldrake, that was a fun interview we had with him earlier, I think mid-January. And it's this ability, it kind of transcends our being, where, different animals, for example, they have a scientific study where, you know, rats could learn how to go through a maze to get to some food. And then across the globe, you would have rats improve their knowledge of this without having that same, the same scenario where they could learn that. It was like that learned information somehow transferred to other rats. I'd encourage you watch that show, see what you think. It's interesting. We talked to Dr. Sheldrake offline. He's very much a Bible-believing Christian now. He wasn't for many years. He went to India and he met some Christians there, and he became a Christian. And he's one of those scientists that are, you know, pretty much he's opposed. You know, he's censored. He had a TED talk that you know, we kind of quipped that it was banned. It wasn't really banned, but he's got some great stuff. Just go check out our show, and there's links to his material.
And we linked it in the comments section for anyone watching. And then, okay, final question. Could you comment on whether programming is done elsewhere than DNA? I'm assuming in the natural world.
Well, you know, that's where it gets fun to kind of, I'm going to say speculate, but, you know, we, and those who are programmers can kind of understand this better. You know, God, there's so many things that we do think could be tied with, you know, the abstract, mental abstract of information. You know, God could have a pointer somewhere and he just flips a bit and this other thing happens. So I think definitely, you think about information that Bobson tried to say when he said information had mass. He's looking at information that we store on chips. And as I said earlier, if someone wiped out this talk or they wiped out my PowerPoint right now, and it went away and they erased it to all ones, they didn't destroy they destroyed the information on that chip, but they didn't destroy the information that originated in my head. There's a construct, there's a mental abstraction of information that is outside of us. And so, yeah, I do think there's information, not just what's, you know, programmed into, that God programmed into us.
It still requires an ontological source, so it's kind of an ontological.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it.
Epistemological question. Yeah.
Yep.
It's interesting. Well, awesome. That was really informative, Fred. I'll have to watch that one. I'll have to watch that one again too. Absorb everything. Really good info. And I'll hand it over to Crystal to introduce our next speaker. So thank you so much, Fred. And hope to keep seeing your eye. Are you gonna stick around for the panel discussion?
Yeah, and you said that was at 5:30?
That'll be right after Dr. Tour's Q&A.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
All right, awesome. We'll see you then.
Okay, thanks, Kurt.
And go ahead, Crystal.
Awesome. Thanks again, Fred. Awesome presentation. I've had the privilege of recently meeting our next speaker online and got to preview some of his presentations. So really looking forward to this. So I'm going to welcome Mr. Salvador Cordova to the chat.
Greetings and honor to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Is it my time yet? We have 30 more seconds for Fred. Otherwise, I could start early.
I say go for it, Sal. I'm looking forward to your presentation. You always got great stuff.
Thank you, Fred.
I'll defer my 1 minute left.
Greetings to everyone this Saturday afternoon. Thank you for being a part of this presentation. I'm Salvador Cordova. Glory and honor to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, who is also our creator and intelligent designer. Pictured here, let me get my pictures going. Pictured on in my slides, on the left is the April 28, 2005 cover of the prestigious scientific journal Nature, exploring the question, is intelligent design coming to your campus? The answer, by the way, is yes. I was honored to be featured prominently in the cover story, and there is a picture of yours truly in that story. Let me zoom in on the cover of this edition. It says, evolution by natural selection is a theory, not a fact. Now, do the editors of Nature really believe that? Of course not. So why did they put that on the cover? They were mocking the Cobb County Public School Board that had put these anti-evolution warning stickers on the public school textbooks, such as the one on the right. But the Cobb County affair has been mostly lost to history. And so in an attempt to mock intelligent design without realizing it, the editors of this scientific journal actually told it like it is on the cover. Among many things, the cover story reported on how I nearly lost my Christian faith, but was restored to Christian faith through the study of intelligent design and also through people like Jerry Bergman, who was at this summit. The story also reports names that might be familiar to some of you, like Casey Luskin, Carolyn Crocker, and Stephen Meyer. All three of them were featured in the 2008 motion picture starring Ben Stein. The picture was Expelled, which played in theaters across the USA. And more about Stephen Meyer later. I should mention the story also reported the results of an informal poll I commissioned at one university, which indicated 75% of students polled said they would be interested in taking a college course on intelligent design and/or creationism. Intelligent design and creationism are distinct fields of inquiry, but do have a lot of overlap. And many students wanted to take college courses in both intelligent design and creationism. By the way, I'm working on developing such courses with the hope that students who are allowed to get college credit for self-directed study will take my free of charge courses online and get college credit for studying these courses on intelligent design and creationism. In 2005, it was fashionable to mock people like ID proponent Stephen Meyer and others who were skeptical of Darwinism. But in 2025, 20 years later, that no longer is quite so fashionable. Case in point, in 2025, famous evolutionary biologist Brett Weinstein said, "Modern Darwinism is broken. My Darwinist colleagues are lying to themselves, ID proponent Stephen Meyer is a scientist who's actually quite good. Now, a little bit about my background prior to my biophysics work. I worked as a senior engineer in the aerospace and defense industry for MITRE and the Army Night Vision Labs. MITRE stands for Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Research and Engineering, but there is a joke that MITRE really stands for MIT's Rejected Engineers. I specifically worked for MITRE Center for Advanced Aviation Systems Development. MITRE sent me off to flight school so I could understand my job as an engineer in the aerospace industry better. As an aside, I wanted to be a concert pianist, but it's hard to make a living doing that, so that's how I became an engineer. As far as my education, MS in biology, MS in applied physics from Johns Hopkins University. I have 5 science degrees working on a 6th. PhD in progress in biomolecular engineering. So how did I, an engineer, end up getting involved in biology and biophysics? First of all, even evolutionary evangelists and diehard Darwinists like Daniel Dennett and Richard Dawkins advocate the view that biology is engineering. They are wrong about Darwinism being the engineer rather than God, but they are correct to say biology is engineering. Because biology is engineering, engineers have the right skill set to help us understand biology, as evidenced by this MIT newsletter. 1/3 of the engineers at MIT now work on biological problems, according to Graham C. Walker, MIT biology professor. After I left MITRE, I was eventually hired by John Sanford to work on biology projects because, not in spite of, my engineering background. John Sanford is a famous geneticist, genetic engineer. His invention, the gene gun, pictured above, helped feed starving billions by increasing the agricultural output of crops around the world. He is also a retired tenured research professor from Cornell, an Ivy League school. The gene gun made him famous, so much so that a few examples of the gene gun are featured at the Smithsonian National Museum of American History. Dr. Sanford had once been an atheist, but then became a Christian, and then a believer in ID, and then eventually a creationist. He was profoundly influenced by the book Darwin's Black Box by Michael Behe. He and I published peer-reviewed scientific works through respected publishers such as Springer Nature and Oxford University Press. We pass peer review despite the fact that we are critical of evolutionary theory, and our work is now on the library shelves of secular universities. I'll occasionally refer to some of these publications in this presentation today. We will talk about the amazing designs in biology which modern science has discovered, But because human suffering and the evils of the world can drown out our ability to perceive and appreciate God's designs, I'll cover the problem of evil and suffering first. Ranking the reasons of why people aren't Christians based on various formal and informal conversations. This is my ranking. Number 1, problem of evil and suffering in the world. Number 2, science, evolutionary theory, criticisms of Noah's flood. And number 3, hypocrisy in the church. This talk deals with number 1 and number 2. So from the father of evolutionary theory himself, Charles Darwin, he says, 1 cannot look at this universe with all living productions in man without believing that all has been intelligently designed. Yet when I look to each individual organisms, I could see no evidence of this. He's dead wrong about that. I'll try to explain a little bit why. Like many of us, he has this paradoxical observation. On the one hand, we see organs of extreme perfection and complication in biology. Those were his words, extreme perfection and complication. Yet on the other hand, he sees the suffering in the world. And this is what he said: what a book a devil's chaplain might write on the clumsy, wasteful, blundering, low, and horridly cruel works of nature. And these views are echoed in modern literature by people like Darwin. Like William Biolek, he's a biophysicist. We'll talk plenty about him today. He's advocating that life is more perfect than we imagined, And even Dawkins and Dennett will argue, yeah, life is very, very well designed. And yet Dawkins will also say, look, the world's a horrible place. It's like it's run by the devil. So paradoxical views. And so 3 of Charles Darwin's children died while Darwin was alive. The loss of Annie Darwin on the left was particularly devastating to Charles. He said, this very old argument from the existence of suffering against the existence of an intelligent first cause seems to me a strong one. So let me pause here. I'll try to interpret this. The way I read it is the problem of evil is making him think there's no intelligent first cause, meaning God. That just doesn't seem like the way his idea of God says, such a God wouldn't do this. All right, moving on. He writes, the presence of much suffering agrees well with the view that all organic beings have been developed through variation and so-called natural selection. So the suffering in the world motivated him to reject God and also accept natural selection as the answer. Darwin missed the mark. He had a few things right, but he missed the mark. He was not far away from Christian theology, but like sin, which misses the mark, he missed it, but he was getting in the right direction. Christian creationist theology is life in the universe are intelligently designed, but also cursed and in need of a savior. But why should this be so? A question that is often posed, why would an all-wise, loving God allow children to have cancer, blindness, or early death? Answer by some Christians is God made the world perfect, but then man sinned and let all the bad happen because God cursed the world. That is an answer, but it doesn't answer the question. Because that response raises even more troubling questions, which most Christians can't answer. This is a family-friendly portrayal of Eve being tempted by the devil, the serpent from Genesis chapter 3. It's family-friendly because Eve is wearing a nice outfit instead of wearing no outfit at all. So why would God allow evil in the world at all? If God didn't make the snake, there would be no sin entering into the world. Therefore, there would be no suffering, no curse. Many people, including lifelong pastors, have very poor answers to this question. A lot of people will leave the faith because of this. A lot of people will reject intelligent design. That's why I'm covering it. This question will negate almost anything I do as far as the science. It says in Genesis 3, now the serpent was more crafty than any of the wild animals the Lord had made. So question, was the serpent, the devil, the product of intelligent design? My answer is yes. So there's a two-part answer to the problem of evil. It comes from the scriptures, 2 Corinthians 4:17 and Deuteronomy 13. The first part of the answer is 2 Corinthians, and the way I'll explain it is appealing to Snow White. Now, Snow White is a fictitious story that is deeply at the core of our collective consciousness. I'm not talking about I'm talking about the traditional story of Snow White, not the abomination Disney is currently making, but thankfully predicted to bomb at the box office this year. The value of the traditional Snow White story is that it expresses our deepest longings to make sense of an evil world, whether we realize it or not. One day I took 10 to 15 minutes to read the entire story of Snow White to my Bible study. But here is a 1-minute summary. Snow White is exceptionally beautiful, but her mother dies. Snow White's father remarries, and Snow White gets an evil queen stepmother who is jealous of Snow White's beauty and wants to kill her. The evil queen stepmother succeeds in killing Snow White, and Snow White is put in a glass coffin. The prince who loves her finds her too late, as she is already dead. But when the prince kisses her, it miraculously causes her to come back to life. The prince destroys the evil queen, and Snow White and the prince live happily ever after. So after I read the entire story to my Bible study, I asked the Bible study to consider, what if there were no evil queen and no death of Snow White? Would the story be as beautiful and heartwarming and as meaningful? They all said no, it'd be like nothing. It'd be sterile. I call it the Snow White principle. At least ponder this idea and see if you can get around the need of a villain in a story in order to have the story glorify the hero of the story and also have a happy ending. Just munch on that a little bit. So I call this the Snow White principle. Tragedy and evil are necessary components of a beautiful story with a happy ending. So if there is a resurrection from the dead, a brief momentary tragedy, it is made into a beautiful happily ever after. The Apostle Paul had his version of the Snow White principle. For this momentary light affliction is building for us an eternal weight of glory far beyond all comparison. The story of Christ's resurrection is central to the Christian faith because it gives us the hope that all these tragedies will have a happy ending. And so now the other question is, did God ordain this meeting between the devil and Eve? Was that meeting a product of a conscious, intelligent decision by God? The answer by me is yes. Yes. God, like many of us, is seeking out true, tested, and trustworthy love. That's why he allowed the snake to be in the Garden of Eden. This may be a hard pill to swallow, but God's first priority is not our happiness or our health, but rather that he be glorified and that he is loved by us. And the verse I'll appeal to is Deuteronomy 13, 1-3. If a prophet or a dreamer of dreams arises among you and gives you a sign or a wonder, and the sign or wonder that he tells you comes to pass, and if he says, let us go after other gods which we have not known, and let us serve them, you shall not listen to the words of that prophet or dreamer of dreams, for the Lord your God is testing you to know whether you love the Lord your God with all your heart and all your soul. And that, in those two verses, 2 Corinthians 4:17, Deuteronomy 13, 1-3, is mostly my answer to the problem of evil. In the interest, this study could go on for 5 hours dealing with children. I'd refer you to 1 Kings chapter 14 about how God killed Jeroboam's son, took the son to heaven, punished Jeroboam. No time for that. I'm sorry. I'd love to talk about it more. 5-hour Bible study. But switching gears on a related topic, a mathematical engineering perspective on the problem of supposed bad design and designed errors. This parallels the problem of evil. So a generic evolutionary propagandist, was wailing on the internet. He said, why would God make DNA repair mechanisms? If God were competent, he wouldn't allow DNA to need repair to begin with. Obviously, he didn't know about Shannon's noisy channel coding theorem. Claude Shannon is the father of the information age. There is a corollary and consequence of the noisy channel coding theorem. Allowing errors is vital to the modern information age. And this is in evidence by the Reed-Solomon error correction. It is a strategy whereby you do allow errors to be made and then you correct them later. So if the goal is making a device that can store the most data, then storing the data with errors and correcting it later is optimal. That's why it's brilliant design to allow DNA to be damaged and then repaired. The proof of this is just miserable. But we have to move on, and I have to skip all this other good stuff about the problem of evil, maybe another day. So now let's talk about design in biology. We'll talk about William Biolek, Princeton University biophysicist. He argues life is more perfect than we imagined. And in evolutionary biology, ironically, there is a spectrum of views. On the one hand, on the left, Daniel Dennett, Richard Dawkins say biology is engineering. It's exquisitely designed, albeit through Darwinism, not miracles of God. On the other end of the spectrum, we have people like Jerry Coyne and Nathan Lentz. They say biology is designed as if pieces of junk were cobbled together. Examples claimed are supposed junk DNA, human legs, human arms, Achilles tendon, and human eye, and let's cover that. So how about junk DNA? Billions are being spent on discovering that junk DNA isn't junk, but exquisitely designed to make multicellular creatures function. One example of a paper, and we can't get into it, is that the allele elements, which make up a lot of the genome considered junk, turns out they're very sophisticated server farms. We have like 37 trillion epigenomes in our body, and there are 37 trillion of these separate epigenome computers made possible by allele elements. It's amazing. For another day. So let's cover this evolutionary evangelist on the upper left. He's a non-engineer. His name is Nathan Lentz. And on the lower right is Stuart Burgess, professor of engineering, 40 years as studying biomechanics. He's a mechanical engineer, a biomechanicist, and a robotics engineer, 40 years versus someone with 0, but he's an evolutionary biologist, Nathan Lentz. So let's see this matchup. Nathan Lentz said in a book, no robot arm will ever be designed to imitate the double bones in the lower arm of humans. And it turned out a review paper in 2021 said, scientific review, peer-reviewed, a review of linkage mechanisms in animal joints and related bio-inspired designs from the prestigious Institute of Physics at the UK. The conclusion of the paper, to advance robotics, engineers need to copy 4-bar linkages found in animals and humans. So score 1 for the creationist, none for the Darwinist. Nathan Lentz loses that round. Then Nathan Lentz keeps at it. He says, no engineer would design an ankle with so many parts. No engineer would design an ankle joint with so many parts. Stuart Burgess responds, I have designed robots using multiple parts like the ankle, for which he won the Wessex Scientific Medal. And to add insult to injury, Stuart Burgess is a creationist. Score 2 for the creationists, 0 for the Darwinists. Nathan Lentz just keeps at it. He loves losing. He said, a modern mechanical engineer, and Lentz isn't a mechanical engineer, he's an evolutionary propagandist. A modern mechanical engineer would never design a joint with such an obvious liability as the Achilles tendon. And a real mechanical engineer of 40 years, Stuart Burgess responds, my spacecraft joints use cables like Achilles tendon. Like the Achilles tendon. Yes, they hired him to make these cables up there to make this spacecraft work. And it's like the Achilles tendon, for which he won 3 awards. UK Turner's Gold Medal, Japanese Mitutoyo Prize, UK James Clayton Prize 2019. Score 3 for the creationists, 0 for the Darwinists. Now, Nathan Lentz retracted after having his head handed to him? No, that's because he's an evolutionary propagandist, not interested in truth. Whereas Stuart Burgess wins awards and the cover story of peer-reviewed scientific journal on bioinspiration and biomimetics, published by the respected Institute of Physics of the UK, he may well be promoted to be editor of that journal. And so score 4-0 for the creationists. Now, Jerry Coyne and others have criticized the human eye. The human eye, he says, though eminently functional, is imperfect. Certainly not the sort of eye an engineer would create. Again, how would he know that? He's not an engineer, never worked on an optical system. I have. And some others have even been more worse in criticizing the human eye. But from the proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences in 2007, they said this part of the eye, the Mueller cells, and then they're specifically talking about the problems Jerry Coyne highlighted. They turned it around. They said, this is ingeniously designed, ingeniously designed. So score 5-0 for the creationists. Now, some little add-ons here. I stopped keeping score. This is just for fun. There's we use wires to transmit electricity. Biology uses quantum tunneling in proteins to transmit electricity. So this is the Proceedings, National Academy of Sciences, 2018. You'll hear from James Tour, but this is so beautiful. This is from him. Microelectronics processor functioning with the capacity of a human brain would need at least 10 megawatts to operate. This is equivalent to the output of a small hydroelectric power plant. The human brain needs only 10 watts. Only 10 watts. This is because of homochirality and chiral-induced spin selectivity. He may cover that in his talk. This is how well biology is designed. So it's not surprising so many engineers are coming to the faith. They look at what they build and then they compare it to what is seen in biology and they think, man, a mind far greater than me has created this. There has got to be a God. There has got to be a God. So let's talk about William Biolek. He says their life is more perfect than we imagine. A reporter by the name of Natalie Angier, she's a stark raving atheist, but she interviewed William Biolek, and the way she reported this story in the New York Times, she's a Pulitzer Prize winner, you'd almost think she's a creationist the way she reported it. So let me read the parts of the article to you. It's just beautiful. She writes, photoreceptors operate at the outermost boundary allowed by the laws of physics, which means they are as good as they can be, period. Each one is designed to detect and respond to single photons of light, the smallest possible packages in which light comes wrapped. Photoreceptors exemplify the principle of optimization, an idea gaining ever wider traction among researchers. For example, the way a shark can find its prey by measuring microfluxes of electricity in water, a tremulous millionth of a volt strong, which, as Douglas Fields observed in Scientific American, is like detecting an electric field generated by a standard AA battery with one pole dipped in the Long Island Sound and the other pole in the waters of Jacksonville, Florida. In each instance, biophysicists have calculated the system couldn't get faster, more sensitive, or more efficient without first relocating to an alternate universe with alternate physical constants. Dr. Emmanuel Todorov has studied how we use our muscles, and here too, he finds evidence of optimization at play. You might say, well, the human body is sloppy, he said, but no, we're better designed. We are better designed than any robot. So take that, Nathan Lentz. The brain too seems built to tolerate bloopers and static hiss. Bloopers and static hiss, as in errors. Simon Laughlin of Cambridge University has proposed that the brain's wiring system has been maximally miniaturized, condensed for the sake of speed to the physical edge of signal fidelity. Again, echoes of Shannon's noisy channel coding theorem and things like error correction like Reed-Solomon, and the optimality of allowing errors and then error correction. Now, a little bit going more. Almost any engineer involved in the industry of aviation and maritime navigation might wonder how a monarch butterfly can navigate thousands of miles using a magnetic compass system smaller than a pinhead. Quantum physicists marvel at the bird's ability to navigate by sensing magnetic fields, by possibly leveraging aspects of quantum spin chemistry that exceed the best comparable man-made molecular systems. So, being a pilot, a magnetic compass was my least favorite device for navigating. I'd probably be dead if I didn't have all the other things to help me, but magnetic navigation, what would you need for that? you would need to start creating charts by first exploring and hopefully getting back home alive so you could report on it. You'd need very precise clocks and calendars. And even in the 20th century, we had airplanes that had just like huge panels of navigation equipment. There's the navigator on an airplane there. And yet birds seem to be able to do navigation so effortlessly without all that. So consider the Arctic tern. Some scientists state the yearly migration can range from 44,000 miles to 59,000 miles. An Arctic tern in its lifespan typically flies a distance equivalent to 3 round trips to the moon. Three round trips to the moon. It can navigate to the same nesting grounds with no printed maps. Try doing that in an airplane without any navigation equipment. And another bird, the bar-tailed godwit. Its range without refueling, the record set was 8,435 miles from Alaska to the Australian state of Tasmania. Its flight endurance was 300 hours without stopping for food or rest. It was flying 230 hours straight. For me, it's the most fuel efficient flying machine known. It only weighs 10 ounces. It uses a mental map for navigation, which includes star charts inside its head and a beat compass. Now compare this to a military drone, an advanced military drone called the Phoenix Ghost. It weighs 21 pounds. Its flight time before refueling is only 1 to 2 hours. Its range is only 75 miles. So let's take one component of the bird, just its magnetic compass. Now, just as a caveat here, this is not, there's still some dispute, but let me read this, take it for what it is, and just accept that caveat for now. This is, this is really technical, but I want you to get a feel for how high the tech involved is in a magnetic compass. This is from the American Physical Review Letters. Sustained quantum coherence and entanglement in the avian compass. In artificial systems, quantum superposition and entanglement typically decay rapidly unless cryogenic temperatures are used. That's like close to absolute zero. Could life have evolved to exploit such delicate phenomenon? Certain migratory birds have the ability to sense very subtle variations in the Earth's magnetic field. Here we apply quantum information theory and the widely accepted radical pair model to analyze recent experimental observations of the avian compass. We find that the superposition and entanglement are sustained in this living system for at least tens of microseconds, exceeding the durations achieved in the best comparable man-made molecular systems. This conclusion is starkly at variance with the view that life is too warm and wet for such quantum phenomenon to endure. Notwithstanding the cautions I said, it's not 100% sure this is right, you could still see that this is a complicated machine, better than anything we made. It made the cover of Nature, the quantum compass, magnetically sensitive protein in migratory birds. And this thing is really tiny. It's as small as a bird's eye, actually less than a bird's eye, because the compass is inside the bird's eye. It's only one component of the bird's eye. Let's contrast this with a man-made quantum magnetic compass. This is a man-made quantum magnetic compass. We have our best physicists and engineers working on this. Is it not surprising that engineers are starting to come to faith? They look at what we made and then they compare that to what's in nature. And it's hard not to think, oh, why? Only God could have made that. So now we're going to talk about quasi-particles. This is a little more technical. Quasi-particles have been awarded at least 3 Nobel Prizes, possibly more, to discoveries related to quasi-particles, and 8 individuals were awarded the Nobel Prize in quasi-particle research. The semiconductor industry is driven, the $500 billion a year industry is driven by quasi-particle technology. It's in the field called solid state physics. Now, solid state physics is referred to as squalid state physics by other physicists. It's squalid in the context of solid state physics is a derogatory term, sometimes used by physicists in other fields to describe the field as being dirty or intellectually less significant, implying research is focused on the mundane practical applications rather than fundamental questions. This part was AI generated, by the way. So they kind of look down on this because it's used for practical applications like, say, the $500 billion a year semiconductor industry, which makes our smartphones, internet, radios, computers, radar, etc. So it's just funny to hear that. So this is squalid state physics. So a dictionary definition is that squalid means dirty or showing or involving a contemptible lack of moral standards. So squalid state physicists are bad boys of physics, showing or involving a contemptible lack of moral standards. All right, so these are what we normally think of as particles, the particles of an atom, subatomic particles. This is high school physics, proton, neutron, electron. When you get beyond, like when you get your PhD, you'll learn about other particles in physics, standard particles. But in squalid state physics, you have quasi-particles, and I'll describe what they are later in a little bit. But I want you to see the long list of them. They have all these cool lists of particles with cool names like dropleton. There's like a dropleton and a dislon and a leviton. And look at all these cool quasi-particles, so many of them. And the list will continue to grow, by the way. I expect it to grow. It's not going to be limited to this. And this is why they think this is just like so distasteful to physicists. A physicist who wants a theory of everything thinks that people that just make things more complicated, they're showing or involving a contemptible lack of moral standards, because this is anti-theory of everything. We're just making their headaches worse. So two quasi-particles of interest that are in the semiconductor industry and in biology, the electron hole and the exciton. When I studied biochemistry in the later chapter of my textbook from Leniger Principles, it mentioned the exciton. And when I saw that, I'm like, that's advanced semiconductor physics. What's that doing in biology? And sure enough, the more I learned, man-made exciton transfer is involved in solar cells. So man-made exciton transfer combined with other factors result in solar cells that are only 14% energy efficient in converting sunlight to energy. Only 14% efficient. Whereas God-made exciton transfer is 100% efficient. I mean, is it any surprise that intelligent design is starting to inspire engineers, because they work with this every day? They look at biology and they say something made this, something far greater than all of us put together is made biology. So now let's look at, let me try to explain a quasi-particle. These are metaphors as best as I could do. We can consider this dot made by a laser pointer. You can model the dot as an object, okay? Just model it as an object, just, hypothetically. It has an XY position and it also has a velocity over time. So you could say that's an object. Now for quasi-particles, consider this row of negatively charged hypothetical particles. These are hypothetical. And now consider that we start to move these negative charges to the left, one object at a time. You'll notice that there's a space moving to the right simultaneously. Now, just to emphasize the point, let us make that space and call it a positive charge with space, with charge and mass. And you could see that as we move the negative charges to the left, the positive charges move to the right. And this is by way of, again, this is just hypothetical. But because of quantum mechanics, these empty spaces, these holes, can be treated as mass and charge, with mass as having mass and charge inside a solid object, because the object allows it to be modeled that way. That's because all the atoms in the solid contribute to that effect. That's why it's not merely empty space. So you can treat this empty space, this hole, as a real object with mass, charge, position, velocity, even though it's sort of not there. Okay, that's the best I could do. This is the collective effect of the entire solid. It won't work outside the solid in empty space. You need the solid to make this magic happen. And that happens in semiconductors. We have p-type semiconductors and n-type semiconductors for you electrical engineers out there. The p-type, the hole is the charge carrier, and in the n-type, it's the electron. And so we have transistors often labeled as PNP or NPN, where you take a p-type and sandwich in an n-type, or vice versa. You sandwich a p-type in between two n-type materials. And the guys who just made this little sandwich, well, they won the Nobel Prize for discovering the transistor effect. Yes, it was that simple. Amazing. Serendipity. By the way, Shockley, who won the Nobel Prize, they pretty much realized he discovered this by accident. This was not intentional design. So there you go. So we have this hole in the p-type semiconductor. Now, biology takes this a step further. It also creates holes in its solid state physics. And so there's a squalid state physics physicist up there in the sky. So I don't know if you could see my pointer here. So when a light ray hits a plant and hits the magnesium atom, it excites the electron. The electron moves out of the valence band and it creates a hole. Again, this hole is not just empty space. It can be modeled as having charge and mass. So it basically creates a positive charge here. Now, the positive charge hole and the negative charge electron can then have a neutral charge, which allows them to mitigate Ohm's law and move with less energy than charged particles. And by the way, LEDs make light by destroying excitons. It's kind of the reverse process is what the plant does, just as a FYI. This neutral charge has been now finally observed in metal. So just recently, fast-moving excitons observed for the first time in metal, unlocking potential to speed up digital communications. But God made designs where we had excitons being able to travel through biological systems, through plants. We actually don't know how it's able to do this with 100% efficiency. Our engineers don't know how to make excitons move this well. So I'm going to just move on from that. I just wanted to see the wonders of biology here. There is one other one that we're starting to learn about, the polaron. There's a picture on the right there of polarons through scanning electron microscopy or something like that, something called STM, scanning tunneling microscopy, I'm sorry. And so we could see these things. These are quasi-particles. And we found polarons in DNA. So now I'm going to move on from polarons just to close out the idea. I want you to think about this title, Catalysis of Transmutations by Heavy Electron Quasi-Particles and Crystallites. This, I'd say, is only maybe, I give it a 40% chance of being right, but I'm excited because the Army Corps of Engineers has been using tens of millions of your taxpayer dollars to research cold fusion. They are firing lasers on palladium and making silicon, and I think these heavy electron quasi-particles can explain it. They make possible an imitation of muon catalyzed fusion. No time to talk about it. The Naval Space Warfare Systems is also weighing in more of your taxpayer dollars going into cold fusion research. You may not have known that. And also the NASA Glenn Research Center. So quasi-particles are cool. Here are more experimental evidences. If you want to talk about that, we can. But I just wanted to say, why would you want to study evolutionary theory? We have all this cool stuff happening and the frontiers are great. Why is this important to young Earth creationism? It may solve the heat problem and also radiometric problems. This is going to be an important area of research, in my opinion. Whether that succeeds or not, we'll see, but it's going to be a cool field to study. So now in closing, I'm going to just run out my time. We won't have time for questions in this segment. I'll join for the Q&A. So William Bialek, he said, is Darwinism the best explanation for why life is more perfect than we imagined? Why it's built with organs of extreme perfection and complication? Honestly, if you listen to William Bialek, you'd think he was a creationist right up until the end of his lecture when he gives glory to Darwin, which is kind of sad. So recall that in 2025, Famous evolutionary biologist Brett Weinstein said, "Modern Darwinism is broken. My Darwinist colleagues are lying to themselves." So how did Darwinists lie to themselves and deceive the world? I'll talk about it by extracting some of the highlights of my peer-reviewed reference chapter published through Springer Nature that's now in the collection of many secular university libraries. I co-authored it with John Sanford and 2 other outstanding scientists, especially Ola Hosger, who is a population geneticist and received Sweden's highest national award in mathematics. That's on the lower panel there. That's Ola Hosger and my co-authors. This was a page from our actual work, but don't worry, I'll give you the plain English version of this. When our reference chapter was first published, the book our chapter was printed in retailed for $1,500, but you can get the gist of what we wrote for free, plus some extras in this presentation. So get yours while supplies last. According to abiogenesis and evolutionary theories, lifeless chemicals self-organized into the first life through a process of abiogenesis, and then this first life evolved over billions of years to become all the variety of forms in existence today, from simple to complex. A definition of evolution, according to the Evolution Berkeley website, is biological evolution, simply put, is descent with heritable natural modifications. Modification is descent with heritable natural modification. Now, I inserted the word natural because they assume nothing supernatural is needed, which I think is reasonable as a start. But that's an assumption only, not an experimental fact. What began to lead me to think about the supernatural is that all the experiments are showing that the direct real-time experiments have shown repeatedly that the natural tendency is for organisms and systems to de-evolve from complex to simple, from organized to less organized, sometimes even in one generation. And this leads to a paradox, because if the natural, dare I say, the dominant mode of evolution is simplification and disorganization, how can life evolve from a simple cell to become such a wide variety of complex forms over time? Why is it that I can now make this claim that the dominant mode of evolution is simplification and not evolution toward organs of extreme perfection and complication? I couldn't have made this argument 20 years ago, but I can today. So when I was on the cover of Nature 20 years ago, I couldn't make this argument, but today I can. The reason is the cost of genome sequencing is 1,000,000 times cheaper than 22 years ago, 1,000,000 times cheaper. Through genome sequencing in real time, we can now clearly see that Darwin was wrong. Case in point, the top evolutionary biologist on the planet, Eugene Koonin, along with lead author Yuri Wolf, wrote the paper entitled Genome Reduction as the Dominant Mode of Evolution. Genome reduction, that is loss of genes and DNA, as the dominant mode of evolution. Quantitatively, the evolution of genomes appears to be dominated by reduction and simplification, punctuated by episodes of unexplained complexification. I emphasize the word that I inserted, unexplained. If they added the word unexplained, that would have been a far more accurate statement. Incidentally, there is Eugene Koonin pictured with a staff of evolutionary biologists working for him at the NIH. Included in the picture is one of my professors in graduate school. Dr. Sanford paid out of his own pocket so that I could study there. And my orders from Dr. Sanford, go to the NIH, study under the best. And so that's how I learned about Koonin. Koonin points out one example of a parasite that can lose 95% of its genes. And this is ubiquitous. Another experiment, the title is Genomes Decay Despite Sustained Fitness Gains. Genomes decay despite sustained fitness gains. Translation, so-called natural selection in reality leads to simplicity, not complexity. Darwin's imagination is backwards from reality. We now know this experimentally. I nominate Darwin for a Darwin Award. More titles, Evolution by Gene Loss. And this Oxford University Press paper, gene loss is a key evolutionary force. And it says gene losses are pervasive. Gene losses are pervasive throughout the tree of life, leaving little doubt of their great potential as a key evolutionary force. The authors don't quite come to terms with the fact that genes need to be added rather than lost over time for evolution to work. Even the dog reacted to this paper by saying, say what? See, the dog can't believe what he's reading. Another one about natural selection. This paper, selection-driven gene loss. And yet another one, gene loss predictably drives evolutionary adaptation. By the way, look at the dates of these papers. They're recent, relatively recent. This is actually by Michael Behe. He was kind of the pioneer of some of this. He said experimental evolution, loss of function mutations, the first rule of adaptive evolution. And here are some amusing bonus examples. Intelligence and childlessness. Population IQ is dropping because less intelligent women have the most babies relative to intelligent high IQ women. That's a testable hypothesis, by the way, which is kind of sad. And this New York Times bestseller said, people with certain heritable conditions, such as obesity, a tendency to diabetes, Tay-Sachs disease, sickle cell anemia, are more evolutionarily fit. Okay, and then here's the paper. What are the evolutionary advantages of premenstrual syndrome? So, okay, so you single guys out there who are looking for Miss Right, listen up. According to evolutionary biology, not me, evolutionary biology, if you find a girl and she's not that intelligent and she has a list of heritable diseases listed in this book, and she has lots of premenstrual syndrome, you may have found yourself a keeper. So where does this go wrong? I know I'm running out of time. Defining the fittest and fitness, describing falsely labeled natural selection. Herbert Spencer and Charles Darwin describe natural selection as survival of the fittest. Darwin claims that as the fittest survive through each generation, this leads to increases in capability over time that natural selection will construct organs of extreme perfection and complication. The flaw in Darwin's theory is how one defines the fittest, and that flaw is fatal to Darwin's theory. Darwinists use equivocation, where they use multiple meanings of the same word to make illogical and deceptive claims. So let me go over equivocation. This is a classic logical fallacy. So here are three statements and a conclusion. The first statement is true. A feather is light. A feather is light. The second statement is true. What is light cannot be dark. Something that is light cannot be dark. That's a true statement. A false statement combines the two true statements. If you say, therefore, a feather cannot be dark, that's a false statement. First of all, you could cheat and say, well, obviously we have dark feathers, so that's not, if you don't want to go through the logic or the illogic of this, figure out what's the problem, experiment and observation trumps all logic, okay? You have to deal with it. So let's just parse this apart. So a feather is light. So when we use light, which I highlighted in blue, that means light as in not heavy. That's one meaning of light. Whereas in the second usage of light, that means light as in not dark. So when you start mixing meanings and introducing two meanings of one word, two or more meanings of one word into the same argument, you get all sorts of illogical conclusions. And evolutionary theory, as I've read it, is rife with equivocations. Oh my goodness, it's practically built on equivocations, non sequiturs, false assertions, circular reasoning. I mean, you could write a textbook on how to make illogical, logical fallacies and, dishonest rhetoric. That's evolutionary theory. Whether they mean to or not, that's the way it is. And to emphasize the mess of multiple meanings, if you think I'm making this up, and equivocations of evolutionary fitness, consider Richard Lewontin. He says, it's not entirely clear what fitness is. I'm like, yeah, duh. He wrote a peer-reviewed article from Harvard, and he uses the word incommensurability, the incommensurability of Darwinian fitness. That means, kind of the multiple meanings of it. He's addressing that. He sees that as a problem. Some other evolutionary biologists. Fitness is difficult to define properly and nearly impossible to measure rigorously. An unassailable measurement of any organism's fitness does not in practice, an unassailable measurement of any organism's fitness does in practice not exist. And Gillespie, a population geneticist, says of the, frequency changes or the levels of evolutionary fitness that are low, they are impossible to measure, which is mostly the case. They're mostly impossible to measure. This is a bad situation, guys. If you want to have a scientific theory, you better be able to define your quantities, like say in physics, that would be like length, mass, time, and charge. You have to be able to measure that. You can't do that in evolutionary theory. You can't define it. You can't measure it. It's a terrible theory for natural selection. And if and to drive the point home more, I just did this generative AI search. I asked the computer, why is evolutionary fitness an ill-defined concept? And it responded, evolutionary fitness is an ill-defined concept because it is highly context dependent. Skipping ahead. Evolutionary fitness is not an inherent property of an organism, but rather a measure of its reproductive success, aka copying efficiency. And to make matters worse, here's an evolutionary biologist. He says evolutionary biologists may be deluding themselves. This is from the prestigious scientific journal Nature. Evolutionary biologists may be deluding themselves. I think he would be more correct if he changed that to maybe to R. Evolutionary biologists are deluding themselves if they think they have a good handle on the typical strength of selection in nature. So evolutionary biologists lie to themselves and are deluding themselves. Am I the one making these accusations? I'm merely pointing out evolutionary biologists are saying that about each other. So, okay, I have 8 minutes. In modern evolutionary theoretical genetics, evolutionary fitness is a measure of copy efficiency for a given environment. And you could see how to calculate this from my paper, my peer-reviewed paper, on Fisher's fundamental theorem of natural selection. If you want to really torture yourself, go to Joe Felsenstein's theoretical evolutionary genetics. So again, think of evolutionary fitness as a measure of copying efficiency, not whether the species has complex designs such as the human brain. In the evolutionary view, a set of nincompoops with 14 kids, like Octomom on the left, are more evolutionary fit than a set of brilliant individuals with only one kid, like Richard Dawkins on the right. The estimated time to copy the phrase to be or not to be, that is the question, takes about 1 minute. To copy the Bible by hand, that would take 3 years. And in parallel, bacteria can make copies of themselves in 20 minutes. A human takes 10,512 minutes. So in absolute evolutionary fitness, which's more fit, the bacteria or humans? The problem posed here is the tendency toward efficient recopying of DNA letters. It's on painful display. It was first on painful display in this experiment, the Spiegelman monster experiment. Spiegelman made an artificial life form in a test tube using biological parts of living cells like a Frankenstein. Instead, he used RNA instead of DNA for its genome. Since it's faster to copy a small genome versus a larger one, we would expect a Darwinian process of so-called survival of the fittest to naturally lead to smaller rather than larger genomes. And that's what happened. People should have been alarmed at this result. They just ignored it. Now consider this lady with the big backpack. She's equipped for touring remote, desolate environments that don't have a lot of amenities. The lady with the small handbag, she's equipped for touring urban environments that have a lot of amenities, like Las Vegas, Nevada. So why carry around more than you need for a given environment? That's one illustration I'll appeal to in a little bit. Another illustration, and this is from the book of Acts, but it's an illustration of a crew of a sinking ship throwing cargo overboard to save the ship. So just think about the illustrations of letting go of things you don't need immediately, You might need it in the future, but you're so desperate, you're just going to dispose of stuff immediately. And this applies to biological systems that migrate from one environment to another. So you have E. coli with a lot of genes, 10,000 or so, and E. coli with a few genes. We see this on display. When E. coli migrates to other environments, often it will lose genes. And again, remember, genome reduction is the dominant mode of evolution. And so we had this 80,000 generation experiment, the long-term evolution experiment by Richard Lenski. The thing lost a lot of genes. Granted, it got some new function, new alleles, some regulatory changes, some regulatory changes, but it lost many genes, and one could argue it gained zero genes. So this is like a football score, creationists 200, Darwinists 2. So, I would be depressed if this happened to me as an experimenter and I were an evolutionist, but well, he still got paid, so maybe that's why he's still happy. Rob Stadler covered an example of the gene for the tryptophan synthase. There's the DCS example, which I think is also compelling. And it shows that once a gene is broken, it stays broken. I interviewed Scott Minnick on this issue. And this also falsified Dawkins' weasel simulation, which he claims proves natural selection. It didn't. It was a deceptive simulation because this wasn't an experiment. He used the weasel simulation to argue the blind watchmaker. Sadly, by the way, and he also wrote other books like A Devil's Chaplain. And he wrote, the universe we observe has precisely the properties we should expect if there is at the bottom no design, no purpose, no God. Sadly, one student at the prompting of his biology professor read the works of Richard Dawkins, and he was misled by Dawkins, concluded life had no meaning, and committed suicide. The young man's name is Jesse Kilgore. Darwinism is bad science and inspires a dark religion. And if you doubt me, Michael Ruse, who's an atheist, agnostic, he wrote a book through Oxford University Press, Darwinism as Religion. So in the space of time, I'm going to play this clip. Let me unshare let me reshare this. This is probably less than a minute. And if anyone wants to talk about this in the Q&A, we can. I'll let all the other guys answer questions in the QA, and anyone wanting to be tortured at the end, we could do this, but let me just play this in the meantime. See if I have to figure out how to get this to go. Let's get it to go.
On that, we agree. As you said, like we agree that proteins, unlike cellular life, do not share universal common ancestry, right? We disagree about cellular life, but we agree that proteins don't share universal common ancestry.
Proteins don't share universal common ancestry.
So with that, thank you for joining me. I know I ran right to the end. It was a pleasure. God bless you all. Take care.
Thank you so much, Sal. It's been an honor and a joy to listen to you today. Looking forward to the Q&A. So glad you're able to join us then. And I'll turn it over to Kirk to introduce our next guest.
Sounds good. And I'm actually really looking forward to our next presenter, Dr. Joel Brown. Reason for that is one of the most compelling pieces of evidence for me personally was the discovery of soft dinosaur tissue. And so he'll be covering some of that. So Dr. Brown has a PhD in genetics, genomics, and development from Cornell University. He holds a bachelor's in biology education from Pensacola Christian College and a master's in biology from the University of West Florida. So without further ado, Dr. Brown, welcome to the Creation Summit. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me. Do you hear me all right?
Yeah, sound check is good and we can see you good.
Awesome. Hey, well, I appreciate this opportunity to share some of what we're doing on our own, but also to share on this really interesting topic in creation science at large. Let me share my screen. I'm going to actually first let me just talk to the camera for a moment. I'm going to be jumping back and forth between screen share, and I have also some molecules that I'll be leaving the screen share. So there will be some moving back and forth as we go throughout this presentation. Just bear with me as we jump in. Let's get started. Today I'm going to be talking to you about a smoldering in the grave. One moment. Awesome. Okay. Millions and millions of years ago, dinosaurs ruled the earth, and their reign of terror was brought to a catastrophic end when they had one very bad day about 65 million years ago when an asteroid impacted planet Earth, bringing the reign of dinosaurs to a catastrophic end after 180 million years. Or that's how the story goes. So this is all too common what you hear in every children's book, in every documentary, in every natural history museum. In fact, here, almost a direct quote from the UK Natural History Museum. They say how an asteroid ended the age of the dinosaurs. 66 million years ago, dinosaurs had the ultimate bad day with a devastating asteroid impact. A reign that had lasted 180 million years was abruptly ended. This is so common. It's everywhere. It's pervasive throughout the entire society that in order to believe otherwise, in order to believe that this whole age of dinosaurs did not occur millions of years ago, you would have to be just a little bit crazy. So permit me, if you would, for the next little bit to be a little bit crazy as we explore a smoldering in the grave, what decaying dinosaur bones tell us about the age of the Earth. So my name is Dr. Brown. You can call me Joel. You can call me Hey You. All of that works just fine. I got my PhD in molecular biology and genetics, also known as tiny stuff that you can't see without a very, very expensive microscope. I did that at Cornell University, had a fantastic time. I also spent some time studying Alzheimer's disease in fruit flies and spinal cord regeneration in zebrafish. So I've been blessed to have 8 children, and I recently moved to Arizona. So I lived in St. Louis for several years. I taught in the public school system for a few years in St. Louis area. And then I moved out here to Arizona with my family to become the director of the Creation Research Society. So this presentation is not about the Creation Research Society, but I do want to tell you a little bit about what we do. This is the largest network of Bible-believing creation scientists in the world. And it's just that. It's a network. So we have over 600 members who are degreed scientists. And they're at Christian universities. They're independent researchers. Some of them are in secular universities, kind of flying under the radar. Some of them are in institutes like the Institute for Creation Research. And the goal of this society is to connect all of these different individuals who have this shared interest in studying God's world, but studying it from a Christian perspective. And which brings me to one of my favorite verses, which I'm going to open up with Revelation 4:11. This is my motivation as a scientist, and the motivation of many of our scientists in this network would share it. It says, "Thou art worthy, O Lord, to receive glory and honor and power, for thou hast created all things, and for thy pleasure they are and were created." You can love God, you can love the Bible, and you can love the pursuit of science all at the same time. The difference is I want to give credit to whom it is due. So you just heard about all those incredible things that Salvador talked about. And it's sad, isn't it, to see these incredible things in nature, these incredible structures, these engineering feats being attributed to just blind random chance over time. And as scientists, we can do better. Creation scientists, we're playing with a full deck. So that's our goal at CRS. We publish research. So we have our research journal. We present research. We have an annual research conference coming up in July. It's actually going to be in St. Louis. Check out creationresearch.org to to get on that. We perform research. So this is a part that I'm heavily involved in here in the Phoenix area. We have a research lab. And so I'll be sharing for the first time, actually, some of the data that we've recently been generating in this lab. And we fund research. So if you have the next greatest idea in creation science, you can pitch that idea here to CRS, and we can potentially, if it's good enough, give you some funds to pursue that. So we want to generate an environment of science and scientific inquiry, but from a biblical perspective. So all that to say, research is our middle name. And if you are not a member of the CRS and you are a degreed scientist, Bible-believing scientist, you should be. I highly encourage you to join. I'm a new member. I joined just before finding out about the director position, and now here I am, and it's just been an honor to get more involved into the creation movement. So with all that behind us, let's talk about a smoldering in the grave. So it's a bit surprising. I'm a molecular biologist, not a paleontologist, but this is a molecular biologist's foray into paleontology. One thing that is astonishing is how recently in the terms of human civilization, learned about dinosaurs, these incredible creatures called dinosaurs. So meet the first dinosaur ever named. This is Megalosaurus. And of course, they didn't know what it looked like, but British scientist William Buckland, he named it in 1824 based on this jaw fragment that they found. He noticed that this looked like it was from a lizard, hence the name Saurus, and it was big, hence the name Mega, and this became the first named dinosaur. The second named dinosaur was right on its heels, the famous Iguanodon, same thing. British scientist Gideon Mantell, they found these bone fragments and teeth fragments, and they thought, well, this looks like it belongs to a reptilian organism like an iguana, but it was big, and so it was given the name Iguanodon. Now, did you notice those dates? I highlighted those dates on purpose. Those dates are a mere 200 years ago. In the grand scheme of time, that is not long. So here, human civilization is living all these millennia without an awareness of these giant creatures that existed at some point, and then they stumble across these dinosaur bones. The word dinosaur was coined just about 200 years ago in 1841 with Sir Richard Owens. So the discovery of dinosaurs is a recent thing. Now, of course, we have learned an incredible amount since then. I had the privilege recently to visit the SWAU Dinosaur Science Museum. This is in Keene, Texas. Here I am with Dr. Arthur Chadwick. I'd never been there before. It was a really impressive experience. These are Bible believers that study dinosaurs from a biblical perspective, and they have one of the world's largest collections of curated, geolocated dinosaur bones. Just an incredible amount of this. They go up to the Northwest U.S. every June, and they just dig for dinosaurs up there. They've been doing that for 25 years with the school there, and have been able to collect thousands of bones. So their collection has over 30,000 specimens in it. It's an amazing collection. Here I am holding a T-Rex tooth like that guy from the beginning. So all that to say, we have learned an awful lot about dinosaurs in the 200 years since they named the first one. Let me stop share here. Here is a ulna. So in your forearm, you have a radius and an ulna. The two bones that aren't supposed to be there, the two bone joint that Salvador was talking about. This is the ulna from a Triceratops. So it's absolutely huge bone. We have a handful of dinosaur bones here at CRS. I'm gonna set this guy down. So all that to say, we have learned a lot in the years, I'm going to get my screen share back up and running. Here it comes. Okay. And the question inevitably arises, so where does this all fit together? Where does it fit into a biblical timeline versus an evolutionary timeline? Well, it's pretty straightforward. Let's look at both of them briefly. Evolutionary interpretation of the fossil record is simply this progression of change over time. So they believe, of course, the simplest organisms were killed and laid down first, and progressively evolved into more complex organisms over time, including the dinosaurs in this Mesozoic era. And then those dinosaurs died off during extinction. In other words, in the evolutionary interpretation of the fossil record and of dinosaurs, they see a progression of time, an immense amount of time. So in the biblical creation interpretation of the fossil record, we also see a progression. We see an order. There is an order in these layers. There is a pattern that's recognizable throughout the world. And we do find dinosaurs in specific layers. We see a progression, but we see a progression of the flood. And I can't emphasize this enough. Isn't it amazing? Imagine the biblical record without the worldwide flood of Genesis 6 through 8. Imagine those chapters did not exist. And imagine that the Bible was the work of humans, right? So they just make up this record of the historic past, not knowing that these Near Eastern myths that they were writing would someday have to explain a finding 2,000 years later of these giant creatures in the fossil record. They had no awareness of this. And then they find these giant creatures, and lo and behold, you look in Genesis 6 through 8, and we have a mechanism that exists to explain how this entire fossil record is formed. So that's what we see. We see the progression of the flood in the fossil record. Now this brings about two very different interpretations of when this happened. So when did the age of dinosaurs end, according to these two worldviews? So there's the age of dinosaurs, the Mesozoic. In the biblical timeline, these layers were flood layers. This is universally agreed upon by creation scientists that the Cretaceous, the Jurassic, Triassic, these were layers that were laid down by the flood. So, and that was about 4,400 years ago, give or take. So the age of dinosaurs came to an end 4,400 years ago. Now compare this to the evolutionary timeline. The evolutionary timeline says the age of dinosaurs came to an end with that catastrophic asteroid impact and volcanism around 65 million years ago. Right? Things that are different are not the same. These are very different claims about when the age of dinosaurs would have ended. And by the way, the age pre-flood would have been an age of dinosaurs. The amount of dinosaurs we find in the fossil record and the relatively fewer amount of mammals we see, there was a preponderance of dinosaurs pre-flood, which is an interesting question all to itself, but that certainly was an age of dinosaurs. So it then came as a surprise from a secular scientific perspective to find one day Mary Schweitzer and her research group was studying a T-Rex bone, and they found soft tissue. They actually sat on this data for a couple of years because it was so controversial. Why would you find soft tissue in something that's 65 million years old? But here are some of the things that they found. This is a demineralized endosteal T-Rex. So they dissolve all the minerals away, and then you get this soft tissue that remains, including blood vessels, and even things that looked like blood cells. This was understandably controversial at the time because these structures should not exist. They shouldn't have survived for 65 million years. So CRS, this was about 15 years ago, started the iDino project to look into this ourselves from a creation's biblical perspective. The iDino stands for Investigation of Dinosaur Intact Natural Osteotissue. That's a mouthful. I'll just call it soft tissue in dinosaurs. So one of the things that they did as part of this project was to go to Hell Creek Formation. That's where the T-Rex came from that Mary Schweitzer was working with in 2005 with their publication. So they went to the same formation in Montana in 2012. And here is a Triceratops bone. I showed you that Triceratops ulna. That is also from the same Hell Creek Formation. This was a Triceratops horn. 46 inches long, is encased in sandstone. And so some researchers here at CRS, this was before my time, they came and started analyzing to see if there was soft tissue in these bones. And they published this research in a secular peer-reviewed journal, soft sheets of fibrillar bone from a fossil of the supraorbital horn of the dinosaur Triceratops. So here are some of the images that they have from this Triceratops horn, and you look in these thin sections of the bone, these stunningly well-preserved osteocytes. Those are bone cells. That's what they look like in modern tissue, and this is tissue that even from biblical standards is thousands of years old, let alone the conventional timeline saying it's 65 million years old, and just these beautiful structures that looked fairly fresh. Here they are on scanning electron microscopy. And this, again, was published in another secular journal, Microscopy and Microanalytics. So these amazingly well-preserved bone cells. They looked at another bone. This was from a Thescelosaurus, the vertebral column, also from the Hell Creek Formation. So there's the vertebral column. And what you can do with these bones, you can take them and put them in this substance called EDTA. It's a chelator. It's a chemical that it goes in and it grabs the minerals from the bone, like the calcium, and it extracts the mineral from the bone. So you end up with just whatever's left that's non-mineral. So this is actual video from the Creation Research Society of the vertebra from this Thescelosaurus after it has been demineralized. And there is that soft, pliable, stretchy matrix of soft tissue. It's stunning that you can get this type of flexibility and preservation in these bones, even that are thousands of years old from a biblical perspective. Here is a video of what looks like a blood vessel coming from this Thescelosaurus vertebra. So these were findings right here in our lab in Arizona. Now, this has been replicated over and over again at this point, although it was highly controversial initially, and it still is in some circles. The claim, of course, is that, well, these tissues are not actual endogenous tissues of the dinosaur, but they're like biofilms that bacteria have formed later on. Well, now there have been over 100 papers that have been published describing the biological tissue and molecules in the dinosaur and other ancient fossils. And in these 100 plus papers, you see pliable tissue, like the video that I just showed you, distinct cells that are present in the tissue, like those bone cells that I showed you, collagen. And remember that word, that's going to be very important. Collagen fragments are frequently detected. Other proteins. So collagen is a protein. Other proteins such as actin, myosin, tubulin, they've also been detected. So the evidence just keeps building now that the secular community also, for the most part, has said, yeah, this is real stuff. Thanks in a large part to Mary Schweitzer. She's been very tenacious and diligent in demonstrating. She's not a creation scientist. She is just a researcher in the secular community. Although she is a Christian and would claim to be a Christian and seems like a very nice person. Thanks in a large part to her diligence, they've demonstrated beyond reasonable doubt that these are endogenous tissues. Including, here is the most recent one that I've seen. This is 2025. This is fresh off the press. A paper, Evidence for Endogenous Collagen in Edmontosaurus Fossil Bone. This paper, there have been a number of ways that you can analyze what's in the bone to see if there's still protein and tissue present in the bones. And this paper does a neat one where they actually sequence the protein from the bone. So using mass spec, you can get the order of the amino acids that make up the protein, and they sequence the protein from the bone and identified it as collagen. So this is some of the first, not the first, but some of the first dinosaur proteins that have been sequenced. Now they're fragmented, so you're not getting high quality sequence, but you can identify it as collagen. All that to say, we have clearly this preserved tissue since these animals have died. I want to focus on this word collagen. I'm going to tell you a lot about collagen in the remaining talk. So let's unpack this a little bit. What is collagen? Now, if I were to ask you, what is a protein? What do you think of when you hear the word protein? Maybe you think of muscle and protein shakes and working out and amino acid supplements. And yeah, we often associate that with protein, meat, because our muscles have a lot of protein in them. But proteins are just these chains that build and assemble and they comprise every structure in our body. So all of our cells have proteins in them. The muscle cells have a lot of protein, but so does your bone. So collagen is a protein. It is a chain of amino acids. See all those little red lines? Those are separating the amino acids. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 amino acids here in a chain. This is just a small fragment of collagen. Here is a full sequence of bovine collagens. This is from a cow. So that is, each of those letters represents an amino acid. So starting with M, and then you have a whole bunch. I want to zoom in on this. I want to challenge you. Do you notice, so each letter represents a separate amino acid, of which there are 20 that can be used in vertebrate proteins. Do you notice any pattern to this sequence? I highlighted 3 letters. That might help. That's a clue. This, do you notice how every third letter is a G? So this is the standard in collagen. Every third letter is G. That's a glycine. And then you have a couple other ones and then another G. A couple other ones, another G. That's important for how collagen functions and its structure. So I'm going to do a little deep dive into collagen structure. I'm going to turn you, at least for the next 10 minutes, into little biochemists, okay? So bear with me. Buckle your seatbelts. Let's start with this guy right here. This little black ball is a carbon. It's a carbon atom. Okay. We are called carbon-based life forms because we are carbon forms the backbone of all these major biological molecules. Okay, let's start adding some things. We're going to add a hydrogen and another hydrogen. Now we're going to add, so now I've got a carbon with 2 hydrogens. Now I'm going to take this guy. See how that's kind of a blue? So this is nitrogen. It's an amino group. I'm going to add that. And then let's add another group onto that carbon. I'm going to add this. This is a carboxyl group. It's a carbon with 2 oxygen. You don't need to know all that, but and voila, I have created before your very eyes an amino acid. This is one amino acid. This is actually glycine. So this is the glycine, which is in every third amino acid in collagen. And that's what it looks like. Okay, so now there's not just one amino acid, there's actually a long chain of amino acids. How does that work? All right, I'm going to take another amino acid. This one is alanine, similar in structure. There's one small difference, which I won't bore you with. Okay, now let's try to stick these together. So in order to do this, I'm actually going to remove one of these oxygens. And here comes my alanine. And now we have an amino acid chain. This is 2 amino acids long. All right, and the reason I'm showing you this is going to be very important later on. Do you see this purple bond there? I colored that one purple on purpose. That one's very important. It's called an amide bond or a peptide bond. Keep an eye on that one. Okay, let's just do one more. So we've got our glycine, we've got our alanine. Let's remove another one of these. This is a hydroxyl group. And we are going to plug in a third amino acid, like so. So now you have, there's one purple bond. Here's the second purple bond. Those are the peptide bonds that separate these 3 amino acids. And there you have a beginning of a collagen chain. So to go much further would get very complicated, and I don't have enough hands to hold all those. Let me try showing you this in some software. All right, perfect. So here, this is just a protein modeling software where you can visualize these things. This first one that I'm showing you, this is glycine. Now we have a long chain of them. Here's the full chain of collagen. But collagen is not just one chain, and this is important for the structure of collagen. Collagen is actually a group of chains. So here's where we started. This is what I built for you. It was this part here in the middle, and the full length is the full protein. This is one collagen protein, but it's actually not just one, it's 3. So now you see how there's 3 different colors. There's the green collagen protein, there's the blue collagen, and there's the pink or magenta one. Well, that is the structure of collagen. It shows up in this helical twist of 3 collagen proteins. And here's what it would look like. It's 3-dimensional shape. It's these long strands. So now you have been christened as biochemists. This is the structure of collagen. I'm going to stop that share. Let's go back. Okay, there we go. So that's the structure of collagen. Here's why that's important. That is actually an ingeniously designed structure to provide stability. Collagen is a structural protein. It's in your skin. And when the collagen starts to degrade, you start to get wrinkles. That's just a fact of life, right? Collagen is a structural protein. And so what does collagen have to do with bone structure? A lot. So bone is a mixture of minerals. That's the inorganic part, the calcium, phosphorus, and protein, like collagen. Collagen is actually the main protein in bone. So here's a diagram of bone. This is like a cross section through the bone. Bone is composed of 60% of this bioapatite. That's the mineral component, 10% water, and 30% organics. What's organics talking about? Well, those are the proteins. Out of those organics, it's 27% collagen. So 90% of the proteins inside of bone is collagen. Collagen is the most abundant protein in bone, and it is the most abundant protein in your body. So it's a very important structural protein that impacts all of our biology. Now to the question at hand. How long can collagen, which has been found in dinosaur bones, how long can collagen lie smoldering in the grave? So I'm going to take you on a little journey on how our lab has been investigating this very question through an experiment. So this is examining collagen decay in different organisms. Of course, we're using modern organisms, so we can start with a fresh bone and then see how long the collagen survives in a fresh bone. When the dinosaurs died, they would have been fresh bones and would have started to decay. So we're doing this in mammalian bone, a cow. We're doing this in avian bone, an ostrich, and we're doing this in reptilian bone, an alligator. And I know what you're thinking. Where do you get alligator bones from? From alligator legs, of course. So here we are in our lab. We actually just got a shipment of alligator legs a couple of weeks ago. We just asked this alligator hunter to send us the biggest legs from the biggest alligators that he had. And he sent us some big ones. I was surprised. And so here we are dissecting those legs, pulling out the bones. We are in the middle of doing this with alligator. The results I'm going to share with you today are from cow and ostrich. And I haven't shared them. This is the first time they've been shared publicly, so I'm excited to let you guys in on what we're doing. So remember, collagen is a protein, a chain of amino acids. So the question, we have to find a method. We have to have a method in order to see how this protein dissolves or breaks down. And when we say break down, what we're talking about is those peptide bonds, those purple bonds that I showed you, those break apart. And it's water that gets in there and breaks those bonds apart. That's what we mean by degradation. So I circled the 5 peptide bonds in this protein, and that's what we're studying. So how do you tell when a peptide bond has dissolved? There are several ways you can do that. The way that we use, the method we use, is Fourier transformed infrared, FTIR, spectroscopy. What in the world is that? Here's what it is. It's a very, very expensive flashlight. Literally. That's what it's an expensive flashlight, but it's a cool flashlight because it shines in the infrared spectrum. So it's not visible light. It's longer wavelengths of light. And you can shine it at a sample. And then depending on how much light comes back to you, you can begin to identify that sample. So there we are in this example over here. Here's our sample. We shine in this light source. It beams through the sample, and then you have a detector. It's pretty complex what's happening in the machine to adjust the wavelength. There are moving mirrors and stationary mirrors and all that good stuff. All you need to know is we're shining a flashlight at a sample, and we're seeing how it reacts. So here's an example. This is 2 amino acids stuck together with this special bond, the amide bond or the peptide bond. Same thing. We are now shining this beam of light, infrared light, at this protein. And those atoms in there, the oxygens, the carbons, the nitrogens, the hydrogens, those bonds between them are going to absorb some of that light, and some of the light gets transmitted. It gets passed through the sample. And you can detect the presence of that bond, the amide bond, based on how much light is passed through. So that's what we're doing. Here's an example from the literature. A very recent example. We're not the only ones trying to pioneer this technique. So here, the green line represents well-preserved bone, fresh bone. The red line represents decayed bone. So it's older bone that's gone through decay. And I want you to pay very close attention to this mountain peak right here. You notice how in the green line, it's very tall. In the red line, it's very small. So these mountain peaks come from the machine. This is the data that comes out of the FTIR spectrometer. And this is the mountain that we are looking at. It's a very specific mountain. This was pioneered also by Brian Thomas at Institute for Creation Research and others. Kevin Anderson was the former director, so they were tinkering with this. Like, how can we use this to measure collagen decay? So again, look at this mountain. Here it is at day 0 in fresh bone. It's a pretty tall mountain. At day 14, it's a pretty small mountain. That's what we're looking at. And you can learn a lot just by looking at that mountain. Here's an example from our lab. This is data we just were working with last semester. I'm going to zoom in on this mountain peak. This is what came from the FTIR. And here is the mountain peak that we're interested in. You notice how at the blue line at time 0, it's a tall mountain. Time 7, it's a smaller mountain, and it continues to decrease. So we can measure the height, and that tells us how much collagen is present. And you notice, this is important, this peak here, which is the mineral component, it doesn't change. So the bone is just being bone, but the protein is degrading. All right, So that's the tool we can use to measure collagen decay. Let me show you how this works. This is what we call our materials and methods, or our experimental design. So we're taking a bone which has collagen in it. All bones do, and a lot of it. We crush up those bones into tiny fragments. We then are accelerating the decay because these are extremely stable proteins. From a design perspective, they're designed to be extremely stable. We're not going to wait around hundreds of years for them to decay. So we're going to speed it up with temperature. We grind those bones after they've been treated with temperature. We grind them to a fine powder. We then put that powder onto this FTIR and we scan it. We get our mountain peaks. We measure those heights, and we do this at multiple temperatures in order to generate these decay curves. And we can put all that together to generate these things called Arrhenius plots. I'll show you the Arrhenius plot, and I'll explain it. I'm going to jump right to the end, and then I'm going to back up and kind of explain what this is showing you. So for now, don't worry about everything on this slide. For now, I just want you to notice this was the end of the experiment. This was the final result from about 6 months of working with these bones. I really want you to appreciate kind of the back end of scientific research. So I'm going to show you just a short video of how we did this, so that you can appreciate exactly how much goes into a single image like this, a single graph like this. Sit back, relax. I'll narrate through it a little bit. Here we go. Those were the alligator bones. We crush up those bones into smaller fragments. We continue to clean them and crush them ever smaller. We want to get nice uniformed size in order to have kind of repeatability and reliability in our data. So we continue grinding it till they're this nice size, about 0.5 millimeter to 1 millimeter in size. Then comes the fun part. We start cooking our bone. What you're seeing here is we're taking 1 gram of our bone sample. We're mixing it with some water. So this occurs in an aqueous environment, mimicking the groundwater. That's during fossilization. That's how fossilization occurs, is exchange of minerals in the groundwater. Now, again, because decay takes so long, we accelerate this decay by increasing the temperature. So that's what you see here. We do this at multiple temperatures, and we're just showing you one example. Now, we're going to be testing how much has decayed at different time points. So we're recording how much time has passed between each pull. Now, here comes the first pull. By the way, these are undergraduates from Arizona Christian University. They interned in our lab. So once they've cooked for the specified amount of time, and of course we're doing multiple time points, we do 3 replicates at each time point. We now have to prep the bone for measuring. There's the bone. It's still hard bone at this point. It's just small pieces. Now, of course, we are not doing this with just 5 samples. We're showing you 5, but there are many, many, many samples that we have to do this with to repeat the experiments for replicates and all that good stuff. So now we have to grind that decayed bone into particle sizes that are appropriate for the FTIR machine. The particle size that it needs is between 20 millionths of a meter and 63 millionths of a meter. So we use these sieves to screen it down to just the right particle size. So there's the bone powder. I know what you're thinking. It looks like drugs. It's bone powder. And now we're ready for the next stage, which is the measurement. This is Ryan. He's a part-time tech in the lab. He's really the professional at the FTIR. He's been doing it for several years now. So the FTIR is a surprisingly simple process. There's the powder. And then the machine does all the hard work. It shines a beam through there, measures those mountain peaks, and that's what the output looks like. We measure each sample 3 times. Those would be called technical replicates, and we do this over and over again for every temperature, for every time point, for every organism, and we get a lot of data. So this is combined data from ostrich and cow. The final step then is to go to the computer. So we don't want to analyze this data ourselves. We do it using stats programs. So this is a program called R. And we use the code to then analyze, look for patterns in the data, and generate these plots. All right. So I hope you see why I showed you that. This is, you know, whether you're a secular scientist, a Bible-believing Christian, whatever, you can do science. This is called empirical science. It doesn't matter what your worldview is. The bones are going to decay the same, regardless of whether you have a biblical worldview or a secular worldview. This is just good old-fashioned empirical science, and it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of money. It takes a lot of patience to do it. So now let me show you the results of those months of labor. All right, so keep the question in mind. How quickly does collagen decay? So here is ostrich at 85 degrees Celsius. I'm showing you the collagen concentration on this y-axis. I'm showing you the time in days on the x-axis. And so it starts high and it decreases to low. And it follows this nice linear pattern. That's one temperature. Now we want to do this at 5 different temperatures. So this is 70 degrees. It's kind of, it starts high and it goes low, but it doesn't go as quickly, right? Because it's a lower temperature, so it decays more slowly. The breaking of those bonds is temperature dependent. It's depends on thermal energy. And so as you increase the temperature, you notice how the slope gets steeper. And that's because it's decaying faster, as you would expect. This is thermal energy. Okay, so now let's compare this to the cow. We've got the ostrich on the bottom. We've got the cow on the top, same setup as before. And they both follow that similar pattern, slower decay at lower temperatures, faster decay at higher temperatures. We're doing this at high temperatures because then we can calculate what it would be at a lower temperature without waiting hundreds of years, because this takes hundreds of years at lower temperatures. So here is how we do that calculation. This graph is different from those other graphs I was showing you. This is now showing you temperature on the x-axis and the decay rate on the y-axis. So you can see at higher temperatures, like at 90 degrees, we have higher decay rates. At lower temperatures, you have a lower decay rate. Here's the decay rate at 85. Here's the decay rate at 75. And you see how there's 3 spots for each of these? That's because we're doing this in replicates. So we have triplicates for all this data. And once we build this curve, this is the curve that we were working for all those months, because now we can see what would the decay rate be at lower temperatures based on this curve. And here it is. This is the answer. Half-life at 25 degrees Celsius of collagen in a neutral aqueous environment is 1,086 years, give or take. That was the result from our experiments. A half-life, remember, is how long it takes for half of that collagen to disappear. So after 1,000 years, you're going to have 50% of the collagen remaining. After 1,000 more years, you're going to have 25% remaining. After 1,000 more years, 12.5, so on and so forth. So that is a very relevant and important result. By the way, here it is, the cow, which I showed you, and here's the ostrich. We were expecting them to be basically the same. It's collagen, right? It should be about the same. They are different, actually. The ostrich decays significantly faster, has a half-life of 296 years at 25 degrees Celsius in a neutral aqueous environment. You might be wondering why we are doing ostrich. Well, because, as you know, evolutionists, they would call dinosaurs non-avian. Or birds are avian dinosaurs. The dinosaurs are non-avian dinosaurs. So they call birds dinosaurs. And so in many of their work, they compare their collagen stuff to ostriches. So we want to meet them on their turf. So that's why we use ostrich. But we're also doing this in alligator, and I'll report back to you on that once we got those results. So there you have it. Now here's what was very exciting to us as a lab. You do these results, you do these experiments, it takes a long time, and you hope that they are relevant data. So here's another paper that was published, Collagen Survival and Its Use for Species Identification. They studied collagen decay using a different method, and here were their findings. Extrapolation from high temperature, that's exactly what we did, experimental decomposition rates suggest that at a constant 10 degrees Celsius, it will take between 0.2 and 0.7 million years at 10 degrees Celsius for levels of collagen to fall to 1%. Do you see how precise that statement is? And that's so that other scientists like us can compare our results to it. So let's do that. Let's compare our results to theirs. Here's our data. Our data says that the half-life at 10 degrees Celsius, because we can calculate it at any temperature. I was showing you at 25 degrees Celsius, which is room temperature. 10 degrees Celsius is pretty chilly. The half-life is 35,000 years, half-life of collagen. 7 half-lives, which is how long it would take to decrease down to below 1%, 7 half-lives. That's 250,000 years. Now think about what that is saying. Our study, their study, showing the same thing. This is just empirical science. This is the way science is supposed to work. It's repeatable, it's observable. But what do you notice? The longest we can reasonably expect collagen to last under ideal conditions is approximately 250,000 years. And I say ideal conditions. Here's what I mean by that. We don't have these huge temperature fluctuations, which would be bad for collagen degradation. We don't have bacteria in here. Bacteria decay collagen even faster. So this is an artificial setting. This is kind of an idealized setting for collagen decay. And there's our ceiling, 250,000 years. So how long can collagen lie a smoldering in the grave? I'm so glad you asked. Not 65 million years by conservative empirical estimates. Now, as a scientist here, did we prove that collagen could not survive 65 million years? No, that's not the way science works. But what we did demonstrate is that a reasonable estimate for how long collagen lasts is that it's going to all be gone well under 1 million years. All right, so what do you do with this? Well, this is a problem, as you can see, for a secular evolutionary worldview, and they recognize it. Here's Mary Schweitzer. And she says, the persistence of still soft vessels, matrix, and cells and fossil remains millions of years old is unexpected. And if original, refutes models of, what do you think goes in that blank? So if this is original material, it refutes models of, maybe she's about to say, of the age of the earth or deep time. Or no, it, in their mind, refutes models of degradation. So I guess things just don't degrade that quickly, even though we have empirical data showing that this is how it does degrade. The identification of still soft tissues and cellular structures in a suite of Mesozoic fossils and claims of endogenous proteins preserved within these materials is controversial because it challenges both conventional wisdom and theoretical kinetics. That's our data. which preclude the persistence of proteins over geological timescales. So they recognize this. This is 2019, so it's still an issue, and they have proposed models that try to address this. Here's the cross-linking hypothesis. This is the main one. They say that iron from within the body of that dead animal in the hemoglobin, myoglobin, it helps to preserve it. Here's what they're talking about. That iron causes these hydroxyl radicals to form. That's what those O's and those H's are. And those hydroxyl radicals, they bind to the amino acids and they cause this cross-linking. And the cross-linking is thought to resist the degradation. So it's a more stable protein. It can last longer. Well, this is good, right? This is a hypothesis that we can test. And so that's what we're working on next in our lab we've got a nice system for measuring decay. Now let's test these hypotheses from an empirical perspective and see if it really can extend it to 65 million years. Stay tuned. We'll let you know what we find. We're starting these experiments now. However, it's not very optimistic because here is, for a secular evolutionary perspective, here's another group that tested this already. They took bone, and they have a cool setup here. They have little bone samples in all of these tubes, and then they run different solutions through there. So one of the solutions that they put through these tubes was iron, and they were, presumably expecting it to extend the degradation. Here's what they found. The iron actually accelerated decay in their tests. So iron isn't going to be the savior for this problem. There are many, many saviors that have been proposed by how to extend this preservation of the collagen in spite of the empirical evidence that we see that says otherwise. And I don't want us to get lost in the whack-a-mole game of trying to knock out every latest and greatest idea, because you can knock out the iron hypothesis, there's going to be another one. There's always going to be another one, because this is historical science. This is not empirical science that evolutionary scientists are doing. That's just the nature of it. And you can see it broad and clear right here. This is from Schweitzer's 2007 paper on this topic. If these components are demonstrated chemically to be original, a mechanism must exist to allow their persistence across geological time. You can call that a lot of things. You can call that bias. You can call what it is just a commitment to a worldview. They see no other option. The time exists, so there must be a mechanism to preserve it. Maybe the time actually doesn't exist. So let's be very clear here at the end. When did the age of dinosaurs end? Biblical timeline says 4,400 years ago. Evolutionary timeline says 65 million years ago. Things that are different are not the same. Dinosaur biomaterial is not consistent with the conventional assigned ages of the fossils. That's what our data shows. Dinosaur biomaterial is consistent with a younger than 10,000 year ages of the biblical model of creation. So isn't it exciting sometimes when, we aren't trying to prove the Bible, right? If God wanted to prove the Bible, he would do that himself in an empirical way beyond any measure of doubt. We're not trying to prove the Bible, but it is fun as you're a scientist pursuing the study of God's creation, and you see these things that support just a straightforward, simple reading of God's word. So I want to finish again. Our objective is to give God the glory. Thou art worthy, O Lord, to receive glory and honor and power, for thou hast created all things, and for thy pleasure they are and were created. Let me finish by giving credit to whom credit is due. I want to thank our team here, and it's not just our team. We're standing on the shoulders of others. For instance, Brian Thomas at the Institute for Creation Research, Steve Taylor, other individuals who have pioneered some of the early steps in this work. And I, of course, want to thank the work here at CRS and in our society at large is supported by generous donations of God's people. And so without those donations, this work wouldn't be possible, and I thank you for that. With that, I'm going to stop there. Thank you for your attention and turn it back over.
All right, Dr. Brown, that was awesome. Now we do have quite a bit of questions. So it looks like you spurred up some curiosity. I'm going to mix one of them kind of together.
Go.
So it's questions about glycine from Solidify Your Face. How did glycine get into Comet Wild 2? And can glycine form naturally in space or on Earth? Additionally, 14 of the 20 amino acids used for life on Earth have been found on asteroid Bennu. Would CRS consider the hydroplate theory for an explanation?
There's a lot in that question.
Yeah.
So let me just speak to what our data is showing. Glycine, and we take all of these amino acids to be a direct creative act of God, whether they're on other asteroids or not, and why they would be. They're just molecules, right? So there's really nothing special about them. They can be anywhere in space. That's fine. That doesn't mean there's life out there. They're just dead, lifeless chemicals. What's amazing here on Earth and in God's creation is how those molecules, how those amino acids are arranged. Glycine and collagen is a perfect example of it. So glycine is the smallest amino acid of the 20. I showed you that the structure, it only has this one little hydrogen on the carbon, which makes it the smallest one. And so it has to be there in collagen in order for that collagen to twist into that beautiful three-dimensional structure. And so that's why glycine is so important in it. As far as the hydroplate implications of that, that's outside the scope of this study.
Sure. Wait, would you know the half-life of glycine?
So glycine itself, I'm talking about the half-life of the peptide bonds, which is the bond between two glycines. And even for two glycines, the half-life is somewhere around 500 years.
Okay. And then we have from TH Hale, what is the relationship to humidity? I believe he was talking about during the testing process, you did heat, you did other things, but would moisture in the ground maybe affect the half-life of the collagen as well?
Good question. Yeah, so in our upcoming, now we've kind of built a baseline and a method that can robustly measure this. So those are some of the things we want to look at. Water definitely has an impact. So how much groundwater is present, or in your case, what this person is asking about, the humidity of the environment. That water is what's getting in there and breaking these bonds apart. So there has to be water present. If you had a completely dehydrated sample, yes, you would extend the decay. So that's something we want to try, is how if we dehydrate it. Now that's unnatural conditions because fossilization is occurring because there's groundwater there. So that's an unrealistic situation, but it's a valid question and something we want to look into.
All right, and then we've got, looks like time for one more. Are you still working with Mark Armitage and his electron microscope?
I wish, in that he is a very talented microscopist. I've not met him, and I do hope to meet him at some point. As far as a creation microscopist goes, he's as good as it gets. And so he has a soft tissue, like Dinosaur Soft Tissue Institute, something like that. And he's still doing this type of work and getting really neat images out of it. So as the opportunity arises, I would welcome the opportunity to work with him on that.
And then last one, are there any, this Solidify Your Faith, are there any creation teaching churches in the Phoenix area?
Well, I'm at one. So there are several. I attend a Baptist church in the Phoenix area. It's a growing area, as you probably know, and so there are actually a good body of just faithful believers in the Phoenix area. So there are many, many churches that would adhere to a straightforward belief in God's word.
Perfect. Well, that was that's a lot of cool information. I always found that very convincing. Now, will you be able to stick around for the Q&A later, or you can pop in and out as much as you'd like? But
I think that's certainly doable. So what time? That is at 7:30 Eastern time?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I probably won't be at this setup, but I will try to jump in there.
Yeah, that's fine. We're just discussing, taking questions from the audience. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Brown.
Thank you, Kurt. It was a pleasure.
Fantastic. And everybody look up for the CRS, and we did post the website in the comments, so you can look at it there. Now I'll turn it over to Crystal to introduce our next speaker.
All right. It is my pleasure to be able to introduce Dr. Aaron Sholders. Dr. Sholders is an associate professor in the Department of Biochemistry and Molecular Biology of the College of Natural Sciences at Colorado State University. His degrees include a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry, a Master of Science in Biochemistry, and a PhD in Biochemistry. His dissertation work led to the discovery of the translocation mechanism for the RNA-dependent RNA polymerase responsible for replicating, forgive me if I butcher these words, piconaviral genomes. This discovery may one day lead to the development of small molecule drugs capable of treating infections caused by West Nile and Coxsackie virus. He also has several publications, which we can share in the text chat there in the live stream. And welcome, Dr. Sholders.
Thank you so much, Crystal. Can you hear me? Are we good on sound?
Sounds great.
Okay, great. And it's piconaviral. You did great. Good job. So let me go ahead and share my screen here so I can get my talk up. Okay, so can everyone see my screen? Yeah, can people see my screen? Good.
Wonderful.
Okay,
we're seeing the presenter view.
Oh, you're seeing the presenter view. Oh, let's swap that. How's that?
Looks good.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. So, well, I want to just thank you, everyone, for attending, and certainly I want to thank the organizers for this conference. I hope that it's been an encouragement to everyone. Actually, I've been listening to these talks, and I hope people were listening really closely to Joel's talk, because I'm going to talk about proteins as well, and even give some introduction to what proteins are. So that'll be good. And Rob did some things that I thought were really good that we'll talk a little bit about as well in my talk. So the title of my talk is Origins of Biological Complexity, an appeal to intuition. You'll see what I mean by that as we get further into the talk. So to start off with, I think it would probably be best to go ahead and describe what I mean by biological complexity, right? So here is an encyclopedic definition of biological complexity. So this refers to a measure of the complication of a biological organism that is directly related to that organism's ability to successfully function in a complex environment. And after reading that, you might think to yourself, I'm not sure how much that helped me, quite honestly. So let me unpack that statement a little bit. And let's just do this. Let's think about cells from this standpoint. So cells are made up of parts. So what you're looking at here, actually, let me go ahead. Yeah, I think this will be fine. So what you're looking at here is an image of a cell, or many cells, actually. This is an image from a fluorescent microscope. What you see highlighted here are some of the parts of a cell, right? So in green and red are the cytoskeletal elements of the cell. So cells actually have skeletons as well. They're made of proteins. And then in blue, you would see the nucleus. So this is a fraction of the number of parts of the cell, but cells are made up of parts. And biochemists think of the parts as being either macromolecules. So there are 4 classes of what we call macromolecules. And macromolecules are large molecules. Proteins are macromolecules. Nucleic acids, which are DNA and RNA, are macromolecules. Lipids are macromolecules, and the carbohydrates are molecules. Okay, so cells are made up of parts. Right? Now, those parts are going to then participate with one another. They're going to interact with one another to carry out the various processes of the cell. Some of these processes you may have heard of. So for instance, metabolism is a cellular process that takes nutrients and harvests energy from them. For metabolism to occur, there has to be a large number of the parts interacting in an orchestrated and coordinated way to harvest that energy and then to store that energy as something like ATP, which we'll kind of talk about later on as well. And so cells allow parts to then carry out processes, and processes are going to be driven in a certain direction by driving forces. We won't spend a lot of time talking about driving forces, but the cell needs energy to carry out its processes. So that's part of a cell. And then finally, and very importantly, cells also require a tremendous amount of information that then really directs the production of the parts and the processes that occur within a cell. And the information within a cell is stored primarily in the genetic material, specifically DNA, which is found primarily in the nucleus. Okay, now let's draw an analogy for you that might help you connect with what I just said about cells, parts, processes, driving forces, information, and the biological complexity. Now let's put up another image here. So this is one I think that most of us are familiar with. In fact, some of you may actually drive a GMC Sierra. So this is a pickup. It's a very nice pickup. And when we think about an automobile, or we think about a vehicle or a pickup, it's made up of parts, as we know, right? There are parts in the engine, there are parts in your cab, there are parts, all sorts of parts. In fact, if you were to Google, and I did this, if you Google how many parts are in a GMC Sierra, it says, Google says lots. Okay, so there are apparently a lot of parts in a GMC Sierra, but we know this, that those parts are going to then interact with one another in particular ways to carry out the processes that allow the pickup to drive down the road. Okay, and to do lots of other things like open your window or drive the windshield wipers or whatever, right? And then there are driving forces. Pickups have, of course, a battery, and then we fill them with gasoline so that they can go down the road. And then, certainly newer vehicles, have entire displays that have software programs that are running those displays. All sorts of information is required to then allow for the pickup to go down the road. So if you're to come back to our description here of biological complexity, we could make this automobile complexity. And the automobile complexity refers to the measure of the complication of an automobile that is directly related to that automobile's ability to successfully function in a complex environment. In other words, there are a certain level of complication that has to be present for the pickup to function the way we expect a pickup to function. And so that is also true then of a cell and a biological organism. There has to be a certain level of complication for it to operate in the way that we expect it to operate. And that is to, of course, sustain life and biological life. Okay, so that's biological complexity. Now, when we think about the origins of biological complexity, what we're thinking about here is just really two main options that we have presented to us and that have been debated for centuries and centuries. And one of those options in terms of how all of this came about is just an undirected material process. And this says that, there's time plus energy plus chance is a sufficient explanation to describe how all of biological complexity and all biological organisms came into existence. Right? The other, of course, option would be that there is a material process, but there's an engineer behind the material process, and an intelligent agent. Okay, and it is this second part that I want to spend some time thinking about. And if it were true, and if it is true, that there's an intelligent agent or an engineer behind biological complexities and the origins of biological complexities, then we should be able to detect that. We should be able to recognize and see that the marks of that engineering. And really, we're going to address this question in the first part of my talk. Are there then features of a biological organism that exhibit the marks of intelligence? And so that's what we're going to be thinking about here. And this can be a very complex answer. We give a very complex answer, or we can give one that, in my opinion, you can just draw on a person's intuition. Okay, and that's what I'm going to try and do, is draw on your intuition to help you recognize that there are features of biological organisms that exhibit the marks of intelligence. Okay, now to answer this question, let's do this first. Can we, as human beings, recognize when something's engineered, recognize when something's been designed? Okay, so let me ask you to do this with me. Okay, so let's pretend that you step into a room, and in that room, you see a lotto ball machine, such as being depicted here in our figure, okay? But in the hopper of this lotto ball machine, instead of having balls that have numbers on them, there are lots of balls that have letters on them, okay? And in the chute of our lotto ball machine is balls that have letters that make up this sequence of letters, okay? And starting with L and ending with I, and there's 150 characters in this sequence. Now, go ahead and study that sequence, and what I want you to ask yourself is, do you think that that came about due to chance? Or is there something else behind it? Was it designed? Okay, now, as you consider that, let me go to my next slide, and let's just think about it from a chance standpoint, okay, and the probabilities of getting that sequence of letters. Okay, so this sequence of letters, like I said, is 150 characters long. And the probability of getting that sequence is 1 in 26 raised to the 150th power. Okay, where do I come up with that number? Well, let's think about this. Your chance of getting an L in the first position is 1 in 26, right? Because there are 26 letters in the English alphabet. And so then we have a 1 in 26 chance of getting the L in that first position, okay? Likewise, we have a 1 in 26 chance of getting an X in the second position. Okay, now these probabilities are compounding, so we would say that we have essentially a 1 in 26 raised to the second power of getting LX as our sequence. Okay, take that across all 150 characters, and we come to this probability. To get that sequence of letters, it's going to be a 1 in 26 raised to the 150th. Okay, I am a scientist, so I like to think in scientific notation. So I converted this to base 10, and so there's a 1 in 10 to the 212th chance of getting that sequence of letters. Not very probable. Okay, so now before we go on, I want to think about that number because it'll be important for us later on. That is a big number. Okay, let me try and illustrate to you how big this number is. Okay, so when we think about numbers like this, let's first of all just think about a million. Most of us have a context for a million because if we put a dollar sign in front of a million, we think, well, that's a lot of money. Okay, and we have some concept of what that means. A million is 10 raised to the 6th. Okay, a billion, now put a dollar sign in front of that. That's a big, big number, right? That's 10 to the 9th. A trillion is like a very, very large amount of money, very hard for us to conceive of, but a trillion is 10 to the 12th. Now, that's 200 orders of magnitude smaller than our number right here. But it's hard to even conceive of how big this number is. So let me give you some idea of how big this number is. Our current national debt is estimated to be at about $35 trillion. Scary number, right? So if we started to pay off the national debt at a rate of $10,000 a second, it'll take about 104 years to pay off the national debt. Now, understand that number, 35 trillion, is 35 times 10 to the 12th. $10,000 a second, 104 years. That gives you an idea how big this number is. So then put that in contrast to how big this number is. That number is so large. It's almost impossible to conceive of how large it really truly is. So to give you an idea, astrophysicists, and I'm not one of them, so I don't know how they do this, but astrophysicists estimate that the number of atomic particles or atoms within the universe is about 10 to the 80th. So when we think about this, 1 in 10 to the 212th, if you think about your Lodabaugh machine, you're never going to get this sequence again, right? So it's extraordinarily improbable that you would ever get that sequence ever again, okay? But does it bear the marks of intelligence and design? And I would say no, it doesn't. And I think all of you would say no, although you might be sitting there, I see, trying to convince me that it does. No, I'm not trying to convince you that it does. I'm just trying to convince you that it's a very improbable sequence of letters to get, but that doesn't mean that it's been designed, and that doesn't mean that it's been engineered. However, let's do this. Let's look at this sequence of letters, okay? And kind of study that, and look at that, and let me go ahead and help you. I'll go to the next slide here because it might be kind of hard for some of you to see. Let's go to this slide. Okay. So now what I've done is I've bolded and I've underlined aspects of this to separate, right, the text. And what you can see here is that this says what can be known about God is plain to them, for his invisible attributes, namely his eternal power and his divine nature, have been clearly perceived ever since the creation of the world. We recognize this, many of us have probably recognized this as a passage from Romans 1. In fact, Rob Stadler quoted this, okay, at the very end of his talk. So yes, this is, a portion of Romans 1. Now, we automatically look at this and we automatically recognize that it's been designed, it's been engineered. It communicates something to us, and we can point to, at the minimum, the human author in the Apostle Paul. Right now, here's what's interesting about that. This character, or this sequence of characters, is also 150 characters long, which means that it is every bit as improbable to get that as it is my previous sequence of letters. But we automatically assign intelligence to this one and not the other one. Right? And the reason is because this one adheres to the rules of the English language, specifically the grammatical and the spelling rules of the English language, right? So it has purpose, it has the capacity to communicate, it has teleological significance, if you will, okay? And we can recognize this as then being engineered, designed. Now, we can go further, right? Let's do this. We have two rocks here. Which one's been designed, which one hasn't? I don't have to spend a lot of time with my audience convincing you that one of these is the result of, right, some designer for a specific purpose and a specific intent. It has teleological significance to it, right? That's the arrowhead over on the left. This, probably not. It's just a rock, right? Let me give you one more example, okay? Hunks of metal. We've got two that I think would automatically be recognized by the audience as being designed, having been created, having been engineered with a specific purpose in mind. There's an intent, there's a purpose behind them, and then the other one not, right? What's interesting about this one, okay, the one on the left, is that this is a dagger that's several thousand years old, okay? And I actually give an attribute to the Brooklyn Museum because I took this from their website. This is a dagger that was found in an archaeological dig in Egypt, okay, and it's several thousand years old. Now, what do you think the archaeologists thought when they first discovered this? They didn't sit there and think to themselves, matter plus time plus chance brought this about. They automatically recognized that there was a intelligent mind that produced this dagger, and they then thought of questions like, why did they produce it? What does this tell us about the Egyptians at this point in time? What does it tell us about their technology, right? All these types of things. And understand that those are questions that are being posed by scientists, and they're automatically saying that, well, this is attributable to an intelligent maker, a designer, an engineer, okay? So all of that, right, to ask this question, can we, as human beings, recognize design? And I think the conclusion to that is pretty clear. Human beings do have the ability, an innate ability, to recognize design when they encounter it. Okay, in fact, we would say that it's intuitive to us, right? We can look at something and we can intuitively know whether it's been designed or not. Okay, and this is the idea of an appeal to intuition. Now, you might be saying, I thought this talk was about biological complexity, and he's a biochemist. Isn't he a biochemist? Yeah, I'm a biochemist. So let's go on and ask this question. Can we detect, or can design be detected in biological structures? And can we use that intuition, that innate ability to recognize that there is design in biological structures? So what I want to do is give you some examples of biological structures and things that I think intuitively allow us to answer this question. Right? And we're going to talk about proteins. And this is where I'll, Joel Brown, thank you, Joel Brown, for doing what you did. You spent all that time talking about collagen and what collagen is and what proteins are. And you did a lot of really good work for me because I have all this very similar things. I'm not going to talk about collagen, but I want to talk about what proteins are. So as Joel mentioned, proteins are complex macromolecules. So remember, macromolecules are some of the parts that make up our cells. Okay, so these are complex macromolecules comprised of amino acids linked together in specific arrangements to carry out a particular function. Okay, that's what a macromolecule is a complex arrangement of essentially amino acids linked together in to carry out a function. Okay, now, an amino acid. Joel did it with a physical object. I'm just going to do it this way. I don't have the physical object. Good job, okay, on that, but something similar here, okay, that we're looking at. You're looking at here an amino acid, a single amino acid. It's got front and center to it a carbon atom, okay, and then it's got over here another carbon atom in green. So each of these spheres represents atoms. And we've got an oxygen atom, we've got a nitrogen atom, we've got some hydrogen atoms here. Some of the hydrogen atoms were removed for simplicity, okay? But then we've got this here, okay, this gray one, and that is essentially a side chain or an R group. So Joel mentioned that there are 20 different amino acids, and that's right. So there are 20 different amino acids occurring naturally in a protein. And what differentiates those amino acids is the identity of that R group, okay, that side chain. And those side chains have very different physical, structural, and chemical properties. Okay, so some of them are quote unquote hydrophobic, meaning they're water fearing. Okay, some of them are hydrophilic, water loving. Some of them are acidic, some of them are basic, some of them are negatively charged, some of them are positively charged. Right, so there's different chemical and physical makeup of each of these side chains. Okay. Now, put this in the context then of a protein. Let's go to my next slide here, okay? So just as Joel mentioned, I'll mention to you as well. So proteins are going to be how when we take amino acids and we link them together, right? So here is an amino acid, okay? And we see here is an amino acid here, okay? So you can see the structure here, the structure here. You see the structure here, see that structure here. See the structure here, see that structure here. Okay, so there's one amino acid. Flip it around, and you got another amino acid. Okay, and then you flip it around again, you got another amino acid. Right. So in this this depiction, we have 3 amino acids, and we would call this a protein, really a peptide, a small protein. Okay, and the amino acids are held together by the peptide bond, which is again something that was talked about in our last talk. Okay, the peptide bond is what holds these amino acids together. Right now, that's just 3 amino acids making up this particular protein, but that's a really small, what we call protein. Okay, average size of proteins are somewhere around 300 amino acids. Okay, so let me go to here. Okay, and what you're looking at here would be a way that we depict a larger protein. Okay, this one happens to have 260 amino acids in it. And we represent each of the amino acids with a letter, right? So M means methionine, L means leucine, G means glycine, I means isoleucine. Okay, and on down the list, and there will be 20 naturally occurring amino acids, each one with their own chemical appendage that has its own chemical and physical properties like water-fearing and water-loving and acidic, basic, charged, not charged, those kinds of things. Okay, right, so that's then a depiction of a much larger protein in these amino acids when then each of them be held together by the peptide bond. Now, some of you might be looking at this, okay, and saying, well, that's a sequence of letters, kind of like what we talked about with our Lotta ball illustration, right? So that's right. This is a sequence of letters that has, of course, a physical end to it in amino acids making up a protein. But here's our question about this, right? So is this sequence of amino acids like our first Lotta ball result or our second one? In other words, can we detect in this some end, some purpose, some teleological significance that would allow us to say, well, this was designed or not, okay? And so let's first of all just address this from this standpoint, okay? It's really improbable that you would get this sequence of amino acids, okay? So talk about the probabilities, just like we talked about the probabilities of the letters in our, our Lotta ball example, okay? In this case, though, we have to say that our base is going to be 20, okay, and we raise that to 260, okay? So there are 20 amino acids, okay? So we have a 1 in 20 chance of methionine being the first, or M being the first amino acid in our protein, okay? We have again, a 1 in 20 chance of a L or leucine being the second amino acid in our protein, right? All the way to 260 characters, right? So to just get ML, it would be 20th raised to the second. To get all of these, it would be 20th raised to the 260th, meaning that, there are, well, 10 raised to the 338 power ways to arrange 20 amino acids in a protein that is 260 amino acids long, okay? Ooh, super big number, right? Super big number. But just like we learned with our, Lotta ball examples, just because it's complex, just because it's very improbable that we would get it, doesn't mean that it's designed, right? It doesn't mean that it has the marks of an engineer behind it, okay? There has to be something else. So what about this sequence of amino acids? We would actually call this a primary structure. Okay, well, this primary structure, if it's made, if we attach all of these amino acids together, we put them into a biologically relevant solvent, that will actually fold up, that protein, okay, will fold up into a structure like this. Right, so in our previous talk, we looked at how collagen has a particular structure and that gives it a particular function. Right, well, we can say the same thing here about this protein. What you were looking at here with this protein, and there's two different ways to depict this, but this protein is a result of this structure here, okay, or this sequence of amino acids, and this protein we call chymotrypsin. And chymotrypsin is a very important digestive enzyme, okay? Now, what you see on your right, probably what the protein really looks like, okay? What you see on the left, we call this the cartoon model, kind of like Mickey Mouse, which has features of a mouse, but not really a mouse, okay? This has features of a protein, but is not really what a protein probably looks like, okay? However, I can use this to try and help you understand what it means when I said that the protein folds, okay? So what you're looking at here in the center, right, what I've colored here in kind of cyan, okay, same thing over here on the surface representation. But what we see here are these ball and sticks, and these ball and sticks represent those appendages on particular amino acids within our sequence. I say, all right, so this one here would be the amino acid aspartate. This one here would be the amino acid histidine. This one here would be the amino acid serine. Okay, and notice that they're all right next to each other in this structure. Right, now, let's go back to our primary structure, okay? In our primary structure, we can see here, I've colored again in cyan, those 3 amino acids that are right next to each other in this structure, what we call our tertiary structure or the globular structure. And I'm trying to illustrate what's happening here is that these are a long ways away from each other if you were to just draw out the chain of amino acids, right? But then we let the thing fold up and it forms into this spherical globular structure, and it puts these three amino acids right next to each other. Now, you might think, okay, I think I see what you're saying. So it's kind of like a noodle, you know, when it starts off really long, and then we let go of the ends of our noodles, and it kind of folds up on itself and forms this ball, and it places specific things right next to each other. I hope that's what you took away from that, because that's exactly right. Okay, it kind of folds up and puts specific amino acid side chains or R groups right next to each other. Okay, so what does that mean? Well, that means a lot. Okay, so this protein, chymotrypsin, that we see here, is an enzyme found in your digestive system. It's produced by your pancreatic cells. Okay, and it allows your body to hydrolyze peptide bonds. So you and I eat protein-rich meals. We should eat protein-rich meals, but we can't absorb the proteins in our meal. We have to break those proteins in our stomach down to, not our stomach, but also our entire GI tract. We have to break those down into individual amino acids, which means we have to break the peptide bonds. Okay, now Joel spent a lot of time talking about peptide bonds and the degradation of collagen and that kind of thing. Well, yeah, those peptide bonds, they're super stable, right? And what you were looking at here, this is a peptide bond, okay? And what's being depicted over here is the hydrolysis of that peptide bond. So we're going down. We'll start here with this is our reactant, and we start here with water, and we go in this direction, and water can break that bond and make two individual amino acids. Okay, we've broke the peptide bond. Now, that takes a long time, hundreds of years, okay, without an enzyme. However, if we have chymotrypsin, it can do it in seconds, right? So chymotrypsin can catalyze the rate of peptide bond hydrolysis millions of fold. Okay, so it can make it super, super fast so that we can then break the protein down into individual amino acids, absorb those amino acids for our health. Okay, and that's what chymotrypsin does. Now, that gets back to our question. Is this more like our first Lotto sequence or our second Lotto sequence? Well, it turns out that this is a lot more like our second Lotto sequence. And the reason is because it produces this that does that. In fact, we can think about this structure as being something like this structure. It has teleological significance. It has purpose. It has intent behind it. It is doing something, right? And these three, the placement of these three side chains is crucial to the function of chymotrypsin. If you were to remove one of these or change their positioning, it will not be able to hydrolyze peptide bond. Similar to if we were to drill a hole in the top of this piston all the way through this would cause a malfunction in the engine. So if we were to change one of these three, it would cause a malfunction in chymotrypsin and malfunction in your ability to ingest certain types of protein, and you would feel sick because of that, okay? So very, very interesting when we start to think about this from a ability to detect design in biological structures, okay? Now, the rabbit hole goes deeper. Okay, so let's move beyond this. Hopefully you see what I'm saying here, right? This produces that, okay? Here, which does that, okay? And it has all those features that we intuitively know something about this, okay? But let's go further into this, and let's come back to this. And you say, oh, those letters again, the sequence of letters. That's exactly right, the sequence of letters again, right? So here we are. This is our first Lotto ball results. And if you were to walk into our room and you saw this Lotto ball machine with this sequence of letters on it, you would think to yourself, probably just chance that happened. However, as you get closer to your Lotto ball machine, you see the sticky note. And on the sticky note, there's instructions that tell you how to use a decoding system for this sequence of letters to get a message. And you think, well, that's odd. And so you read through those and you decode it. And it turns out that in that decoding instructions, this sequence of letters actually leads to this sequence of letters, which is, remember, a part of Romans 1. So maybe the decoder said, everywhere you see L, put W. Everywhere you see X, put H. Right now, when you discover that, you think, wow, someone had way too much time on their hands. Okay. But notice what you're saying. Someone, an intelligent being, had too much time on their hands, right? Because we know that codes and then instructions to decode something come from an intelligent mind, an engineer, right? That's something that we intuitively know and recognize. So you think, okay, so why are you telling me that? Well, because this kind of thing happens all the time in cells. There's an entire decoding system. Okay, so let's go here. Now, let me think, let's think about this. Come back to, actually, let me go back. We'll go back several slides. Come back to this. Remember I said that this is, this is one way out of 1 times 10 to the 338th power, okay, to arrange 260 amino acids. Right? So you would never see it by chance, you would never arrive at this, okay? However, your pancreas makes this all the time, okay? In fact, I venture to say that your pancreas will probably make that 1 trillion times in your lifetime. Okay, maybe more. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm just guessing, but it's going to make it over and over and over again. And here's how, and here's why it can do that. The reason is because there's information stored in your cells that tell the cell how to make that protein, right? So if we come down here, this would be our protein sequence, that 260 amino acids that makes chymotrypsin, okay, that we've been talking about. The information to make that is found up here at what we call the DNA level. Okay, and what's shown here in blue would be the DNA sequence, starting with this arrow pointing in that direction and this blunted arrow pointing in the opposite direction. That's what we call a gene. Okay, and that's found in our DNA. And there's this process that scientists, biochemists call transcription that takes that gene and converts it to an mRNA sequence. Transcription. This takes a large number of protein machines and other genes to do this, molecular machines to do this. Okay, and then that mRNA sequence can leave the nucleus, go out into another environment in the cell that we call the cytosol, and it will encounter a large number of other machines, RNA and protein machines, and that will go through a process called translation, where it will actually change languages from RNA into the protein. Okay, to understand what we're saying here, this encodes, this DNA encodes this amino acid sequence. Okay, and let me kind of show you what I mean when I say this. Okay, so let's go to my next slide here. We have here, I'm not going to put the entire DNA gene on this slide because I would have to have a font of like 3 to fit it all on here. Okay, so that wouldn't be very fair to all of you. So we'll just have the very beginning of it. But in DNA, this is what the beginning of the protein coding portion of the gene would look like. Okay, and it would have this ATG, and then there would be CTT, and then a GGT, and an ATT. Now you think, what are those? Well, those are nucleotides. Okay, so nucleotides are equivalent to amino acids. Amino acids are the building blocks of proteins. Nucleotides are the building blocks of DNA and RNA. Okay, now there's 20 different amino acids that will make up proteins. There are 5 different nucleotides that will make up DNA and RNA. Okay, A, T, G, and C make up DNA. Right? And we see those right at the beginning, A, T, G, and C. Right? These have different structures and different chemical properties, but they're also very similar to each other, and they're linked together, not through peptide bonds, but something called a phosphodiester bond. Okay, we won't look at that bond. Okay, but they're linked together. Right now, DNA is transcribed to mRNA. The only difference between DNA and mRNA from a nucleotide standpoint is that instead of having T in mRNA, there's U in mRNA. Okay, so AUG instead of ATG. Okay, now there are other differences, structural differences between DNA and mRNA that aren't important for this talk. Okay, but the process here is transcription. Okay, and so transcription really is transcribing the information in DNA to mRNA. Now, we need to then move from here. Now, understand we're only showing a very small portion of the mRNA as well, but this encodes this. Okay, in fact, every 3 letters of the mRNA are called a codon and encodes a single letter or a single amino acid in our protein. Right, so that this is true, that AUG will dictate the first amino acid to be M, or methionine. The next 3 letters, the next codon, is CUU, and CUU encodes an L, or a leucine. Okay, the next 3 letters, GGU, encode for the glycine. The next 3 letters, AUU, encode an isoleucine, right? So that we can look here, the first 4 amino acids, MLGI, are encoded by the first 12 letters of our mRNA, which corresponds to what's in DNA. Okay, understand that this is a decoding process, and this happens all the time in something that we call gene expression. So if you look at transcription and translation together, we call that quote unquote gene expression, okay? And genes are expressed through this translation process using something called the genetic code, which in the last several decades of the 20th century, the genetic code was broken by molecular biologists, and we present the genetic code as something like this to our students and to the world, okay? So that when we look at this, AUG, start here, A, first nucleotide, second nucleotide is U, so it's in this little quadrant here. The last one is G, that encodes a methionine, or an M amino acid. CUU, C, first nucleotide, U, second nucleotide, third nucleotide is a U, encodes a leucine. G here, second nucleotide is a G, and then a U encodes a glycine. Okay, and AUU would encode an isoleucine. You get the idea. And so then every amino acid in that 260 amino acid protein has a corresponding codon found in the mRNA, which has a corresponding codon in the DNA. And all of that goes through this decoding process. Okay, now go back to your Lotto ball machine and go back to your sticky note. You see where we're going with this. Intuitively, can we answer this question? Can design be detected in biological structures? Okay, I got one more for you. Okay, so let's look at this one real quickly. This is super awesome, super fun stuff. So it turns out that there are machines in biological structures as well. Okay, and what you're looking at here is one of those machines, ATP synthase. Okay, that's what you see on the right. And ATP synthase does this. And you think, I'm not sure what that means over there. Okay, well, let's start with this. This here on the bottom is the production of ATP. ATP is the energy currency of the cell. It stands for adenosine triphosphate. Every time you move your muscles, you use a ton of ATP, okay? The end of metabolic processes, where we take in nutrients and we harvest energy from those nutrients, like carbohydrates, that in the end of it ends here at the production of ATP that then the cell uses as its energy source or energy currency. Okay. Now, this protein allows for the movement of protons. So this is a proton, or let's call it a hydrogen cation or hydrogen ion. This protein allows for the movement of hydrogen ions from a high concentration to a low concentration to make ATP. You need energy to make ATP. and this provides that energy. And you think, no, I don't know what you're talking about. That I don't get it. Okay, and if you don't get that, let's try this. Right, you are looking at a depiction of the Hoover Dam. Okay, and the Hoover Dam allows water to accumulate on one side, high water, and then has water on the lower side, right? On the other side, the low water, and allows water to drop from here to here through turbines that spin to then make electricity, right? They take the energy from the falling water and make electricity that then turns the light bulb from the off to the on, right? You get the idea. Okay, so that is what's happening here. High water, low water, need a turbine, okay? But that turbine, if it's spun correctly, can make ATP from this. This would be our light bulb off, our light bulb on, okay? That's what's going on here. This is the turbine. And you think, like, is it a turbine? What do you mean is it a turbine? Okay, is that just an analogy? Well, let's go here. I've got a video of this. This is pretty awesome, okay? So you are looking here at the turbine, right? Now look right here. This right here, okay, would be where there's lots of those protons or hydrogen ions. Okay, they're in yellow here, lots of them here. This is the Hoover Dam, okay, the concrete structure of the Hoover Dam. Here's where we have low water, okay, or low hydrogen ions, okay? And then this whole thing is going to make the light bulb. It's going to, right, the light bulb goes on to off. Actually, what's going to happen here is it's going to make ATP, which is shown here, from this green ADP, okay? And this is the turbine. Now watch this, okay? This is what actually happens. Hopefully this works. There we go. Okay, oops, we'll turn the sound off. There we go. Okay, so I'll kind of bring it back here. Right, so hydrogens are moving through this, causing this turbine to move, that then causing really cool biochemistry molecular changes here that then allow the ATP to be made from the ADP. Okay, truly it is a turbine, okay, doing essentially what we see in the Hoover Dam. Now, what's interesting about that is that turbine that was shown, the video that I was showing is going pretty slowly. Okay, when it's running at full capacity, it can turn at about 7,000 RPMs. Okay, so let me show this. There we go. Let me show this video here. This is at probably real speed. Okay, there's two of them shown here, but watch the turbine here. All right, there we go. 7,000 RPM, somewhere around there, churning out ATP at a really high rate. This is a machine, right? And we see lots of things like this in the cell. So coming back to our question, can design be detected in biological structures? Well, let me quote some pretty well-known people and scientists. So this is a quote from Bruce Alberts. He is a former president of the National Academy of Sciences. He's written an entire textbook on cell biology. And he says this: the entire cell can be viewed as a factory that contains an elaborate network of interlocking assembly lines, each of which is composed of a set of large protein machines. Why do we call the large protein assemblies that underlie cell function protein machines? Precisely because, listen to this, like machines invented by humans to deal efficiently with the macroscopic world, these protein assemblies contain highly coordinated moving parts. In other words, Bruce Alberts looked at machines like ATP synthase and compares them to machines that have been invented by an intelligent being, an engineer, right? Now, go to Richard Dawkins. He says this: biology is the study of complicated things that have the appearance of having been designed with a purpose. Now, he'll go on to disagree that they've been designed with a purpose and they've been designed by an engineer, okay? In fact, he'll write entire books on that. But the question is that because he's suppressing something that he intuitively knows, making a philosophical statement rather than a scientific statement, okay? I think that the answer to this question and the conclusion that we can make is this: intuition would tell us that biological structures and processes exhibit features that allow us to conclude that they have been designed by an intelligent being. Okay, so, and I've given you examples of that, and I'm drawing on your intuitive and innate ability to recognize that. Okay, now, last thing here. I know it's been a long day, and we got Jim Tour's talk coming up here in a little bit. Okay, I'm sorry if you keep hearing binging. I'm not sure exactly what that is, but anyway. So, but let me do one more thing here, and ask this question: should we trust our intuition? Okay, and Rob Stadler actually talked a little bit about this, and Sal talked a little bit about this even as well. Okay, when we think about this, and I don't have a ton of time, so I'm going to go through this kind of quickly here, but should we trust our intuition? When we think about this, okay, when we think about what has to happen in the flow of evolution, if you will, okay, there has to be significant amounts of structural and functional innovation. Okay, so think about going from a single cell organism to an organism like you and I. There has to be significant amounts of structural and functional innovations that requires then significant amounts of molecular innovation. Okay, and Rob Stadler talked about at the end of his talk, he talked about like Richard Linsky, and Sal did as well, and Gager's experiment on tryptophan synthase, showing that evolution doesn't really have the capacities to make new molecular innovation. Okay, that's what the empirical evidence seems to suggest. Okay, and he even talked about orphan genes, right? To start to get structural and molecular innovation, you have to have new genetic information, what they're called orphan genes, that have no recognizable similarities to any ancestral genes, which means they had to be made de novo. They had to come out of nowhere. Okay, so let me come back to this here. Okay, so this is our 260 amino acid protein. Okay, this is one sequence out of 10 to the 338 sequences. Okay, now I could change this methionine to something else and get the second of 10 to the 338 sequences of amino acids that, of this protein. Okay, or I'm sorry, not of this protein, but another sequence is what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to go too fast, sorry. But anyway, right, so when we look at this, the question is, okay, well, if we start changing these amino acids, are we going to get functional proteins out of this? And certainly we can. Okay, so there's not only one sequence that will lead to a functional protein, there's lots of sequences that will lead to a functional protein, okay, out of the 10 to 338. But there's also a lot of sequences in that sequence space that are not going to be functional. They're not going to have structure. They're not going to exhibit function. Okay, so then how many or how rare is it to get a 260 amino acid sequence of proteins that actually produces a protein? And Douglas Axe has answered that question, and I'm scaling his data, but he suggests that 1 out of every 10 to the 130 amino acid sequences will form a structure that produces a functional protein. In other words, we're going to have to search through this sequence space, 10 to the 130 amino acid sequences, to find a functional protein. Right? This is a big number. Does it present a problem, okay, for evolution? Well, let's do this. Let's assume that we'll start with a bacterial cell, okay? And let's say that we have 10 billion bacterial cells. And let's allow them to produce 20,000 generations a year. So in 1 year, we can have a total of 2 times 10 to the 14th bacterial cells. It's a lot of cells, okay? Every single one of those cells can sample a new sequence, okay? Let's give them 5 billion years to do it, okay? How many sequences could those cells search? They can search about 7 in 10 to the 23rd sequences, right? Now, how many do they have to search? 10 to the 130th to get one gene, okay? Now, here's the problem. Take your simplest cell, okay? This is our minimal cell, a cell containing the minimum number of genes needed to carry out functions necessary to sustain life, okay? This simple cell, okay, has 473 genes encased in 531,000 nucleotides about. Compare that to us. We have 20,000 genes encased in 3 billion bases, 20,000, 25,000 genes. Okay, so when you think about the evolutionary paradigm, we have to go from here, okay, and at 473 genes, then there has to be 20,000 plus genes made, okay, encased in billions of genes, right? And I'm saying that this is going to have a hard time just making one, and there has to be 20,000 that are made, right? So should we trust our intuition that we can recognize design in biology? I think we should. Okay, I think that it leads us to the correct conclusion, and Romans 1 tells us that it will. Okay, all right, so that's where I'll end my talk. I know the last part of that I went really fast. Maybe we can catch up on that in the Q&A, but I wanted to give you some time to ask some questions now. Plus, I want to make sure that we keep in schedule for Jim Tour's talk as well. All right, thank you for your attention.
Awesome,
Any
thank
questions?
Thank you so much, Dr. Sholders. Yes, there's several questions here. We'll probably only get to one or two, but we'll save the rest for our panel discussion. So the first one is from Solidify Your Faith. Is water a problem for the origin
Hey, Crystal,
of life?
I can't hear you. I don't know.
Oh, let me see if I can fix this.
We can hear you. We can hear you loud and clear, Crystal.
You're good?
Yeah, it's probably on his end somehow. He may have to.
I'm not hearing anything. Maybe I lost something. Maybe I'll take off my
maybe his
phone.
earbuds. Yep.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Can people hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you loud and clear.
I can hear you now. Okay, good. Sorry.
Perfect.
Okay.
No worries at all. We do have several questions here, but we'll save the rest of them for the Q&A. If you're sticking around for that, that would be absolutely wonderful. We will take a few here though. So Solidify Your Faith asked, is water a problem for the origin of life? Does hydrolysis prevent molecules from joining together to make life in water?
Oh, that's an interesting question. So is water a problem for life? Does it prevent molecules from coming together? So water is used to break many of the bonds that hold macromolecules together. However, the macromolecules, when they are held together, okay, are fairly resistant to being broken up by water, and you typically need some sort of enzyme to catalyze the reaction, okay? But from an abiogenesis standpoint, and this is where I'll probably leave Jim Tour to that, water could cause problems, okay? But that's really not my field of expertise. So that's a much better question to actually ask Jim Tour because he's an organic chemist. So great question, interesting question, one that certainly needs to be talked about and thought of. In particular, when you think about abiogenesis, which is essentially making macromolecules without all the cellular apparatus to do so, the transcription, translation processes that I talked about.
Awesome. I think we have time for one more. Can amino acids used for life form naturally? Can they join together to make proteins naturally? And can proteins join together to make a living cell naturally?
Great. Again, that's actually an abiogenesis question. So when we think about it from a cellular standpoint, we have in our cells things that can make amino acids from raw materials. We have things in our cells that can make peptide bonds. Those things are enzymes. Those things are, other, like RNA machinery, those kinds of things, all sorts of things that allow for the production of peptide bonds, that allow for the production of amino acids, okay? So biologically speaking, yes, we can form amino acids. Now, if you're asking the question without the cell, then you're talking about without bio, right? The cell, biogenesis, the production of something. And I hope that you'll see answers to that question with Jim Tour. I think that he'll probably point you to the fact that there's going to be major difficulties with that. Okay, that these things are not just going to come about naturally given the conditions that are supposed to be there in the prebiotic soup. I don't want to steal all his thunder, but that's the majority of what his talk is going to be about, and certainly what his field is about as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time and the wonderful presentation, Dr. Sholders.
Yeah, I'll
really
stop.
appreciate it.
Yeah,
Look forward
absolutely.
to the Q&A.
All right, thank you.
Awesome. Well, it is my great pleasure to introduce you to Dr. James Tour. I think he would be better suited to give his credentials than I would be. I definitely would fumble over many words. So welcome, Dr. Tour.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
You're coming through loud and clear.
Okay, good. Yeah, let me. Okay, so yeah, I'll probably address some of the questions that just arose. You know, this is probably one of the very few times I'm giving a talk where I am in a friendly environment. So it's a bit unusual for me. I usually come locked and loaded. So if I'm a little too intense, it's just because of seasoning for me. Okay, but we'll begin. We'll talk about this whole thing of abiogenesis, and scientists are still clueless on life's origin, and I'll be appealing to researchers in the field. So with that, I'll begin here. And so here's a list of different researchers in the field: Professors Cronin, Benner, Sostek, Joyce, Sutherland, Lane, Lancet, Deemer, Reichert, Lipschitz, Hudd, Krishnamurthy, Devaraj, Powner, Rout, Morey, and Walker. And I would just say, you know, let us reason together. I actually think that these folks, other than Sarah Walker, who is not an organic chemist, she's a physicist, so I don't think that she really sees these things, but everybody else here is an organic chemist. And I think they actually see what I see. I don't think I'm alone in this. I just don't think that they're coming clean with their thoughts. I don't think that they're expressing their thoughts honestly. That's just my view. And if they disagree, I know they're not watching now, but if we get this recording, we can post it in places where they see it. And I have the utmost respect for them as chemists. And I think they actually see what I see. In fact, when I've asked some of them, when I've challenged them, I said, you know, you see what I see. They don't contest, they just don't answer. And remember, no answer is an answer in itself. So, definitions. Abiogenesis is the origin of life from non-living matter. To construct any convincing theory of abiogenesis, we must take into account the conditions of the Earth about 4 billion years ago. It's not my definition, that's the dictionary definition. So we're going to think about what an early Earth must have been like before there was life on the Earth. And we have to make life from non-living matter. Prebiotically relevant means that we're restricted to materials and procedures and conditions that might have been available on an early Earth. So we had no chemical manufacturers, we had no human-made synthetic methods. We had only very simple reactions that might have occurred naturally. We certainly had meteorites that could have brought a lot of material to Earth, but those meteorites almost always bring vast mixtures. We've never had a meteorite just bring a singular compound. Most of what comes to Earth is already burned up, but in a few cases when it's been buried deep within the meteorite, you can have compounds, but they're usually in very small amounts, and they're usually in mixtures of compounds that could never be used, because if you have a hydroxyl, an alcohol functionality on one molecule, and then on a different molecule you have hydroxyl functionality, both of those are going to compete. If they're both secondary alcohols, they're both going to compete for the same types of reactions, so you have competition of reactions. Nobody was present at life's origin, so we'll never really know how life originated as scientists. But that's not what we're seeking to answer. Actually, what we're seeking is an experimentally verifiable hypothesis as to how life might have originated. That's what we're seeking to answer, actually. So what are the textbook characteristics of life? Its responsiveness to the environment, its growth and change, ability to reproduce, have a metabolism and breathe, maintain homeostasis and being made of cells, and passing traits on to offspring. Homeostasis is a steady internal physical and chemical condition. This is, again, not my definition. This is the Academy's definition of life. Now, people are trying to now redefine life to make it into, in a sense, their own image, into their own target, so they can say that they've hit it. This is the target that we've got to deal with. It has to have cells. It has to pass on traits to offspring. It has to have this amazing internal state that biological systems have, which is to be extremely low entropy while being very high energy. So a high energy system and low entropy or low disorder. Things have to be in a very ordered type of condition. It's a very interesting combination of things. People will say, oh, well, tornadoes have those characteristics. They do in a sense, but not nearly with the control of a cellular system. They're unusual, even in nature, unless you go to a biological system, a cellular system. I'm not going to speak of God of the gaps, none of that. So any accusations that some may levy against me that I'm using a God of the gaps argument is a lie. I'm not using a God of the gaps argument. In fact, people who often contest with me use a time of the gaps argument. They have no explanation, and so they will call upon large amounts of time just grabbing that out of nowhere and suggesting that time explains lots of things, whereas actually time is the enemy. Time is the enemy because time results in decomposition, especially on an early Earth where you would have so much UV radiation. But even without that, there was a question that came in just in the last session about water. Water is extremely degradative to organic compounds, condensation polymers. Condensation polymers are the way that all of the biological polymers are made, which means that you release water on their synthesis. That means that they don't tend to go in water without the help of enzymes, so there were no enzymes around. So they don't tend to go. In fact, the free energy is positive, means they go the other way. So water prevents the polymerization of all of these species. And water causes the degradation of these species. And we're going to talk in a little bit what happens when you just happen to have one molecule. So these are the molecules that are the language of living systems. You have to have four basic building blocks here. You have to have your monomeric sugars. Wherever there's a red line there, the red arrow, those are stereogenic centers. You have to have an amino acids. 19 of the 20 canonical amino acids have a stereogenic center. You have to have nucleotides. Those bear 4 stereogenic centers, both in DNA and in RNA. And you have to have, in RNA, in DNA, you would have 1 less stereocenter. And then you have to have glycerol, but you have to be able to do what's called enantiotopic distinguishing. You have to have you have to distinguish between these two hydroxyl groups, because the reaction that occurs here at one of this site or this site is going to then define whether this center is going to become enantiotopic, an enantiomer, which means that these two centers are enantiotopic. There's no stereochemistry there now, but as soon as one functionalizes, boom, that becomes a stereogenic center. That's got to be right. Now, these have to polymerize. The polymerization is the thing that always, always, always stops the materialist directly in their tracks. They will argue that monomeric sugars can come from the foremost reaction. They are wrong. They can come from a foremost reaction, but never in impurities that are useful. You get billions of polyols, billions of oligomeric alcohols in a foremost reaction within minutes. So those would be totally unusable. But they'll say, oh, well, these may come on meteorites. I'd like to see these come on meteorites with any purity. Amino acids, these could come, they will argue, from the Miller-Urey reaction. Yeah, they come, but with many other compounds, many carboxylic acids that would compete. So it's useless. Mixtures are useless. Biology is amazing because you can take a massive amount of molecules, and enzymes which are handed can go in and pick out a particular molecule. You can't do that in chemistry. You can take a handful of supplements for breakfast, and your body knows how to segregate each of those. You can't do chemistry like that. Never works that way. You take a handful of many things, mix it together. You can't do chemistry because they all compete with each other. You got to solve the sugar problem before you can make a nucleotide. And you got to be able to do this in anti-atomic chemistry. But this polymerization, how do you do this? Free energy on all of these is positive. How do you do this? This is actually going to be DNA here. If we polymerized actually this one, it would go to RNA. And then lipids. RNA is quite unstable in water. It doesn't last very long at all. We'll look at some of the timing on that. And then how do you do this distinguishing? So the polymerization stops them in their tracks. They have no answer to this. Hot-dry cycles doesn't do it because what happens is you get racemization faster than you get oligomerization. So you'll lose all your stereocenters, even if you could distinguish these. Nobody knows how to insert just one stereocenter. And even if you had them separated, faster than you would polymerize these, you would start racemizing the centers on the oligomer that you started making. And there's no way to present the side chain reaction. You want a reaction here, you want a reaction here. You don't want it here. No way to know how to do this. Dead. It's over. You can't make polypeptides. Abiogenesis, you can't make polypeptides, so you can't make any enzymes. It's toast. Polysaccharides, there's too many combinations here, which we'll see. Okay, molecules don't care about life. They've never been known to move toward life, ever, unless there's an organism. Unless there's like a person or a cell acting upon those molecules. But chemistry by itself, molecules, they don't know to move toward life. They don't say, hey, let's try to make a cell. They have no brain. They don't move toward life. They actually move the other way because of entropy. They move the other way. They don't move toward a very low entropy system. Has the public been misled on origin of life claims? Absolutely. The question was asked, under simulations of early Earth's atmosphere, scientists have mixed molecules together in laboratories to produce complex life forms such as frogs. 1/3 of the general public believes that is true. How about simpler things like a bacterium? Under simulation of early Earth's atmosphere, scientists have mixed molecules together in laboratories to produce simple single-cell life forms such as bacteria. 2/3 of the general public believes that is true. I'll tell you the answer to both of those is really false. So who is that general public? Well, the average age was 38. They're half male, half female. 80% of them hold college degrees at some level. That's how badly the general public is confused. Why might they be so confused on this? Why might they be so wrong? Who, perchance, may have confused them? Well, there's been real mixed messaging, and the source of the confusion comes, the genesis of the confusion is the origin of life researchers themselves. It is not the press. The press ramps it up, but the genesis, the origin point of the confusion comes with the origin of life researchers. Jack Szostak, Nobel Prize winner, was at Harvard, now at the University of Chicago. He said, he said on June 2nd, 2014, he said, "You heard it here first," announced World Science Festival moderator and astrophysicist Mario Livio, as Harvard biologist and Nobel laureate Jack Szostak told a Search for Life gathering of 50 on Saturday afternoon in New York that he expected to make life in the lab in 3 to 5 years, and more likely within 3 years. That's what Jack Szostak said. That was in 2014. And let me just reveal here, he missed his deadline. Even if we give him the 5 years, he missed it. He hasn't made life yet. Harvard astronomer and Origin of Life Initiative director Dimitar Seselov, also a panelist, told the audience that years ago, Origin of Life was a neglected question because most people thought it was too hard. But outside the meeting room, he confirmed that we are indeed now very close to life. Seselov thinks it will take 5 years, not 3. Seselov missed the deadline. Jack Szostak, to a professional gathering in 2021, said this, and I give you the URL link. He said he's not yet made the RNA in a prebiotically relevant manner. It hydrolyzes too rapidly. That's the summary, but what he actually said, his words are, and basically that's because RNA, we know we had to get RNA. And RNA is delicate. It also has a phosphodiester backbone. It is subject to degradation by intramolecular attack of the 2' hydroxyl on the phosphate. So you get cleavage of the backbone, which is catalyzed by metal ions. So we don't have millions of years. Everything actually has to happen pretty quickly. The synthetic processes have to be faster than the degradative ones. That's what he said. He's told this to a professional audience in 2021. Why didn't he tell the audience, the lay audience in 2014, that he hadn't yet even made the RNA? And RNA is far from having life. That's the mixed messaging. It's Dr. Stephen Benner, former Harvard professor and now director of the Foundation for Applied Molecular Evolution, said to a YouTuber in 2021, I suppose many of the big paradoxes in Origin of Life have been solved. Oh, really? I would contest with this. I would say that none of them have been solved. Not one. Name for me one of the paradoxes in Origin of Life that's been solved. Professor Benner, at a professional meeting, said this in 2019. He said, chemistry is actually hard to get to work. The molecules precipitate, the molecules hydrolyze. The molecules decompose, and so it's very much a constraint that you have to deal with. It's one goddamn problem after another. That's the truth. That's the truth. The molecules hydrolyze. Water is a very hard solvent to do these polymerizations in because the free energy in water is positive. Unless you have activation, which occurs like with an enzyme, and then unless you have blocking of all the other competing moieties, you don't get it. You don't get what you want. Not going to happen. It's a huge problem here. And so these have not been solved, but he tells the YouTuber most of the problems have been solved. Is mixed messaging. Professor Cronin in a TED Talk in 2011 said, what I'm going to try to do in the next 15 minutes or so is tell you about an idea of how we're going to make matter come alive. Wow, that's interesting talk. He was asked by the moderator, Chris Anderson, at the end, just a quick question on timeline. You believe you're going to be successful in this project? When? Lee Cronin, hopefully within the next 2 years. That was in 2011. He missed his deadline. None of these guys are saying this anymore, but that's the source of the problem. It's them. Sadly, comments like this from researchers are misleading to the public. That's where the problem is. That's where all this public perception has gone wrong. All three of these researchers have more recently backed off using these inflated statements because if they use it again, I'm going to project it all over the place. What's the real state of Origin of Life research? Well, nobody has shown a method to make the enantiomer versions of carbohydrates, amino acids, nucleotides or lipids in a prebiotically relevant manner. Nobody's ever made these. Nobody has ever made these in a prebiotically relevant manner. Miller-Urey didn't. Those are totally unusable. Remember, even people say he may have made up to 10 or 12 of the canonical amino acids. They were all racemic, but let's just say somehow he could use them racemic. There's hundreds of other compounds that he had in there that would compete, that would make all of those useless. You can't just take a mixture of amino acids and do chemistry with those things. You just can't, unless you have enzymes to select them out. Carbohydrates, nobody's ever had them. Nucleotides, don't have them. Lipids, you don't have them. And remember, diacetyl lipids, you don't have it. Once you functionalized one end of that glycerol, you functionalized one end, that now becomes a stereocenter. Nobody's ever controlled that stereochemistry. Big problems. So nobody's ever done that. Nobody's ever shown that life could form with lower enantiomeric excess mixtures, thereby mitigating the need for chiral-induced spin selectivity. Chiral-induced spin selectivity was discovered about 25 years ago. And what it shows is that we were taught that enzymes worked because of like a hand and a glove. A right-handed hand goes in a right-handed glove. That it was all these stereoelectronic arguments of a fit, of a substrate within a cleft. That's what we were taught. That's only half of the story. There's another half. The other half is this, that when you have a chiral environment, the electrons, so everything is going to start, all reactions are going to start with electron transfers that you have from one molecule to another. But when you have these electron transfer interactions, you have these electrostatic potentials. And what happens is only certain electrons go and others don't, because electrons can be spin up or spin down. All chiral environments are spin valves. So only one electron spin is selected and not the other. What's the ramification of that? The ramification of that is that when the proper spin is coupled with the proper chiral environment, you don't have backscattering and the electron goes through much more easily. If you had the wrong electron going through, it would backscatter and you had to have much more heat release. And this is why we don't burn up. And this is why my computer chip is very hot, because it's not selecting the spin on the electrons, whereas I don't burn up. It's because of this chiral-induced spin selectivity. And it's this is why in nature you can have two hydroxyl groups go to form hydrogen peroxide, because they'll go through an anti-parallel singlet surface. Or they can go through a parallel triplet surface, and the two hydroxyl radicals can form oxygen and 2 moles of water, 2 moles of proton. So you see, the same substrate can go through two totally different pathways in a biological system with 99.99% selectivity in this because of the chiral environment. So it's not like nature could have optimized later and refined these to be chiral systems. You had to have chirality before nature ever began, before biological systems ever began. Nobody's ever shown that the mixtures found in meteorites or interstellar space could be useful for synthesis. Even John Sutherland, probably the top of all the origin of life synthetic chemists, he even says, I don't think meteorites make the right sort of mixture, but we need to have more constrained chemistry to actually make the right sort of mixtures. You can't just take all these random compounds, like even Miller-Urey. I mean, there's too many competing compounds. You get so many other amines in there that are not alpha amino acids in his mixture. You get so many carboxylic acids in there that are not part of amino acids, that are not part of an alpha amino, the type of amino acid that you're going to need. So it's not going to do this. It's not going to be this alpha amino acid form. So meteorites, that's why I say, when we have these discussions, I'll give you all the small molecules you want. I'll even give it to you in purified form, because they can't make the polymers anyway. So let them think that they have this. They don't have it. Nobody has solved the mass transfer problems in chemical transformations from small molecules to a cell. How many steps are you going to need to go from small molecules to a cell that shows responsiveness to the environment, growth and change, ability to reproduce, metabolism? This is going to be thousands and thousands of steps. Well, what happens if you had 1 gram of each of these molecules, a gram of carbohydrates, a gram of each of the amino acids? You're going to run out because your reactions are not going to be high yielding. All right, so what if you had 1 kilogram of each of them? How much could you bring through? You run out of starting material, so you always have to bring up starting material from the rear when you're doing a synthesis. But when you run out of starting material, what do? You go back and you look at your optimized procedure in your notebook and you know how to go back through it. In nature, you've gone on for, say, 500 million years building this, you've run out of material, and you're like, oh no, I got to go back and make some more because I ran out of material because I just used it all up on this last step, which failed. Can't go back. I mean, it just went to tar. Well, just go back and make some more. But nature says, how do I make more? I never kept a laboratory notebook here. I don't know how to go back. Too bad. Too bad. Start fishing around for another 500 million years. You can't do it. You could start with a ton of each of these small molecules. You're going to run out because these are not optimized reactions. These are just floating around type reactions. They don't know what optimization is. They don't know why to stop. They don't know what the product is. They don't know where they're going. So no one solved this mass transfer problem. This is a big problem when you do total synthesis in a laboratory. Nobody solved the amino acid polymerization problem with amino acids bearing active side chains. So even if you could have an alpha amino acid that is polymerizing from beginning to end, what happens with these functional ones? All the one in red are very reactive. You have hydroxyl groups here. You have a thiol group here. You have another phenolic group here. You have here's a carboxylic acid. How does it know the difference between this carboxylic acid and this carboxylic? It doesn't. All of these would cause cross-linking. Then you have somewhat reactive side chains in the dashed circles. All of those are going to cause cross-links. Once you get one cross-link, it's dead. The thing's going to crash out. It's dead. It's over. Game over. And the more of these you get with these active side chains, the more chance that these active side chains are going to be participating rather than those 2 tiny little ends that you wanted to participate from. Nobody's ever solved that problem. Nobody even addresses that problem. Why not? Because they can't. So I posed to them this question. Let's take making a polypeptide off the table. So this was a question that came up just before I started talking. And I posed this question, just make decay, just make aspartic acid coupled to lysine. In fact, I will even take aspartic acid coupled to lysine, so this carboxylic acid and this amine, or you could give me this carboxylic acid coupled with that amine. I'll take that. DK or KD, I'll take it. Could you even make the dipeptide in, say, 90% yield or higher? Because it's going to have to be good yield. Remember, if you don't have high yield here, the fidelity kills you. Well, how are you going to stop this carboxylic acid from competing with these two? How are you going to stop this amine from competing with that one and that one? You can't. You can't. How do you do it in a laboratory? You selectively do protection. You block this with a selective group. You block this with a selective group. You block this and you block this, and you only get reaction there. And then you have to deprotect. No way to do that without human beings being around to do it, or selective enzymes there to do it. They're lost. It's not even that they can't make a polypeptide. They can't even make a dipeptide with the needed stereo control. Plus, the free energy here is all positive. This doesn't go. It will revert back the other way. Water hydrolyzes this much faster than this goes forward in water. So the free energy is positive on this. So they're dead. It's game over. Nobody solved the nucleotide polymerization problem. How do you couple this so that you have the 3' hydroxyl coupled to the phosphate on the 5' position of the next one? 3' to 5', 3', so forth to 5'. This is a 2' coupled to a 5'. Why? So now you've got this 2' alcohol coupling. It's game over. Nobody's been able to do this. Every polymerization that is known to do this on the surface of crystals, on rock interfaces outside of an enzymatic environment has had 30 to 70% of the 2' 5' linkage. Game over. It's toast. It's over. Plus, how do you prevent this 2' hydroxyl from doing another polymer off of this end? That's the branching problem. Nobody has solved that outside of a biological environment. Never been solved. It's game over for them. If I gave you a nucleotide and you can activate, I'll even give you the triphosphate or even phosphorimidazole. That way you can have it even activated. I say, could you polymerize this to a nucleotide with less than 2% of the 2' 5', or less than 2% of the branching? Because 2% is crazy high. Remember, 2%, you might find a run of 50 of these being undisturbed. So 2% could you do that? Nobody can do this. I've posed this question to the vast majority of the people that I've called out in the beginning. I've posed this to them. I said, if you can do this, if you can just show me how this can be done outside a biological environment, I'll stop talking about origin of life. I won't do the Creation Summit anymore. I'll take everything off my website. None of them could do it. Why didn't they just step forward? Because they can't. Game over for them. Nobody solved the carbohydrate polymerization problem. If you have 10 A units, if you have 6 A units, how can you hook them together? A. You think that you just want to make this in a run. How do you do this? Well, if you just had 6 glucose molecules, because all of these hydroxyls are potentially active in hooking up, you can hook up 6 glucose molecules in 1 trillion different ways. More than 1 trillion different ways you can hook up these 6 glucose molecules, because you can have open form, closed form. You can have 5-membered ring, you can have 6-membered ring, and you can have all of these coupling, and then you can have the alpha and the beta form at the anomeric center. So that's what you're up against, over 1 trillion combinations just to make a hexamer. If every ailment in a human body, every ailment in a cell can harken back to an accompanying carbohydrate coupling problem. You get the couplings wrong on this, it's game over. Nobody knows how to couple the carbohydrates. That's what I'm telling you. The polymerization just doesn't go. Plus in water, it doesn't go. The free energy is going to be positive. Dead. It's over. Game over for them. All right. Let's not even think about a polymer. Could you just take glucose and make a disaccharide? So I challenged all these chemists. I said, could you just make a disaccharide? Just make this disaccharide in 90% yield or greater for me in a prebiotically relevant manner. If you do that, I challenged all of these science. I'll take down everything. I'll never talk publicly about origin of life again. Guess what? They couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. So forget about polysaccharides. You can't even make a disaccharide. It's over. Game over for them. This is what nature has to go through to make glucose. Just that simple molecule glucose, just this simple molecule glucose, this is what nature goes through. You've got 11 different enzymes, 4 of them unique to glucose synthesis, plus 4 activators. So you've got all of this. What's the chances of this thing forming randomly? 10 to the 6,368, because it's 20 to the 4,700 amino acids. And so you take 4,700 log 20, log of 20 is 1.3, give you 638. So it's 10 to the 638, 10 to the 6,368. So just for making this one. So this is not going to form. Remember, if you're over 10 to the 40th, there's not enough time in the universe. So this is a lot bigger than 10 to the 40th. And then you have to have made this one and this one and this one. So it's like 10 to the 65,000, the chances of making all of these. And remember, they're going to have to be around the same place at the same time, because any one of these intermediates is going to fall apart. So they've got to go quickly from one to the other, to the other, to the other. And these are the steps it has to go through. You can't make glucose. And then when you make glucose, how does nature polymerize the glucose together since it's so hard? Well, it uses phosphorylase, uses this enzyme. That's 842 amino acids. So you got 10 to the 1094 possible combinations of that many amino acids. Not going to form. There's not enough universes to do this. It's not going to happen. So this is the problem. This is the problem. Game over for these guys. Now, the question was, are these stable in water? The answer is no, because let's just say you got an RNA. Let's just say an RNA formed that was, say, a 600 mer, so it could code for a 300 mer protein, which would be an enzyme that would do something. If you don't have a mole of these, remember, you don't have a mole, you only have one of them. One happened to form. All right, so if it formed with the right sequence to do this type of thing, how long would it last? So you can't use half-life. Half-life is when you have a lot of entities. You have a mole of entities, what's the half-life? So after that half-life period, you have half of what you had to start with. Well, a 600 mer, you now have to convert a half-life to a probability. And when you do that, and I've just written a paper on that, which I've submitted just to show the math here. It's really very simple. And then with my colleagues, we've shown it a separate way using a different method. But if you have a 600 mer of identical RNAs with a half-life of, say, 100 days, that's very generous for RNA and water, that it would have a half-life for 100 days. If you had, say, a mole of them, well, so that's 2,400 hours at room temperature in water. That's without any magnesium ions around, no divalent ions around. For a single RNA molecule, its lifetime is 2,400 hours divided by 600 is 4 hours. That one molecule would last 4 hours. Your time element is gone. You don't have time. As soon as these molecules form, now you have to get that RNA, you have to form that RNA. So you have to have just those right nucleotides around, no saccharides around, no amino acids, or else these are condensation polymerization. So you have to have very high purity monomers. So now they're all polymerized. Now all of a sudden you have to now bring to it all the 20 canonical amino acids that it's going to have to code for with the enzymes to help make that thing and have all of that done in 4 hours. You can't even do it that fast in the laboratory. This stuff is decomposing. If you had a 200 mer polypeptide in water, its lifetime is about 13 days. If you had the one molecule, say one enzyme happened to form, and then life took off, which is a bunch of nonsense because life is much more than just one enzyme. Let's just say that one enzyme has to now find the substrate that it's going to act on in 13 days, or its history, because there's only one molecule. There's not a mole of molecules. Nobody's explained how the requisite protein folding could have occurred. That's the Leventhal paradox 1.0. This is written in this article right here. Even a single protein could not arrive at its native structure in biological real time by random search because conformational space is far too vast. 10 to the 95 possible conformations for a chain of just 100 residues, so that even a small protein that initiated folding by random search at the time of the Big Bang would still be thrashing about today. Remember, if you're more than 10 to the 40th, there's not enough time in the universe. Nobody has explained how the requisite interactome could be prepared. This is the non-covalent interactions. So just molecules non-covalently are interacting. If you just think of the protein-protein interactions in a simple cell like yeast, a simple yeast cell, just the protein, we're not talking protein DNA, protein RNA, just talking protein-protein interactions. An interactome is the whole set of non-covalent molecular interactions in a particular cell. If one merely considers protein-protein interactome combinations in a single yeast cell, the estimate is 10 to the 79 billion. Remember, 10 to the 90th is the number of elemental particles in the universe. And when I say elemental particles, do I mean elements, or do I mean the number of protons, electrons, and neutrons in those elements? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because if you have an element, say it has 100 electrons, protons, and neutrons, we're only talking about 2 orders of magnitude difference. This is 79 billion. orders of magnitude. So it doesn't matter what I'm talking about here. Nothing works. Nothing works. And so this is not my calculation. This is from these biophysicists. This is just crazy. This is what you have to order. So how does a cell do this? It takes this information and puts it to both sides of the cell, and then it necks down, and you got your two cells. But the information came from the mother cell. I mean, it's just amazing. Nobody solved the code problem for ordering the nucleotides or saccharides or proteins. Every polymer in nature has a code, not just the polynucleotides. In fact, there's more information that can be stored in the polysaccharides than in the polynucleotides. More information in the sugars than there is in the DNA. Because remember, you have 10 to the 12, you have a trillion combinations of just 6 glucoses. So there's a lot more information can be stored in that. Every polymer is coded in nature. Nobody knows where the initial code came from. So nobody's ever made any of the higher order structures. You need lots of structure to create a cell. It's not just making RNA. This is the minimal gene set these biophysicists figured out in the simplest of cells. Computationally, what is the simplest cell you could have? And this didn't include any of the amino acids. It has no ability to make any of the amino acids. You'd have to bring all of these in exogenously. So the simplest of cells. Remember, you have to have DNA replication, you have to have repair, you have to have restriction, you have to have modification, you have to have transcription machinery, you have to have amino acyl tRNA synthesis, you have to have tRNA maturation and modification, ribosomal proteins, ribosome functions, maturation. How many of these have been made? How many of these have been made in a prebiotic sense, meaning that you didn't start with nature's constructs and scientists made any of these? How many? Zero. None of these have been made. None. You're going to have to make all of these to make your cell. And these guys saying that they're going to have life in 3 to 5 years is an out and out lie. That's what it is. You have to make all of these. How many of these have been made by those researchers? None. Remember, they didn't. Sostek, the RNA specialist, has never even made any RNA. None of them have ever done this. And you got to have all of this. You have to be able to build all of this. How many of these things have been built in a modern laboratory with all of their techniques without using nature's constructs? So in other words, they built up their own saccharides using modern technique. You know how many of these have been made? None. It's a problem. All right. So you professors, come now. Let's reason together. Why aren't you agreeing with me that we don't know what we're doing here? All right, so you take whatever model you want. Take the RNA world hypothesis. Take the protein world hypothesis. Take metabolism first hypothesis. Lipid world hypothesis. Hydrothermal vent hypothesis. Amyloid hypothesis. Go ahead, you could choose the ones that you've disregarded now. Iron, sulfur, clay hypothesis, whatever you want. Take it. Choose your favorite. Tell me how you're going to make life. Just walk me through the steps. Walk me through the steps. I'd love to see this. Walk me through the steps. I won't even interrupt you unless I don't understand something. Walk me through the steps. What do you need to make a simple cell? You haven't made any of this. But what I'll do is I'll give you this. I'll give you all the small molecules you want, all in separate bottles, all the 20 canonical amino acids in separate bottles. The 19 that have a stereocenter, I'll give it to you with complete enantiopurity. I'll give you all the monomeric sugars you want in separate bottles. I'll give you all the glycerol you want, and I'll give you all the nucleotides you want, all of them. Now just polymerize these for me. Oh, you can't do it? Of course you can't do it. Free energy is positive. You can't do it. You can't stop this cross-linking. You can't do it. Okay, what I will do then is I will give you all of these. I'll give you all the polymeric forms. And these questions have been posed to them. I'll give you all the polymeric forms, and I'll even give you in any arrangement you want. So you have the code. So you have all of the information. So I've really conceded a lot here. I've given you the informational code because I've given you all in the order that you want. I'll give you all of these. Could you now take these and just assemble for me a cell. My question is, assuming you had access to all parts in your laboratory, not on an early Earth, not in some hydrothermal vent, but assuming you had all of this in your lab, how would you make even a simple cell? Remember, it's got to be responsive to the environment, growth and change. How would you do it? Just throwing all these parts together is like taking all the parts to a car and just putting them in a stack and saying, here's your car. No, that's not a car. No, it doesn't work. You shake that up all you want. It's not going to form a car. Shake this up all you want. It's not going to form a cell. Nobody knows how to assemble these. So how on earth can they suggest that their stupid little experiments are going to make a cell? Crickets. That's all you hear is crickets from them. And then you get this guy, Lee Cronin and his colleague, Sarah Walker. And they come out with this assembly theory, which they say is going to quantify selection and evolution. And they go around how this is going to explain something on origin of life. I don't understand it. And then when I met with Lee Cronin at Harvard, I said, watch, he's not going to address anything on origin of life. And he didn't. I spoke at Arizona State University last spring. And I told my host, I said, I'd love to meet with Sarah Walker when I'm there. Because she's there. And because she's talked about me on the internet, she says that I pose things that are irrelevant, straw men. When did chemistry become a straw man? So I wanted to meet with her. And my host said, no, she can't meet with you. So I contacted her myself. I said, look, I'm going to be on your campus. Could I please meet with you? No response. So I said, how about, would you let me meet with one of your students or your postdocs so that I can understand from them how you see this, doing anything for the origin of life? She wouldn't let me meet with any of them. None of them. Silence. Crickets. Why is it? Why is nobody will engage me on this? It says it's a groundbreaking new theory of everything. It unites physics and evolution. That's what was written. Assembly theory, bridging physics and biology to decode evolution and complexity. And this is, a picture from his paper where he's got molecules being built. And I challenged him at Harvard. I said, how do you get this to assemble? These aren't just Velcro balls. I mean, how do you overcome? Then he gets up, he says, this wasn't intended to be molecules. In your Nature paper, you drew molecules. You drew amino acids going to polypeptides. How could you tell me now, when I have you confronted here at Harvard with the Harvard and the MIT faculty here, that you can say, how dare I suggest that you're suggesting that it's with amino acids coupling? Because you put it in your paper. And that he talks about this causal history. If you can look at a molecular structure, and if there's more than one of them, if there's 2 or 3 or 4 of them with a certain number of stereocenters, you know that has a causal history. What is causal history? You mean that the Discovery Institute would say you had intelligent design, and other people would say you had God. Just because you write causal history, do you think that takes you away now? And now you can get away with just suggesting this after you've pummeled these guys for all these years? No, I'm not going to let you do that. And this is just Velcro balls sticking together. This has nothing to do with chemistry. There's nothing there. There's no chemistry. There's nothing there. I can look, if you show me that there's 3 molecules of, say, morphine with all these chemicals, that had a causal history. Because that could not have arisen just in an explosion just by itself. Something happened. I don't need your little silly equations to tell me that. I can look at a molecule as an organic. I can look at molecules. You tell me you have three or 4 of those. I can tell you that had a causal history, if you want to use those words. That didn't just spontaneously assemble like that. So Professor Cronin now argues that my 60-day challenge, when I gave him 60 days to answer these questions that I had said, just show me one polymer, show me the dipeptide, show me the disaccharide. He said, he said, quote, they're actually connected together, and you should start. I'm sorry, let me start reading at the top. He says, a simple cell started somehow, and evolution selected for information and the subsequent reactions, or it all started at the same time. So in other words, he says the cell was there somehow, and then evolution started to select for this. He says they're actually connected together and you should start at the base, meaning the cell, and this is why James, referring to me, is doing it the wrong way around. So I'm proposing the wrong way around, molecules having to build up into higher order structures and then you get a cell. No, he's suggesting somehow there's a simple cell and then refinement of the information and then the selective chemistries to the three classes of polymers that derived the polysaccharides, RNA, and polypeptides are all happened at the same time. That's what he's suggesting. You go to this link. You go to this link and you will see him suggest that. He says James had it the other way around. You actually have the cell and the YouTuber just sitting there. Oh yeah, okay. I mean, how does that work, Lee? Lee never would have said that to me. Never, because it was, I don't get it. I don't get it. How did you say that I'm looking at this the wrong way around? So I extended this challenge to his 3-year challenge for his assembly theory. I said, I predict that assembly theory will not afford a demonstrative, prebiotically relevant method to make a simple cell that bears the characteristics of life, or generate the specific information that improves that cell, or affords the desired regio and stereoselective glucose dimerization, or selective synthesis of a 200 RNA from nucleotides, or selectively afford aspartic acid lysine decay without side chain coupling. I bet it doesn't do it. So these must be predicted by assembly theory and then demonstrated in a laboratory under prebiotically relevant conditions for your assembly to be worth anything. That's what I told them. So if assembly theory can deliver on any one of the 5 challenges within a simple cell, that is the characteristics of life, which are noted at the bottom, I will stop quoting an Origin of Life researcher when he said Origin of Life research is a scam. I will remove all content of my Origin of Life from my YouTube channel and never publicly speak about Origin of Life again. And if assembly theory cannot deliver on any of the 5 challenges in 3 years, and I first put this out on March 4th, 2024 in a YouTube video, then I'll claim that assembly theory is not just a scam, but a grand scam. If he tells me this is going to do something useful and it can't even do these sorts of things, it's a grand scam. Go ahead, prove me wrong. Lee, prove me wrong. I'd love for that to happen. So are we past the hype? Well, no, it keeps coming. Here's an article just recently. We may finally know how the first cells on Earth formed. That's a bunch of nonsense. And I'm seeing some hope here. Here's an article by Nick Lane, an Origin of Life researcher, and his former student, Joanna Xavier, who's also an Origin of Life researcher. And here's some of the quotes. The origin of life is one of the greatest challenges in science. There is no consensus about what to look for or where. Most scientists agree that these nanomachines are a product of selection, but selection for what, where, and how? Refraining from hype might seem unrealistic, but could work if researchers implemented this practice in their roles as peer reviewers for papers and grants, as well as authors. Okay, so they're beginning to, even though they're sheepishly saying it, but they're beginning to say the emperor has no clothes. And Dennis Noble, in this article in Nature, in this past year, wrote, "We are at the beginning of a profound rethinking of how life works. It's time to stop pretending that, give or take a few bits and pieces, we know how life works. Instead, we must let our ideas evolve as more discoveries are made in the coming decades. Sitting in uncertainty while working to make those discoveries will be biology's great task for the 21st century." So Dennis Noble, he's beginning to say the emperor has no clothes. So my suggestion to see progression in the field of origin of life research is stop the overambitious projections regarding the state of the field. Don't abandon the basic reactions of chemistry. You can't just talk about this, your dumb assembly theory and think that that solves the origin of life questions. Concede that we do not yet sufficiently understand chemical reactions to project them toward life. There are enormous scientific mysteries yet to unfold. They might be hundreds of years away. And the clock started March 4th, 2024, on the 3-year challenge to assembly theory. Good luck, Lee Cronin. Has science explained the origin of life? Not even close. Science might someday do it, but that day is far from today. Well, how do we know that? Because every year the complexity of the cell is harder. Because we learn more about it. Not that it evolves, but that we learn that, oh, I got to deal with chiral-induced spin selectivity now, I got to deal with it. So the goalposts keep moving. So we might move a nanometer closer to figuring something out, but the goalposts have moved 10 meters away in that time period. So that's what's happening. It keeps moving further away. And that's how you track progress in a field. You say, how much closer am I to the target? That's how you know you're making progress. But we get further from the target every day. That's how we know we're not getting close. So more realistic targets as an origin of life, say you solve the mass transfer problem or develop prebiotic processes that are 100% yield at every step. Try to solve the 1.0 or 2.0 protein folding problem or interactome problem. The making of certain dipeptides, just try to make dipeptides or disaccharides with selectivity. Try that. The formation of RNA without 2', 5' linkages or branching. Try that. A method to remove human intervention at every step. Every step, you have a ton of human intervention. Try just walking in your lab and looking around and see what comes together without humans trying to push it together. The secret to synthesis can be repeated. It can repeatedly survive impure mixtures or solve the separation problem. Show me chemistry where you can have vastly impure mixtures like come on meteorites and make that do something useful. Even in your laboratory, try that. Solve the relay synthesis problem where you have multi-steps and you're going to keep running out of material. Solve the condensation polymerization challenge where delta G, the free energy, is positive. The polymer stability problem, the time problem. You have hours to a few days depending on the polymer type. It's history. It's toast. That 4 hours was when you had RNA with no divalent magnesium around. 2.5% of the crust of the earth is magnesium. You want to try to have no divalent magnesium around, good luck with that. But if you had it with no divalent magnesium around, you got 4 hours on a 600 mer of RNA. The origin of specified information, where'd that code come from? Nobody knows. Try to think about how you would do the final assembly if you had all the parts. You can even take a simpler experiment. Just because a resurrection is easier than a de novo synthesis. Just take a cell that's just died and bring it back to life. Define for me what it is you just lost when you lost that life. Try that. And then just try bringing that back to life. That's got to be an easier target. Everything's kind of in place. Just try that. That'd be a good first target. So my appeal to all of these researchers is, if we are beset with so many barriers, regardless of the model, why not join me in sharing the obvious with the press and lay public? We have no idea how first life originated. It is obvious that life can be made from inanimate materials. It's obvious. We're here. We are evidence of that. So there's nothing profound in that assertion. We already know it. The problem is that any materialistic model that we invoke is far from having an experimentally verifiable hypothesis as to how life might have originated. All proposals fall far short. We cannot even solve the dipeptide or disaccharide problems with our prebiotic models. And without solving that, you can't solve life. Just make a dipeptide, make a disaccharide with selectivity. If you can't do that, we can't solve life. So, in summary, we remain so far from figuring out how to build even the simplest of cells, and the target moves further away from us every year. Contrary to the claims of these researchers, every step is mind-numbingly hard. It is so much more than just making a strand of RNA. Biologists are sadly confused on this point. We cannot even make the RNA in a prebiotically relevant manner, nor will it last more than a few hours. Realize that people are wrong when they suggest that we're close to solving the construction of even the simplest cell that can be conceived, wherein it meets the minimal requirements of life as we know it. Humankind remains clueless about origin of life, but that does not mean that we will forever be clueless. If you are a graduate student considering a degree in origin of life research, try addressing a problem that can have an impact. Or your professor, you and your future students and their future students will all retire and die before we solve this problem. So with that, I'm going to open it up for questions, I think. So stop right there and open it up.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tur. That was really impressive. Yeah, I do have a question I actually got the other day. I answered it my way. I wonder what your answer would be. So essentially it's, okay, so let's say we just say abiogenesis is impossible. Therefore, God exists? Is that the argument? Is that the conclusion? And how would you
No,
answer?
so you will see I never said abiogenesis is impossible. I was very careful with what I said. I said, and in fact, I've even said, I presume one day we'll know. You know, if you asked a man in 1500, will we be able to go to the moon and walk around on it and come back? There would have been no way that they could even conceive that. We didn't even have flight, let alone space flight. I don't know what human beings are going to be like in 500 years. I don't know what advances we will make. So as a scientist, I could never say that we will never make life. I can never say that. I don't know how any scientist can make that claim. They can talk about probabilities, but you can't say never on that. So I would never give them that ability. The presupposition wouldn't work with me because I never argue that. You see what I mean? I don't see how we can argue that. But we're nowhere close. We're nowhere close. That's all I'm saying.
All right. And then second question would be, so let's say one of these, let's say they were able to actually create a cell. Is there still a problem because a single-celled organism has never produced anything other than a single-celled organism?
No, that's a different set of problems. It's a different set. So you're gonna have to show how that cell can propagate to things to solve another problem. But to solve life, if you could make a cell, good for you. You did it. You did it. People will ask me, is that going to destroy your faith? And I'll be like, no. Why would it destroy my faith? Just because we now know where the code is stored. It used to be, you know, prior to the 1950s, we didn't know why when two parents are tall, their child is tall. We observed that. We had no idea why. Now we know. You know, after the 1950s, we know why this happens. That doesn't lessen God in my eyes. That makes him all the more majestic. Like, whoa. So that's how you did it. Okay. I mean, if somebody can show me how you make a cell, that's great. And then if somebody can show me how you can take that cell and make a higher multicellular organism out of that, super. I'm all for that. You know, those are not hills that I'm dying on. No way.
Okay. Then we have a question here. So Francis Collins proposed directed panspermia as a solution to abiogenesis. Does anybody take him seriously?
No, I'm okay. I'm okay. If some cells were transported here from some other location in the universe or some space aliens planted it here, I'm okay with that. Everything that I've talked about appeals to first life. Where did the aliens come from? And so we're talking about the origin of first life. So that doesn't solve this problem at all. It just transposes it to another location. So I'm okay with that. You tell me aliens planted it here, okay. Where'd the aliens come from?
Kicking the can down the road.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what you want to go to, I mean, it's a hard problem. I mean, these were some smart aliens, and let's learn from them.
All right, then I have from Doug. It is claimed that samples from the asteroid Bennu contained amino acids and nucleotides. Is this a lie? They admitted that the amino acids were racemic, though.
Well, I'm not sure if they contain nucleotides or if they contain nucleobases. The nucleobases are actually not that hard to make. We've been finding nucleobases for a long time. But even if there were a nucleotide, you know, we have mass spec, and by mass spec, you can theoretically go down to the detection of single molecules. And I'd like to know what kind of nucleotide that was. My guess is there wasn't enough of it to really tell me the stereochemistry on that nucleotide. But this is why I give all of these people rather than to argue this point that if you had amino acids mixed together with nucleotides, then that mixture is now useless. You can't do chemistry like that. But I will give you that. That's what I told you. They come in meteorites. It's not a question is, do they come in? The question is, are they in a useful form? They're generally racemic. Once in a while, they have found systems that might have, I think the highest was 65 or 70% in antimeric excess, but that is still way too low to be usable, number one. Number two, that mixture never could have been used. It was only used for characterization. How about this? How about you duplicate that mixture that you found in large scale now in your laboratory? Duplicate that, and then now try to do chemistry on that thing. Try to do chemistry. It's really, really hard. So I'll give you that. Yeah, they came in meteorites. These structures are not that complex when you allow there to be lots of mixtures. I'm telling you, just the foremost reaction, a very simple reaction, can make billions of polyols, many of those sugars. That's the problem. You get many of them. That's the problem. You have no control over anything. So making many things by simple reactions is not the hard part.
All right, then I have a question from Solidify Your Faith. How can churches unite to get the origin of life lies out of our tax-funded textbooks?
Well, let me do this. I've seen no discord between scientific facts and the Bible's reports. I've never seen it. There is discord between scientific theories and the Bible's reports. Scientific theories change every decade. In the 1950s, the vast majority of scientists believed that the universe had no beginning. Steady state approximation. Now, then all of a sudden with the recording of microwave background radiation, they concede the universe has a beginning. 1972, we were told previous to that there were small changes over a long period of time. And in 1972, Gould comes out, fossil record doesn't show that. It shows massive change over short periods of time. So there's another theory, bites the dust. 1980, Alvarez hypothesis. Dinosaurs died out because of climate change, and now all of a sudden an iridium-rich meteorite hits the Yucatan Peninsula, throws the dirt up into the air, obscures the sun, the plants die, the herbivores die, the carnivores then die. That wipes out the dinosaurs. So those were all theories. These theories are changing all the time. So people need to recognize that these are theories and not facts. There are facts, like water is H2O, that's not going to change. But here's what I have to say on that. In Deuteronomy 13, verse 3 and 4, you must not listen to the words of that prophet or dreamer. The Lord your God is testing you to find out whether you love him with all your heart with all your soul. It is the Lord your God you must follow, and him you must revere. Keep his commandments and obey him, serve him and hold him fast. Lots of things are going to be thrown at us. Now, how do we get them out of the textbooks? People say, why don't you write more papers on origin of life? Now, I've written like 5 or 6 papers on origin of life already, because that's not the audience I want to address. The masses don't read those papers, and people have already wrote them. I showed you 2 articles in Nature calling them out. I'm going to the masses, directly to the masses with social media and putting this thing out there again and again, and this is the banner that I am carrying. I will tell you that the origin of life is coming out of textbooks in India. There's a man who has carried this banner to the courts because in India there's a law that you cannot teach things in textbooks that are not scientifically proven facts. And since Origin of Life is now showing that there's so many loopholes in it, they're pulling that out of their textbooks in India. I know because I've been working with this guy for several years. And so who knows? I mean, things can happen pretty rapidly. Maybe that's how they'll get out of the textbooks. That was a long answer to a short question. Sorry about that.
Fantastic. Well, from what I can see here, there aren't any more questions. So that means that we're going to transition into our discussion / Q&A panel. So we'll start off a discussion. And then as the audience brings in questions, Crystal will read them off to us. But one thing I wanted to mention, so Park Creation Summit, really like what we have done here, and I think all of the team of presenters who have presented are fantastic. We are offering a way for you all to have a server where if you would like to collaborate on anything or just post information, anything like that, we are creating a server. We're going to send you out the invites to that, so that way there can kind of be a coalition of creation scientists working together and being able to exchange ideas and all that. We'll send those invites out to you. Do you guys like that idea? Are you open to it?
Yes.
Perfect. All right. So now we kind of get into discussion. So much to discuss. Since you left off, Dr. Troer, did you, I know you were probably in and out on catching some of the presentations. Anything that stood out to you, or?
Yeah, you know, I never addressed the topic of evolution. So to see that addressed, I mean, it makes me so happy. It makes me so happy. And I hope to bring in more of that on my channel. Evolution is harder for me to address because I'm not a biochemist. And so it's even though I ask my biochemist friends, I tell them, you know, I don't understand the chemistry. And as soon as I start probing them on the chemistry, everything begins to wither around the edges. And so I know how to make, I know how to, when people are speaking about evolution, I know how to make them squirm just by asking questions. So I'm glad to see all of these arguments coming forward. And I really enjoyed this talk by Rob about these different standards of credibility of data. And it shows you that everything that they have is by an ultra low standard. And they seem to try to explain everything in the way of evolution. So I enjoyed that very much. I hope to bring in more of that type of argument onto my channel and expand it in that way through the experts.
Dr. Tour,
Yes.
I'm Salvador Cordova. I was Dr. Sanford's research assistant, one of them. I just wanted to introduce myself.
Oh, nice to meet you. Yes, I've heard your name before, and you know, I really admire Dr. Sanford. I think he's done great work. I've presented his work on it several times to many groups. I find it fascinating.
I would be happy to share what we've done. We've actually broken the peer-reviewed barrier to criticize evolutionary biology. It was, in my opinion, a miracle of God. And
yeah, if you would send me an email and we'll get together and we'll try to pull something together for that. That'd be great.
I am researching I'm in a PhD program in biomolecular engineering,
Okay.
and I'm actually very interested in quasi-particles. So I talked this afternoon on quasi-particles, and I know graphene has some interesting quasi-particles that I'm also interested in. So we could have a very interesting conversation.
I see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm interested a bit. I don't know if we covered much of it, but there's probably also some cosmological arguments. And I know that might not be anybody's area of expertise, but does anybody have maybe input on that to kind of see if we can round that off on all the topics that we've covered so far? Like Setterfield, I think, has some.
Get D. Russell Humphreys to talk about it, and a few of these physicists that experts in that area. We could get them as part of a seminar. It's a little bit deeper than what I want to plunge into, but I wanted to thank Dr. Tour because my original dive into creationism came about as a result of trying to make the peptide bond work in with amino acids. I figured, well, if you have a prebiotic soup with amino acids and you put them together with a little bit of electrical spark, like you had in the Miller-Urey experiment, that I would end up with getting some polypeptides to form. Well, it didn't work with glycine and alanine, but it turned tryptophan and tyrosine brown. And so what I did was actually just destroy the side chains. So
yes, yes. Yeah, that's what you do. You know, people don't appreciate this, Douglas, until they actually do chemistry. I hear people talk chemistry all the time, and I'm like, you've never really made anything, have you? And the problem with biologists is they just buy kits and they think it's easy. Those kits were made by chemists, and it says, you know, mix part A and part B, and they got it. They don't realize what molecules in their native state do. When it's tough. Organic synthesis is tough, and yeah. So the synthetic chemists really see what I see. They see it. Can you imagine living the lives that these guys have to go through, living this lie, because they they see these problems firsthand. Because you tried the reaction, you did it.
Well, I had to have an encounter with God to show me a little bit of humility to admit that this is something that wasn't at all possible. Even the simplest of the chemistry to create polypeptides was not possible at all. And then
Yeah.
Stereoisomer problem reared its head up, and is Dr. James Coppage and his work early on that convinced me that the possibility of even having one left-handed amino acid purified in this form with a sufficient yield wasn't going to give us anything that's going to produce life.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I wasn't popular on campus after I discovered this. I happened to meet a fellow by the name of Dr. John N. Moore, who ended up being one of the managing editors of the Creation Research Society, and
I see.
he sort of helped straighten me out. This was back in 1967 that I started digging into this.
I see. Now, Crystal, did you have a question?
Yeah, I've got a question here from Walt. He wants to know, why do Christians use methodological naturalism to explain the supernatural origin of the universe and Earth?
Well, I can tell you why I do this, because I'm trying to reach an audience that's not Christian. I can go to a Christian audience and say, in 6 days, God created the heavens and the earth and all that is in it. I can say that. I can't go in my classroom and say that. And so my target audience is very different. And if you see the way Paul addressed different audiences, he certainly did. When he addressed Jews, he addressed them very differently than when he addressed Gentiles. When he went to the Stoics, the skeptics, what did he do? He said, you know, I was walking around and I was looking at your objects of worship, and I saw that one that had that plateau there, and there was nothing on it, and it said, to an unknown God. And let me tell you about this unknown God now. Can you imagine if any pastor took an idol and used it as a jump off point to describe our God. We would have said that that was sacrilegious. You never should have done that. Well, Paul did that. Paul took this empty location and said that to your unknown God. Let me tell you about that unknown God. It was an amazing transition. So we need to look at who our audience is, and we come with transitions in a way. And I'll tell you that if I go 1 week without leading somebody to the Lord in a one-on-one conversation, somebody who went from total unbeliever, didn't believe in the resurrection of Jesus Christ, to a believer, if I go 1 week, I feel it's been a wasted week for me. And I get everyone that I lead to the Lord, I set them up for a 13-week Bible study and daily reading in the scriptures. And in 2024, there were 86 people that I led to the Lord. So nobody can tell me that this methodology doesn't work. It's bringing in people over and over again. The year before that, 2023, was 107 people. And I get messages all the time that I've come back to the Lord because of listening to your content. So I think there's good reason to address it in this way and use this as a launch point for the gospel.
Well, 1 Corinthians 9 says, I become all things to all men so that I might save some. Now, I happen to be one of those skeptical people who did want evidence and did want science, and I didn't think it was out there. So an apologetic approach, a scientific approach, it was helpful to my conversion because I needed that. Now, other people might be emotional, I would think, and maybe they could watch this and watch this whole summit and look at all the wonderful evidence that was presented, and they're still not swayed just because they have there's like a heart issue, and then that might be a different approach to reach them.
I wanted to add, in mathematics, a lot of our proofs are starting off by assuming something we're trying to disprove. We call that proof by contradiction. So when I teach this stuff, I'll say, assume this is true. So I'm not saying that I believe it. I'm actually assuming it just for the sake of argument to show that it will lead to contradictions. It'll either show a contradiction with itself, or it will contradict experimental observations if you keep assuming it. And so that's why I assume, I'll tell people when I'm teaching this, that I'll assume this is a natural progression, or I'll assume common descent for the sake of argument. And so because I've seen it in math, a lot of the most powerful proofs, you actually start by assuming something just for the sake of argument, and you're able to demonstrate its falsehood.
I was thinking about methodological naturalism and what Dr. Tour mentioned about facts being no problem with the Bible with regard to facts, but theories are different and they change. So I was thinking about the rejection of the supernatural. It seems that if we go back in history a few centuries, then I think of what the science fiction author said, that any sufficiently advanced technology appears as magic. So if we go back a few centuries and and we deal with some of the scientists back then with some things like, just simply electrical force, magnetic force action through a distance. If they were not familiar with lodestone, they might reject that and just push it out. Why? Because I'm thinking that it's not part of their scientific body of knowledge, of understanding. So they reject anything beyond that, which is, to me, seems pretty unscientific. It reminds me of what I've heard about babies. If, when you play peekaboo with a baby, you hide your face, then you show your face, then you hide it. If the baby cannot see your face, the baby thinks it does not exist. So to the child, I've heard this, whether, that, to the child, if you don't see it, it doesn't exist. And I'm thinking about science as in the broad sense, as an institution. Ages ago, I've read about things like, it's impossible for a human to travel faster than 20 miles per hour in a vehicle, if we go back, or to fly. And I think that's actually, it seems what we're dealing with in the rejection of the supernatural, it's the same type of phenomenon of rejecting anything not yet completely understood. I'd like to hear any other thoughts about that. Tell me if I'm wrong too. I could be wrong, but that's what it looks like to me is happening. Well, anyway, I guess I will say a little bit more too. Something else Dr. Tour mentioned about theories. And it seems that the theories being changing. It seems to me that one of the problems in science, in the history of science, might be that a theory, maybe a good theory, maybe a theory that seems to fit the data, the evidence, at least the limited set of the real data that happened to be known and understood at that point in time. Okay, so instead of saying it's a good theory, the scientific world says it's reality. And then when new evidence comes in later, it makes it more difficult to dislodge that theory, because now it's not rejecting a theory, it's rejecting of reality. And that makes it maybe psychologically a bit harder to do. So I think it's really helpful to keep theories as theories, like the theory of evolution.
I think that's definitely a good point, because evolution's presented as fact, right? And so I was somebody who used to believe in evolution. It's because all of the education, all of the formal education I was receiving, either from public school or even attending college, only taught evolution. I never heard another perspective. I didn't even really know there was another perspective, other than they demonized, oh, there's those weird Christians who think the earth is only a few thousand years old. That's all I ever heard about it. So the opposing view was demonized, and the one side was presented as fact, regardless of the institution. So how can anybody really think different? And why would you even question your educators, who you already look up to as an authority? But we do have, I think, a couple of questions. Was that right, Crystal? She's not there.
Yes, we do. We
Oh,
have
there we
one here. Just bear with me a second. Screen is moving quicker than it was before. So we have a question from Donnie with Standing for Truth. He asked, is nylon digestion by bacteria a good example, as asserted by evolutionary scientists, of an information adding complexity increasing mutation?
I can take that one, because specifically Dr. Sanford and I wrote a paper on that. We're still trying to get it through peer review after 7 years. And I actually have a chemical diagram here, if I could share it. Since we have organic and biochemists here, I would be honored to have them do a little peer review right here for you. Let me share, may I share my screen here? Let's see. And
you should be good there.
Let me try to share my screen, because I anticipated it, because I actually saw it on the
the YouTube.
Yes. I'm sorry I'm having a little problem getting this going.
No worries at all.
But the answer is it's not a good, we have refuted it. One thing was because I had studied at the NIH because Dr. Sanford wanted me to study there. And one of Dr. Kunin's staff workers was my professor, and I asked him, and he looked at this. He said, "Yeah, definitely, you're right. Ono was wrong. That has been a myth that should have been, that should be falsified by now." And we've sent this in to peer reviewers. They said, "Well, we're not going to do this because it's obvious that this is false, so we're not going to publish it." So they agree with us and say, "Well, it's nothing new." I don't know. Can you see this? It says testing the hypothesis, the nyelinase NyLB protein.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that?
Yes.
And this should, all the chemists in the group should recognize this. This is lysine. And this reminds me of something that was in the debate between Dave Farina and James Tour, and how you get a amide bond where it shouldn't happen. This is a generic peptide bond. So the lysine kind of connects in a way it shouldn't. And so it's very easy for bacteria to digest this. All you need is an amidase or peptidase. We have since found out that humans have trypsin, which can break the nylon bonds. And so pigs also have trypsin. So that's really nothing new. It's just a matter of whether you could digest the residues, the individual residues. And we're going to try to pull on a biochemist to be a third author and try to get this through peer review. We can't, because we've been sending it to evolutionary biologists. They keep shooting us down. The editor will say, "Well, hey, you're right, but this isn't news. Some people have already figured this out. We're not interested," or they'll come up with some other excuse. And we have an editor interested now on this topic. This is not a difficult reaction. Trypsin, even papaya can break this down. So we went through a lot of bioinformatic details. This is a huge paper. It took us a year to put together. And one thing we know is that this capability exists. It's very far wide. And what they say in evolution, they'll say that this is ancient. It had pre-existed the existence of nylon. So I hope that helps answer the question. If you look up that title, you'll see it in the chemical archive, and you can read up on it. I've mentioned it several times. I've had the editor of Cell Reports look at this. He said, "Well, we don't like the style of your paper, but your conclusion's right." So I hope that's a long-winded answer.
I have a question, and that has to do with whether or not undergraduate students in the university really get a chance to experience science at all. We have, I was a chemistry major, and I remember being frustrated because, we were in class in the laboratory doing cookbook chemistry, and we were just doing the experiments that were out of the book. But to be able to actually explore a problem and to actually do a scientific test on a hypothesis, and to be able to actually test something, this was something that I had the privilege of having a chemistry professor that I had in high school, where they said, you devise your own experiment and try this out and see if it works. And that's where I did my little experiment on amino acids. But I didn't see in universities do anything except the indoctrination and cookbook chemistry. I see this as a problem with our education system, that we're not able to really experience what science is all about.
Well, I can speak for Rice University that we require our science students to get into a research lab. And as faculty, we put them right alongside our graduate students and postdocs, so they certainly have that opportunity. Some do more with it than others, but I have many undergraduates that are co-publishers on papers. So I think that they certainly do get the opportunity.
That would be true at Colorado State University as well, Department of Biochemistry. So I think it depends on the university. Typically, smaller universities don't have as much research as some of the larger ones, so maybe the opportunity is less. But even at CSU, I run a NSF-funded RAU program. It's called Research Experience for Undergraduates, where we bring students from smaller universities to our university and give them the opportunity over the summer to participate in vigorous research and research labs. So yeah, I think that the opportunities are there. Students have to have the initiative to find them and take them, but they're certainly there. Faculty in our department is very open to that.
Now I have a question, especially Dr. Sholders and Dr. Tour. Since you are currently working at universities, are these secular universities? And does that pose any sort of, is there anything you run into having the viewpoints and the worldview that you have? And do you get any pushback or discrimination, anything like that?
Well, you know, I talk a lot about Jesus. That bothers people probably more than talking about origin of life. But what I've come to see is that if you talk a little bit about Jesus, there will be pushback. But if you talk a lot, they leave you alone because they don't want to get you started. And then origin of life. A couple years ago, I was invited by a student group, Ratio Christi, to give a talk on origin of life. And for some reason, there was a new person on the Rice, in the Rice Public Affairs Office, and they saw, oh, this professor is going to give this evening lecture. So she put it up on the Rice Instagram feed. And there were people all over the country, Rice, you know, alumni and students. Oh, this guy's going to talk about flat Earth, everything. So when I got there, they said they apologized to me for all this. I said, I didn't see anything. I don't read Instagram. And so I gave this talk, and it was very well attended. The place was packed, and it went very well. And then the school newspaper was going to write an article about how I was talking about silly things or something. And then I put it up on YouTube, and it exploded. I mean, tens of thousands of views night after night after night, and really took off. And I told the newspaper, you know, if you want to write an article like that, I'm going to do a YouTube article on the editors of the school magazine and the way you guys write about us. And they said, oh, please don't do that. And so they didn't write it. But you know, and I think this has gotten like, I don't know, 300 or 400,000 views now. And so these things can really take off, and nobody's come and said your science was wrong. You know, it was a derivative of the talk I gave tonight. Nobody has said your science is wrong. So sometimes there's pushback, but Jesus did say, blessed are you when men revile you and persecute you and say all manner of evil against you falsely on account of me. Rejoice and be glad, for your reward in heaven is great. For so they persecuted the prophets who were before you. Woe to you if all men speak well of you, for so they spoke of the false prophets. So Jesus warned us this would happen. And I think that we have to be careful not to flee from these things. In John chapter 12, it says, many even of the Pharisees believed on him, but many even of the religious leaders believed on him, but they were not confessing him for fear they'd be thrown out of the synagogue. Now, thrown out of the synagogue is a big deal. It's not like you go across the street to the next church. I mean, you have no contact with anybody anymore. So you'd think that the Bible kind of understands the pressures. But interestingly, the next verse says, because they love the approval of men more than the approval of God. So this is pretty serious stuff. And, you know, do we love the approval of men more than the approval of God? As believers, are we going to take a stand on things? Are we going to take a stand for Jesus? And as you guys know, I've taken quite a lot of flack for taking my positions on origin of life and challenging the dogmas on this thing. And, you know, sometimes it has robbed my sleep from me, but, you know, I got to suck it up and move on. and Jesus bore a lot more, and Paul bore a lot more, and people are getting saved. So this is what we do, and I think if we sugarcoat it and say, well, God understands because this might happen in your career. Well, did God understand when John wrote, because they love the approval of men more than the approval of God? I mean, so it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of patience for not speaking up.
Yeah, I'm in a Colorado State University. I've been told that I have a file on me of complaints for my views. I was called to meet with the vice president of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and because I take the opportunity to at the beginning of my courses to introduce myself as a Christian and describe that means that I believe that Jesus Christ was the creator of the world and died on the cross and rose from the dead and is coming back to set things right. I kind of give the gospel, and a lot of students don't like that, and so they complain, and then I guess there's a file of complaints on me. So nothing's risen to the level of what I would call persecution in regards to you're going to lose your job if you continue to do this, or you can't do that. I've never actually been told that I can't do that. So, but I've had quite a bit of pushback on it, as I think would be expected at a university that's secular. At the same time, I've had lots of students come up to me and say, never had a professor do that. And so encouraging that you would do that. Thank you for doing that. I've had lots of students that are not believers that have come and engaged and talked to me about those beliefs. It is what we do, and we expect it. I think the temptation, for all of us, but myself in particular, is to find the approval of man instead of God. And so that's something that we have to actively come against. And certainly for myself, that's something I have to actively come against. So, yeah.
All right, thank you both for that. Now, looks like we have a few more questions in the comments. Is that right, Crystal?
We do. So our next one is from Wesley Coleman. He said, is there a problem for evolutionists in that the stochastic processes in DNA are regulated and their advantages are understood to fit an environment? He said he knows it's a loaded question. But he'd like to hear your response.
Could you read the last sentence again? I didn't quite catch the last sentence.
Sure, I'll read the whole question again. Is there a problem for evolutionists in that the stochastic processes in DNA are regulated and their advantages are understood to fit an environment? I guess he means like a particular environment.
I would say I don't know. Maybe I don't fully understand the question. But yeah, I don't know the answer to that.
Could that be referring to punctuated equilibrium? Because I'm thinking of punctuated equilibrium, Stephen Jay Gould's theory with Niles Eldredge, but that seems to deal with, species, not down at the level of the DNA, although theoretically they should be, they seem to be related in evolution theory. Could that be what the question's about?
I don't worry about the materialists, evolutionists' problems if they have problems with things. I mean, they have to overlook so many things. It's not just that. I don't worry a whole lot about what their problems are. They're having difficulty with so many things. It's probably one of many, maybe, but they just continue to put their head down and plod along. They've got an echo chamber, so they just continue on.
Fred, were you hoping to chime in there before I went on to the next question, or you good?
One of the things I was going to just say really quick, I don't know if they're referring to the stochastic process that God designed into the immune system to target things the immune system is attacking. Because it's pretty, I think some of the other speakers could better speak to it, but maybe that's what they're asking about. Because I know there is a design behind using the stochastic process to identify invaders and then remember, because it makes it for a faster way, I believe, to find invading antibodies or invading pathogens.
Yeah, so I put it out there if you wanted to elaborate on his question that he can. For now, I'll go back to another one that he has. If proteins do not have common ancestors, do protein orchards prelude common ancestry?
I'll take that one because I'm the one who brought it up. Can you see my screen? I shared my screen, Crystal.
Yes. Yes, we see it.
Yep, we can see
Okay,
it.
on the when I make this argument, I say if you assume common ancestry, you're going to have these difficulties. So on the left is a collagen. And I highlighted the glycine residues in there. And then on the right is a zinc finger 136. I highlighted the cysteine and histidine residues. It's a striking pattern. And even a Rutgers evolutionary biologist by the name of Dr. Dan Stern Cardinal, I said, I'll just grant you, the presupposition that there is a universal common ancestor for cells. And I played this clip before. He said, for those who missed it, can I play this clip briefly? It's only like 30 seconds.
You certainly can.
Let me reshare it with the audio. It's only 30 seconds, but this is an evolutionary biologist. And then, just for the audience that's not aware of Wesley's question, this is it.
On that, we agree. As you said, like we agree that proteins, unlike cellular life, do not share universal common ancestry, right? We disagree about cellular life, but we agree that proteins don't share universal common ancestry.
Proteins don't share universal common ancestry.
Okay, so that was a little, okay, Fred's laughing. That's a little, okay, so I said, hey, look, I'll meet you halfway. Let's just assume for the sake of argument, that there is cellular universal common ancestry. But I said that the problem is you're going to have to deal with, let me get my screen share again. You're going to have to deal, I'll get this screen shared. I'm sorry for going back and forth. Hang on, I totally messed this up. You're going to have to deal with the problem of these proteins. They're very complex that would just have to come out of nowhere. So it's not like it's a great victory for them, because it actually has some bearing on the origin of life. Because like there was a show on the amyloid hypothesis recently with Dr. Truman and Dr. Tour. And in a debate, I confronted Grayson because I debated him. And I said, how's your amyloid going to evolve into any of the other proteins like topoisomerases, helicases, polymerases? They're all distinct. So it's like you're going to have to invoke multiple independent routes to that. I mean, you could assume common ancestry, but it's going to cause you a lot of problems, especially at the early stages of the formation of the cell. Now, if you assume it later on, so for things like collagen, which I'm going to try to get this back up, the collagen, you're not going to have a lot of animal metazoans. This would just have to like pop out of nowhere. And so I try not to push the argument too far and say, well, this absolutely refutes universal common ancestry, but let's just assume it. You're going to have to invoke miracles, statistical miracles along the way to make all of these. So, I mean, at first when I presented this to Dr. Dan, he said, I think you're right. But after 4 years, he said, yeah, you're definitely right. You could see the spelling of it is very distinct. The shapes are very distinct, just like parts of a car. They're all very distinct. So I would just, I would not try to push this to refute universal common ancestor. I mean, I think this is damaging enough to try to be doing this. So, so people have tried because they like that argument to use that as evidence against universal common ancestry. I'll just say no. I think it's a victory enough to say the proteins don't share a universal common ancestor. This is going to be very problematic for them. I don't think they realize it. A lot of evolutionary biologists are not protein biologists. They don't know the difficulty of making some of these things. The amount of technology it takes to make a topoisomerase or a helicase or a polymerase, it boggles the mind. And now that we have AlphaFold is trained on these data sets on how a protein will fold. We can't actually build these things, from first principles. It's just too difficult. We don't have the technology. We can't possibly do it. So in the ID community, we're circulating the idea that God made all of these proteins as oracles to teach us how to do chemistry and nanotechnology, because some of the stuff is just unsolvable by regular means. So I wouldn't push it to try to refute universal common ancestry. There are probably other ways to do it. If the earth is young, it's done. So that's what I say.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. Did anybody else want to chime in, or are we good? He's given us a little bit more emphasis on his last question there. So he said Fred got part of it. He's referring to the random mutations generally, which are purported to be a, quote, creative mechanism.
Hey, I'd like to jump in on this one. I'm sorry, I'm not sharing video right now. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, coming through loud and clear.
Awesome. Thank you. So I'm not sure if this is what he's referring to, but this is what it reminded me of. And I think it's a really, really important way to reframe how we look at mutations in terms of adaptation and biological evolution in its simplest sense of change over time. And I would like to give credit for folks like Dr. Randy Galuza, for helping me reframe how I think about mutation and random mutation. I was, as being educated in secular universities, sometimes I borrow their language and I talk about adaptation in a biblical sense as being a very random process, and you get random mutations which are generally deleterious, but that can still be a benefit to the organism, and then those mutations are naturally selected, and so you get this some people call it microevolution, adaptation, etc. And so there's still this place for these random mutations in a biblical worldview. And what I've been encouraged to think and consider them more as now, as that the process that we probably shouldn't even call them mutation. Certainly many are, but there's probably a designed process for change in the genome that is an engineered process. Just like we see engineering in all the other things that we're talked about today, there's probably an engineered process for adaptation and creating non-random mutations, which we might be calling random mutations, and they might not be as random as we think. And so the Institute for Creation Research calls this continuous environmental tracking. Instead of this blind random process of mutation and adaptation, is actually a designed process of organisms responding to their environment and adapting. certainly that is a very different way to look at this process of mutation as not so much of a random thing. Now, don't get me wrong, there certainly is a random component to mutations, and there always will be. But we should probably look at it also in light of a designed change process.
Dr. Brown, was there some research about that regarding involving fish, blind fish?
So that's exactly what Randy Galuza and the team there at ICR is working on. So this is a perfect example. So you have all of these. You have cavefish, which are they have lost their eyesight. They've lost their pigmentation because they live in caves underwater that have. There's no need for those things. But then there are seeing and pigmented populations of those same species that are above. They're in water that is exposed to light, and so they do have eyes and they do have pigmentation. And so this same pattern has occurred, the loss of the eyes, the loss of the pigmentation, not just in one population of cavefish, but independently in many populations of cavefish. So evolutionists look at this, they call that convergent evolution, different populations converging on the same thing. And some creationists have looked at this and I think rightly said, wait, this looks like there could be something designed here. In other words, these organisms are they're sensing a change in their environment, and they are reproducibly adapting in accordance to that. So it's a designed adaptation. And let's be fair, we've got a long ways. Kudos to ICR for taking this on. It's a bold hypothesis, but even if it's partly true, that's a really intriguing way to look at adaptation.
Yeah, Wesley had said that you gave a nail on the head answer for his question as well.
Awesome.
I was thinking on the abiogenesis thing. So even if somebody were to answer to your challenge and were somehow able to create life in a lab, all they proved was that it took intelligence to create life. Because to really prove it, you'd have to pour some chemicals in a room and let it be and see if life comes. You know what I mean? Like it couldn't be guided.
Sure. I mean, making it in a lab today, even under prebiotically relevant terms, doesn't say that that's how it formed the first time. Yeah. And so, you'd have to say at a hydrothermal vent or in a tidal pool or in a rock somewhere. And makes it very hard. But, Kurt, you and I don't have to worry about this. It's not going to happen in our lifetime. It's not going to happen in our children's lifetime. It's a long way away. Yeah.
Yeah, Jesus will come back before somebody answers your challenge, I think.
Probably.
I've got a question that might be quite interesting to discuss. I was, and this might be something Dr. Brown can answer because he lives in Arizona. I visited Montezuma Well, which is near between Phoenix and Flagstaff, and it has like a carbon dioxide environment. It's got a sort of an interesting chemistry in this little lake. And in that lake, there are 5 endemic species that sort of feed upon each other. There's a diatom, an amphipod, a spring snail, and a leech that all have a life cycle where they feed upon each other. They exist nowhere else in the world. Now, how is this possible? How do we explain this from a creationist point of view?
Hey, so since you referenced me in that question, I'll jump in here. So first of all, I'm not familiar with this particular well that you're speaking of. I've just recent transplant to the Phoenix area, so I'll have to explore that myself. Um, but I think in general, this is a question that comes up. This is a very, very specific example of this, but the same thing about uh, freshwater fish adaptation, post-flood, saltwater fish adaptations, post-flood. I think what we see in general, and I'm talking in big terms here, is that in a post-flood environment, you have things that there's a selection that occurred just in the survivors, so only a subpopulation survives, and then there's kind of a fine tuning to a particular environment. So this dependence that we see now likely did not exist initially when that ecosystem came about post flood. That's how I would look at that.
We'll have to talk about that when I come out and visit you coming up in a few weeks.
Absolutely. Maybe we can go on a field trip there.
All right. Well, I'll be looking forward to that.
All right, I think Sal has a question for everybody, all the chemists in the group.
There are, I've been trying to find chemists, and I don't know if Dr. Brown can help. I'm trying to find chemists or laboratories that can measure the level of homochirality. I know Jeffrey Bada, National Academy, had run the experiments, but they'd been digging oil cores, and they're finding, well, in addition to, they find peptide bonds in these old biotic materials. As far as I've been tracing, we're seeing homochiral forms all the way down to the maybe Cambrian, and no one has bothered researching because they've assumed it can't exist. I mean, this is one reason, I mean, because I study Gibbs free energy and kind of primitive origin of life stuff, that's kind of an easy reaction because there's stuff doesn't stay homochiral for very long. And so people gave up. They said it must be contamination when you find fossils with homochiral proteins. And I've been looking for labs. I've been asking around. I mean, is the technique very expensive to test for that? Are there laboratories that can do this? Does anyone know? Have contacts?
Are you looking for it in amino acids, or are you looking for it when they're already in polymers? In other words, peptide bonded structures?
Either. The ones that are unbound have very similar profiles to the ones that are bound. I think the bound ones last a little longer. The free amino acids flip their chirality easier, but we found some that are still free floating. So whichever's easier, I'd be happy to start.
Oh, it's very easy to tell if it's just a free amino acid. I mean, there's chiral HPLC, boom, you know that immediately. Yeah.
Is it an expensive test? I mean,
expensive is a relative thing. Who's paying? So I don't know how much it costs. There's a lot of commercial labs that can do that. My guess is $50 a sample, something like that, if it's a pure sample. But if you've got a lot of other things in it, it makes it harder because it can confound these things, and they don't like to inject garbage onto their columns. So it's just going to depend what's there. Once it's in the polymer chain, it makes it harder to figure it out. You would probably use a degradation mechanism and then you use some technique that does not induce racemization during the degradation mechanism, and then look at it as the individuals come off.
So the degradation would be breaking up the peptide bond. So we could probably take a sample of known protein from today, break it up and see.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, and if you can degrade it, I mean, the degradation is going to be more difficult if you've scrambled a bond, because the enzymes that do the degradation are not going to be able to recognize when the bond has been racemized. But again, I'm speaking, I don't work in that area, but just dealing as a synthetic chemist. I mean, this is not a hard problem to do. If you couldn't find anybody, you're talking to the wrong people. But you know, that's not something that I do, but it's a pretty standard type of chemistry.
And Sal, can you clarify what samples then would you be interested in testing?
We found, okay, so Jeffrey Botta, this is published Proceedings, National Academy of Sciences. They're actually very troubled about the lack of racemization in fossils. They said this had to be contamination, and they were taking seashell samples. And the reason I laugh is it's kind of the same problem arising when we're finding peptide bonds in dinosaurs. And just like, well, we could do all sorts of things with racemization. And we could also, we don't have to be restricted to dinosaur bones. I'm sorry, Dr. Brown, what was your question again? I totally lost track of it.
No, I was just following up with the samples that you are interested in measuring. Like, what's your source of those proteins?
I would like some of these so-called living fossils that are actually fossilized, like say down in the Cambrian, because I found an old 1960s paper that was saying, hey, we found some homochiral amino acids in the Cambrian, and no one's followed up on it for its obvious implications. So whatever, you know, their dinosaur bones are hard to find, but there's so many shells, and there are proteins inside those shells. And I've been trying to advocate to just dig these up. We could do preliminary tests. I mean, everyone's so excited about dinosaurs, but there are lots of living fossil bones. We could do this. This is also interesting chemistry. So maybe I could talk offline with you, Dr. Brown, plus some other projects.
Yeah, no, I think we should follow up with that, because, you know, it's certainly in line with the sorts of things that we do. We don't do those techniques, but we work ourselves, and we work with other people who are dealing with ancient biomolecules, DNA or protein or otherwise. So yeah, it's along those lines. We should definitely follow up.
Thanks, guys. Thank you, Dr. Tour.
Awesome. We have another question here from Wesley Coleman. He says, do you all have any good examples of clearly pro-creationist articles published in a secular peer-reviewed journal?
So I think it'd be curious to hear what Wesley means by pro-creationist article. You know, if hinting a procreation view is enough to get stonewalled, I think everyone here would probably has experienced that to some extent. So, but that being said, there's tons of data that's out there that is procreation that's published by evolutionists. For instance, the Mary Schweitzer stuff. Now, obviously, that's not they accept a conventional timeline on everything, but I look at that research and I think this is empirical research that really nicely is procreation. They just don't call it that. I think if you're talking about overtly procreation, I could not give you a single example.
I'm sorry.
I'm just wondering, Joe, why is Mary Schweitzer's work clearly pro-creation? You mean pro-young Earth, or you mean procreation?
So I'm interpreting Wesley's question as being pro articles that support a young Earth perspective or a biblical creation perspective.
All right. Yeah, because there's so much beauty in biology. I would say every article on a biological system is procreation. It's just good. You know, if you make molecules for a living, you look at biology and you're awestruck. It is procreation. So I think that was the question, but I just didn't understand it. But now I understand why you answered the way you did for Mary Schweitzert's papers, because you were looking at it as a pro-young Earth question.
Yeah, no, that's correct. And I often say all science is creation science, and by that I mean empirical science. I think that's what you were saying there. By anyone who studies a biological system is studying really the beauty of creation, whether
Yeah.
they recognize it as such or not.
Yeah. I mean, I look at I saw my children growing up, and I just constantly amazed at God's act of creation. So yes, every article is procreation when it comes to a biological system, and when it comes to a non-biological system, as you look at the physical constants that must have been in play for this phenomenon to happen, that's procreation. So it's like what Douglas was saying, that your theology affects your geology. I think this is something analogous to that.
Awesome. We have a few more questions here from the audience. We have someone asking, what are some good churches that teach creation near Phoenix?
They should email creationresearch.org. I can be glad to share some of that offline. I attend First Baptist Bible Church in the Phoenix area.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Joe. All right, there's another one here. This one's from Walt. Has Dr. Tor heard of the origin of life experiments by Robert Hazen? If so, what does he think of the work of Hazen?
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the work. It's hard for me to comment directly. What did he do that was so extraordinary?
He was a geochemist at my undergrad alma mater, George Mason. He teamed up with Harold Morowitz. These are like very old origin of life researchers. I mean, from like way back, like 20, 30 years ago, they've been, he had fought against the Urey Miller experiment, and he wrote the book Genesis. I have an autographed copy of that. So all that I could give you of what I studied, he would be just like all the other origin life researchers saying, we're getting close. So his colleague said, about 20 years ago, we're going to solve the origin of life problem in 20 years. And I said, I'll buy you a beer if you do that. I'm not going to have to do that. So I will tell you an anecdote. We organized in 2006 an idea club meeting, and Jonathan Wells of the Discovery Institute was giving a talk. Hazen came up during the Q&A, and he was turning red. he was so mad, and he was just saying, "You're throwing your religion at me," and all that. And he was holding this book by Barbara Forrest, Creationism's Trojan Horse. And Jonathan Wells just very calmly smiled. He said, "Okay, well, what if you take a cell and and it's put in solution with the right pH and the nutrients or whatever, and you poke a hole in it and all its guts spill, all its insides spill out. Do you think it's ever going to reassemble again?" Hazen just stormed out of the room. So that's about all I know of Robert Hazen. I read his book. It seemed just like all the other origin of life stuff. But his fame is being a geochemist, because he comes up with a lot of the ideas of what the early Earth's prebiotic chemistry is. The one interesting thing is he was saying, yeah, we have these meteors that seem to have life in them. It's 4 billion years old. the bacteria inside. That's the only thing that really stood out. That's the first time I learned about that. So,
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if a bacterium could survive on a meteorite. I mean, buried inside a meteorite. I mean, bacteria are really tough, and they might survive. So it might have come here, but that's not the questions that we're trying to answer. It's the origin of first life. So, you know, to the question, then it's you answered it, Salvador. That it's more of the same. I get sent articles all the time. People send this to me. So what it now? Have they got it now? Have they got it now? And you know, there's no rush to check it.
And they're always making predictions. Oh, we're really close. We'll fix this in a few years, and you know, the same old story.
Yeah. Unless they've solved that dipeptide and disaccharide, they haven't solved it.
I find that there is a need for creationists to be multidisciplinarians, to be able to discuss in a sort of a general way, geology, physics, biology, chemistry, and have a little bit of knowledge in all of them, and as well as being familiar with the Bible. It's kind of a difficult thing for many people to do, to delve into all of them, because the biologists will appeal to the geologists will appeal to the paleontologist will appeal to the cosmologist, and then the cosmologist would appeal to the other disciplines, and they sort of dance around in this manner to avoid dealing with the fact that they need to deal with God himself and to repent.
Yeah, it's a lot to study. Like I probably fall more on the philosophical, logical, theological side in what I study. And so in that sense, we kind of all need to rely on each other in having these different levels of expertise. I think there was another question, Crystal.
Yes, and hopefully I can pronounce these words. Okay. What are everyone's opinions on Dr. Behe's concept of irreducible complexity? Have experiments with VAT pace, I think that's the word, proton pumps, mutating a 3-component versus 2-component rings refuted the theses.
I have thoughts on the irreducible complexity argument because I do want to teach an intelligent design course, and I've seen Dr. Behe debate Dr. Dan. You saw me with Dr. Dan, who's an evolutionary biologist, and so what I've tried to say is, even let's just hypothetically say you found some irreducibly complex system, and it's hard to define that, by the way. And you can evolve it in real time from one thing to another. Does that falsify all the other events, you know, all the other instances? So this is like going to a casino and say you beat the dice game, the craps game once. Does that mean over time you're gonna win this? Absolutely not. And so what I've tried to tell ID proponents who are using this argument, don't say it's an irrefutable problem for biology. Look at specific examples. You're going to win the argument. So my favorite's the topoisomerase, which cuts the DNA, untangles it, and then religates it. I said we can't build a nanomachine as efficient as that. And if any of that's missing, it's not going to work. And I'll say, look, I don't care about any other system, and you're trying to appeal to that. You got to solve this system. Otherwise, life is dead. So I would not use, I would use irreducible complexity. What I prefer to use is all or nothing complexity as a heuristic to find examples that are hard. I wouldn't use it as a blanket argument, because you're going to, Dr. Dan was very clever. He would find something about viriporins with HIV that no one hardly knows about except him and his colleagues. And then they'll say, look, I solved this irreducibly complex system. See, your whole theory is wrong. And I'll say, well, I don't care about that. Whatever you call it, I'm trying to get you to solve this topoisomerase problem, which, by the way, no one has. And look at what I would suggest is just look at the Discovery Institute website. Dr. Deweese, who spent his life studying topoisomerase, he gave a 2-hour talk on this. And I've noticed no evolutionist will assail that. They went after the flagellum. They never went after the topoisomerase. So I would just kind of like, if I'm teaching ID, I'd say, look, this is a good historical way to understand the intelligent design argument. I wouldn't use it specifically. I would use it to help me find examples like topoisomerase. There are probably others. I like the idea of nuclear localization signals for eukaryotes or the translocation systems. There's so many other proteins we could find, but especially the ones that are critical to cell replication. Just look at those. Even I don't know about VATP. What is it? VATP synthase and the changing of the rings. Go with something that's tested. My favorite's the topoisomerase, and the Discovery Institute invested a lot of money to put that forward, that example. I think the reason it hasn't gotten a lot of press is the opponents don't even want to argue over it, because it's such a strong argument. There was some weakness with the flagellum. They're not going to have that weakness with topoisomerase. So that's what I'd recommend.
Awesome. Thank you, Sal.
And hey, to add on to that, just real quickly, I think that is a good reminder why, as is our proponent, and we have to be careful, be sloppy about calling any complex system an irreducibly complex system. And that's where we or my example of a system that I would call irreducibly complex is one that was brought up, which was
Bill, you're cutting in and out a bit there, Joel. I don't know if you're in a bad service spot or not.
Sorry about that. Also,
still breaking up a bit for me. Anybody else hearing him good, or is he breaking up for you guys too?
Breaking up for me too, but I heard the point Dr. Brown was making, and Sal too, that what I got out of it was to not make claims for creationism, or I guess in general, but to not make claims beyond what the reality is or what the evidence tells us. Because then if you claim too much that's not supported by the evidence, and then later, it's proven that there's a problem with that claim, then it could be counterproductive in general.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Joe. We just have 3 more questions if you guys have time to stick around to answer them, and then we can clue up. Might be 4. This one's from Matthew Wellborn. Dr. Tor talked about a challenge to, quote, assemble a cell in a lab. Even if this could be done, how would the cell be brought to life? And what is the spark that starts the process of life from non-life?
Nobody knows. Nobody knows. if you have everything in place, does it start going? Well, if that were the case, how come a dead cell doesn't just spontaneously come back alive? Nobody knows. This is a great question. You have everything in place. Does it just start operating? Well, then a cell just dies. What is it we just lost? It's very hard to know, but that's right. Even if you put everything in place, we have no idea whether it's going to start operating. You know, in an automobile, you have a starter that turns the engine over, and so that you starts hitting a spark and going. I mean, you could have an entire car, but without the starter, it just doesn't go. It just doesn't start up. So we don't know. We don't know what it is we just lost. And because we don't know what it is we just lost when we lost life, we don't know how to bring it back again. So it's a very reasonable question without an answer.
Okay, and he's got another question there. It's in a couple parts. The phenomenon of orphan genes seems to be a compelling case for the design of life almost to the level of individual species. What is the current secular explanation for the origin of so many proteins? And if the answer is de novo proteins from a non-coding DNA, doesn't that beg the question of where these DNA sequences came from to create useful proteins? I assume they are rare.
Dr. Sanford and I, he had me tasked to this for like 1 or 2 years. And that does relate to the nylon eating bacteria problem. And then that's how I came up with the protein orchard argument. So the protein orchard argument is a stronger example of orphan genes. And the evolutionists evolutionary biologists will use a lot of equivocation. So if you have a 2-character password, it's like, well, random chance can make that. But solving a password that's like 1,500 characters long, that's difficult. But they tend to equate the two. So you could get all these random transcripts. They'll call it a protein. They don't even have confirmation, because Dr. Sanford had me look at some of these claims of the non-coding regions. I wrote one of the researchers. We couldn't even determine if these things were even coded or if they are actually junk RNA sequences or what we call link RNA. There's so much we just don't know. But I would say you can't use the fact that a simple protein came up to explain far more complex proteins, because they all have, and I've talked to protein biologists about this, every protein has its own statistics. So people keep quoting the Doug Axe statistics on beta lactamase. That there are proteins way more complex than a beta. It's very easy to make a beta lactamase. It's very hard to make a topoisomerase. So the numbers are even more astronomical for that. So what I would do is stop. This whole thing about making these sweeping generalizations, trying to account for every protein on the planet, you're going to get burned on it. The better strategy to argue about this from an ID perspective is take select well-characterized proteins that are very, very well studied. And then you could say, hey, look, something this complex, why don't you give me an explanation? You can't just take some random non-coding DNA and say that it had a 50 amino acid sequence. We don't even know if it's just a junk sequence and whether it's usable. You can't use that to try to explain the emergence of something as complex as a topoisomerase. That's the strategy I would use. So what are their explanations? Some of them have said, we still don't know. I've seen the papers and it's problematic. I think Paul Nelson at the Discovery Institute would be the expert on orphan genes. That's his baby. He thinks that it's going to be very difficult. I do know that for major groups of creatures, collagen is like an orphan gene. Without collagen, you wouldn't have bones and skin. And that's a complex protein. I showed you pictures of the sequence. I've challenged evolutionary biologists. I said, explain that. One thing I've noticed, they've rarely ever said appeal to non-coding sequences to explain that. I would just focus on well-characterized proteins. And there are a few of them that have had, a lot of study by hundreds of researchers. Just focus on that. I don't like these questions that are like so sweeping, or these ideas or claims by either side. You're going to get burned. Stick to data that's well characterized rather than trying to make universal claims. It's just too difficult. Just stick to small ones and just see how the other side reacts. That's what I'd suggest.
Awesome. And the last question here is, there was an example given that 6% of human proteins are novel relative to other primates. How could this ever be possible with only random mutation?
I want to tell you, we've only characterized well only a fraction of the proteins out there. It's very difficult to sequence. It's easy to sequence the DNA and then do what we call protein predictions and say maybe this is a protein, or really sequence the RNAs too. But we still don't know a lot of what's out there, and there's some proteins expressed only in certain cell types, and they're anywhere from hundreds to thousands or tens of thousands of cell types, depending on how you categorize it. We've certainly not tested all the possible cells of all the 37 million cells in an adult, much less all the cells in all the developmental phases. There is so much we don't know, and both sides are eager to make generalizations, and I think that's risky. I have been searching for truly unique proteins to humans and trying to see how well characterized they are. They're not very well characterized. It's way too early in the game. I wouldn't feel comfortable to be making arguments about humans. I am comfortable talking about stuff for major groups of creatures. Creationists focus on chimps and human ancestry. That's a difficult transition, but you'll have an easier time. The easiest transitions to argue if you're a creationist or ID proponent is from prokaryote to eukaryote. You have very distinct proteins. They're generally very well characterized that distinguish them. So people are surprised I don't argue over human evolution. I say it's just too hard. Argue over prokaryote, eukaryote. It's just, you're going to have an easy time. I will tell you this. Change Tan, she was a professor of molecular biology at Missouri. She came from communist China. She was an atheist. I think she definitely was not a Christian. She was asked by Nobel Prize winner George Smith to teach molecular biology. And in the process of studying the transition between prokaryotes and eukaryotes, she became a creationist. And that eventually cost her her job. But all this to say, some of the people where I've seen dramatic conversions, I don't know anyone that has converted to being a creationist because they studied human evolution. I know several that became Christians because they studied the origin of life. And the next after that would be the prokaryote eukaryote transition. I would really focus on that.
Thank you so much, Sal. Before Kurt closes us off, I just wanted to say thank you guys for your time, for your patience and your humility and love for the Lord. Really appreciate all that you guys do, and I pray that the Lord's hand will be upon you in all your future endeavors, and that you continue to glorify Jesus.
Wow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to reiterate on that. It's that
Your mic is out, Kurt, all muffled. Can't hear you at all now.
Nothing?
There we go. You're good.
Ah, okay. Of course, I'd have a technical difficulty at the last minute. No, I was saying it's definitely a lot of information to pour over. I really appreciate every single presenter. Everything was just, I think, phenomenal. I think we had a wealth of information. I think approaching things from just so many points, so many different angles, covering so many possible objections, all of that. And so I really think this whole thing can be a great tool to show to people who are doubting, as long as they're open-minded, willing to take a look at it. So I just really want to express my appreciation for all of you showing up, all of you doing the work that you do day after day for the Lord, and that we were able to do this. Now, if you give us some time, we're going to take the videos. We can provide the recording to all of you, so you can disperse it to whatever channels, whatever your personal thing, wherever, whatever you want to do with it for part of the participation. Also, we're going to send you out that invite to the server where we'd be able to collaborate both for future events with the Creation Summit. And if you guys do want to work together, collaborate together, work on projects together, it'd be a great place to do that as well. But this would conclude the Creation Summit 2025, and God bless you all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.